Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Good morning, Australia. It's time for our biggest sim race of the year at our greatest racetrack. Not far away from the beginning of OSR Bathurst 12 Hour for 2025, Oceanic Sim Racing have brought it all together. Qualifying last night was edge of your seat stuff with GT3s and GT4s around the mountain. Now, in the pre-dawn darkness with 12 hours of racing ahead of us, we get ready for OSR Bathurst 12 Hour Race Day in 2025, presented by Watercraft Performance Centre. Sudspeed TV will bring you all 12 hours of today's action, as there's a little bit of weather on the horizon and a bumper grid of Australia and the world's best sim racers ready to tackle this mountain. To bring you coverage to kick things off, Stacked booth here, myself, David Haynes, joined by Scott Rankin, Brandon Stuck, and special guest John Hindhoff, a man who knows plenty of things about 12 hours of racing at the mountain. Let's go to you, Brandon. What's your first thought in the darkness, seeing the cars line up ready to go for what will be a massive day of highly competitive racing?
Well, look, if I was a driver myself, but also good morning to you, David. But yeah, look, if I was a driver myself, I'd be wanting to focus on just trying to keep it clean for the first few laps at least, and then just try and get into a rhythm. This is a 12-hour race, not a 12-minute race, and the real race would start near the back of this one. So it's all about trying to keep it clean and just try and stay out of trouble and stay away from the walls.
Scott, you were with us for qualifying last night. It set a highly competitive grid that just leaves us dripping with anticipation. You see them lined up in the darkness on the grid. What are your thoughts for the upcoming race?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna mirror exactly what Brandon said. Make sure we remember it's 12 hours. But we saw that with our special guest. It was actually, to take his words, can someone remind them there's a 12-hour race going on here? Because it feels like it's only got 15 minutes to go. Yeah, look, I think the big thing is, survive the opening couple laps. Gridding procedures, there's a lot to go through here. Get it right. Process and procedure. I think the OSR 12 hour has that different flair, that different element to it, and that requires a lot of focus, a lot of prep work that you don't have to put in for a special event style 12 hour. Got to read a rulebook. Got to know how to read a rulebook. Got to know how to find the little exploits that are in it and make the maximum out of them. Got to have a strategy plan. So we'll be seeing that throughout the day.
John Hindhoff, great to have you as our special guest at the beginning of this broadcast. A man very, very well familiar to sports car racing all around the world, but you're no stranger to sim racing in recent years. When you see this and the competitiveness of the field, what's your thoughts?
Well, my thought is you're going to have a cracking 12 hours, is what it comes down to. And I've just got to say, though, didn't we start the real world broadcast with it's 12 hours? Take it easy, guys. And we had 3 wide up Mountain Straight, 250, 300 metres off the start of the race. So, racing drivers are racing drivers, and we know very well that whether it is in the virtual world or whether it's full metal racing, that the competition is very real indeed, as is the talent. Unfortunately, as is the racing driver's way as well. We used to say helmet on, brain out for real world racing. I don't know what the analogy is in the virtual world. In the rig, brain out? I don't know. You can make one up yourself.
Could be VR goggles on, brains out. We'll wait and see.
It.
It's an amazing field of over 50 cars. Looking at 38 cars from the GT3 class, 15 from GT4. OSR Race Control doing their best right now to line them all up. We'll get to some more of our pre-race coverage here with less than 15 minutes to green. This track, what to say about it? We love it so dearly in Australia, and we love it so dearly on iRacing and sim racing competition. But to take a look at it, Brandon, I mean, you got to go over the numbers, the vertical profile, the shape of it. This is where it is.
That's the thing, David. I mean, what can you say about Bathurst that hasn't been said already? It is fast. You know, it's got a lot of camber. There's up. There's undulation. There's everything. There's elevation. It is such a fantastic racetrack and a track that has been going strongly for a lot of years. I mean, what, 50 plus years, 60 plus years? And you can just see from the track there, you know, it's not a permanent racetrack. That's the thing that we have to remember. It's not a permanent facility. It is a street track in a sense because there is houses around there, you know, and of course, only 6 weekends out of the year, this is what it is used for. So you got to make sure that you just got to take it easy. And of course, as we know, from Griffin's Bend, from the cutting all the way down to about Forest Elbow, there's not really much of a pass opportunity there. So especially when it comes to lapping between the GT3 and the GT4 cars, they're going to have to just be mindful of that.
And Hindi, you know this place pretty well. What are you thinking is going to be great overtaking opportunities, the challenge for 12 hours, particularly with our focus on how much of a multi-class race this is going to be?
Well, and you've hit the nail on the head there straight away, because the key to the racing here is patience. Having a laugh about what will happen going up Mountain Straight for the first time to Griffin's Bend, but there is an element of follow my leader here, as you've both rightly said, because really from the cutting to Forest Elbow, it's a street circuit. It's like Monaco, it's like Jeddah, it's like one of those places where, all right, coming across the top as you come out of McPhillamy and down towards Brock Skyline, okay, there's a little bit of room there on the right hand side to make a mistake, but it's still, you don't want to be there. Small margins here, gentlemen, small margins, and I urge everybody who is competing to think about later in the race. This is an aero track. This is a track where you will want to have a car that is good coming down Conrod and through the chase and down to Murray's in the later parts of the race. You'll want to make the tyres last. You'll want to have a car that is in the best possible condition, and grazing the wall or grazing somebody else in the first few hours, it's not going to do you any good whatsoever.
We know the track, we know the race. What about the cars, the drivers, and the teams? Like we said, more than 50 cars. We're going to take a look at the grid. This is your front row behind the safety car, soon ready to roll. Qualifying and the top 15 shootout was an absolute thrill last night. Scott Rankin, our eagle-eyed viewers will notice that the front of the grid's quite populated by a particular mark, though.
Yeah, it is, and we were talking to these teams about how they set the car up as well. Damon Woods is going to be rolling off of P1, but it was Dylan Burst who put the light lap together yesterday and was the only driver to get down into the 202s in what was an averagely warm session. Matty Curtis DeSoria is going to line up alongside of Vanderbilt Sim Racing, and remember, Alex Bird's lap elevated that car so many places in the shootout as well. Zach Rattray White's going to be the Vermilion Esports driver to shoot it out nice and early. Dennis Katarik will be lining up to his outside.
What I notice here is quite a lot of the qualifying drivers from yesterday are not the starting drivers from today. Quite a few internationals like Finland's Matti Kaitasoja lining up on the front row with his Vanderbilt Sim Racing teammates. Row 3 has Vermilion Esports 101 Sebastian Vandel. Job Stewart did the qualifying duties yesterday as he starts from 6th. Because yesterday's qualifying was a different session to today's race, you've simply got to ignore the lap times on this graphic and know that it was incredibly competitive with 15 cars within a second up front last night. Adam Hughes and Robbie Gibbs are going to line up on the next row with Vermilion Esports and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter inside of our top 10. Therefore, row 6 has Eclipse Sim Sports and Volante Rosso by Eclipse. For all Eclipse on that row, I won't bring out yesterday's pun. sorry, last year's pun too early. Evolution Racing Team 444 and Evolution Racing Team 7, 13th and 14th. The last car that made the top 15 shootout, Evolution Racing Team 462. The rest of them were set by the 1 hour GT3 qualifying grid. It was Vermilion Esports, therefore, in 16th. The GT3 grid continues with Rapid Theft Esports and another Vermilion Esports Acura NSX. We've got all Ford Mustangs on this row here with Summit Esports Everest and Blackout OPR. Then Team 356 Ford Mustang Cross-Continental Motorsports Ferrari 296 look to treat in qualifying. They line up there in the race. 23rd Team Jinx Shifters 208. 24th Blackout OPR number 43. Then Orbit Drop Bear Mars and Synergy Sim Racing 25th and 26th. This absolutely monumental GT3 grid continues with TriStar Racing and HTS Racing Yellow. Then what I think is pronounced Jeff Speed and 95 SimSport 29th and 30th. A couple of Porsche 911s rolling from that row. Team Jinx Shifters Ferrari and KRF Motorsports Simblacks BMW M4 GT3. Momentum Motorsports Mustang Orbit Drop Bear Saturns NSX. 38 GT3s are completed by Antic Motorsports, Frogleap Juiced Racing, Orbit Drop Bear Venus, and Blackout OPR 606. Scott Rankin, let's take a look at our GT4 field.
Yeah, and this is a field that I'm going to know quite well. John Fillingham, it's going to be a little bit of BMWs at the front for Veteran Gaming Australia Green, and Blake Warboys and WKMP Sim Sports are the front row in GT4. That is my boys! Big shout out to all the Aussie-wide racing guys that are watching along. Alex Morris and Tommy LaPrake were really, really happy with the lap from Tommy yesterday. That was his best all week, so he was over the moon. 19 Racing, Sam Muir, and Stefan McCartan's Blackout OPR 51 to his outside. Before we get back to some more of the Frogleap juiced racing cars, and they're going to be side by side, and the magenta and green. Often that magenta car rolls out, by the way. They very, very rarely use that, so it's good to see them. Red is the third of the Frogleap juiced racing cars in a line before we get to John Trott's Blackout OPR GT4. Jackson Austin, the first of the Mercedes, is going to be quite quick, but the big one, this will be a car to keep an eye on the GT4 field, is the Aston Martin. We were doing some looking into that car yesterday, found it's incredibly quick in the wet, so keep an eye for Angus Cook to move his way forward in the Aston. Mitchell Curry, Rapid Theft Racing Mercedes, and Tim Cornt's Locked On Lads car. And finally, the TriStar Racing machine coming from the tail end of the field. They're having issues as well. I've talked to a few of the teams up and down. The Blackout Racing, Aussie-wide Racing blue car. One of the drivers, Aaron Major, has unfortunately had a corrupted Windows install this morning. He is racing off to a friend's place to jump in a different sim rig. Additionally, that TriStar Racing Mercedes GT4 from the rear of the field, they've also had dramas this morning. One of their drivers, Andrew Dutch, is actually having router issues, so he is off to the tech store to try and get a replacement router and get operating nice and early today.
Good thing about a 12-hour race is with two other teammates to shoulder some of the load, you might have 5 or 6 hours to hopefully try to sort all of that stuff out. Brandon, the track is dark. It's dark around the mountain, but these race cars are soon to light it up. Much cooler track conditions right now than qualifying in the summer afternoon sun.
Yeah, we're certainly looking forward to seeing how, if the drivers just, like I said at the start, just take it easy. As you said, track is a lot cooler, which means it will be a little bit quick at the moment, but you've got to be remembering that it is nighttime. Obviously, tunnel vision's obviously one thing. You've just got to take it easy, and like I said, it's just all about managing that. But one thing you've also got to manage in this race is weather and also the safety call. When does it come out? Like, you know, you've got to sort of plan for that. So that'll make it interesting with the strategy today, especially with this one.
Running through the grid, John Hindhoff, what stood out to you other than maybe a lot of Acuras up the front? From a dry, hot qualifying, we could see very different track conditions today.
Well, and quite clearly, if you've got that many people jumping into the single manufacturer, they feel there's an advantage there. But when you've got that many, then it's going to be very much of a muchness. All right, you can mess it a little bit with your driving style, But let's be fair here, that looks like an NSX Cup race at the front of the field. Question for me is, will any of the GT3 cars be able to get something different out of their cars, out of their stints, and potentially out of the bad weather? And then you've got to add in the factor of the GT4 class. This will all come down to how people manage traffic in both categories, how you pass and how you are being passed.
So from the top left corner of screen, you can see we are about 3 minutes away from getting this, of course, 12-hour race at Bathurst underway. Race control looking at the grid, making sure everything is right. Safety car leading them on this warm-up laps, and you can see exactly how much warming up everyone is keen on doing. With over 50 cars, over 150 drivers, many of you watching are going to have your favorites, those that you're supporting, and of course live timing is one of the ways you can keep up to date with how your friends, your teammates, your family, everyone you want to keep an eye on is doing. Live timing thanks to ATVO. It's in the YouTube chat, whatever platform you're watching, you can probably go and find it. And that'll let you know when we really get into the strategy about all of the pit stop lengths, stint lengths, tire ages. Could be very, very important indeed. We've run down and through the grid. Drivers must be feeling an incredible amount of anticipation as they know we're not too far away from getting racing. Scott Rankin, it's going to be a shortened first stint though with this amount of formation laps.
Yeah. So there's a couple of really big things to consider here, and this is where John will certainly be right amongst his element. There's a lot of strategy to play out today. One of the biggest things, you have 75 laps is the maximum duration you can be behind the wheel. A little bit difficult in the sim to actually go ahead and track times for all the teams. We don't have the ability to do that. We go by lap counts. So we stick with that. The next big thing, must be out of the car for 25 or more laps. You cannot go jump in the car, do the first hour. All right, I'm going to go for a stint break. I've got a safety car in the middle of that stint. I'm going to cycle you back into the car. Cannot do that. Must be out of the car for 25 laps. The third thing is driver percentage times. This is to make sure that all the teams aren't abusing one fast driver. This is just about making sure that you can use the spread of your drivers the best. You can do no more than 40% of the max race distance in a 3-person team, and I believe that number tweaks a little bit. I haven't been doing the math on that because I've been prepping for a 3-car team. But there is, again, requirements based around how many drivers that you have. Setting your strategy up is quite king, and that 25 minimum stint number, if we get a lot of rain in the middle of the day, safety cars back to back to back, that could actually be a big thing. Jason Bentz disqualified last year because they exceeded maximum driving time.
Taking a look at a couple of our drivers as they get ready to go. 30 seconds to midnight, if you will. 12 hours on the clock for the 2025 edition of Oceanic Sim Racing's Bathurst 12-hour. It's the best race control, the best format. They are so hands-on in trying to bring the best experience to the Australian sim racing community for this race. And it's given us this moment. 12 hours on the clock and the green flag about to wave. Volante Rosso by Eclipse. Damon Woods on the pole position. Joining him on the front row there from Finland, Matti Kaidasoja for the reformed Vendaval Sim Racing. We are ready to go when the green flag waves at the line this time. Over 50 cars, 12 hours of racing, and already an interesting strategy decision being made by one of the Ford Mustangs. 12 hours of racing at the mountain begins now with a green flag at Mount Panorama.
And something's gone wrong.
Not a great start from your pole setter. Vendaval Sim Racing go to the lead of the race at turn 1. 3 wide, 4 wide, little bit of contact from the Acura NSXs up front, but we get racing. Brandon Stuck.
Oh, that was a very interesting start there. I'm surprised that the leader didn't go when they did. I'm surprised that start was a bit of a delayed one because there's some contact there on the exit of turn 1 by some of our backer, by some of the near the rear of the G3 field as they come up now to turn 2, and it is currently Vendaval Sim Racing leading out at the moment at the start of this 12-hour. But that was an interesting strategy for the Mustang to go into the pit lane. Not too sure what the strategy would be there. We have seen that before in a couple of real-life 12 hours. But so far, this is just a bit of a team stop.
GT4 leader, Blake Warboys, was actually backwards in the start-finish straight, so they've gone from first to last.
Oh.
we were looking at the front of GT3 to the GT4 field, some action there as well with a slightly stuttered race start. Look at what's happening all through the field. Bathurst Sim Racing have taken the lead of GT3. The lead of GT4 has gone to Veteran Gaming Australia right now. John Fillingham has gained some position through to the lead of that class, John.
I think that was, if there wasn't a problem with that Team 356 Mustang Bruce brought in the pit lane, I think that was really smart. Get out the way of all the nonsense. I've seen that done before. Hugh Chamberlain at Le Mans would often not send his car out on the formation line and therefore join in after the green flag. Two reasons: so that they didn't get caught up in anything that happened at the Dunlop chicane first lap around, and you saved 8.5 miles worth of fuel as well. I mean, that's an interesting one. Maybe somebody from the team could let us know whether Bruce had a problem. Didn't appear to have full lights on the front of that car when it came into the pit lane, whether that was an issue or whether that was more tactical. But that car did come into the pit lane for Bruce de Cavallo, and he's dropped to 37th in the GT3 running. But Vermilion Esports behind the Belt Faulkner in 38th position in the 228 car.
So that's one lap of the mountain completed. Some dramas, and we're going to take a look at that car for Ben Faulkner. Clearly some sparks, some damage on the Vermilion Esports 238, and it's because of this on the race start. The left-hand side road has the pole sitter who was slow to get away, while the right-hand side got away cleanly. That's where some of the damage has happened for a couple of cars in the left row in the two-wide rolling start. Oh, and yeah, more at turn one, wheel-to-wheel interlocking there, Scott. Or apparently not Scott Rankin. Okay, how about you, Brandon? What did you see there?
Yeah, that was a bit of a messy start right there. You can see that the left-hand side, as you see, the left-hand side was the driver that qualified on pole position. A bit of a slow getaway, and then as you can see, everyone was checking up, trying to see where they were, trying to make some room, and of course there was that contact at the exit of turn one, and it looked like that might have been one of the Orbit drop bear cars, I assume, that had a little tap on the side. And then as you can see now, the drivers now just making their way down the mountain, but also Ben Faulkner, of course, unfortunately getting involved as a black flag for car 2, a qualifying infringement for Kalen Chin.
Yeah, there were a few penalties from last night's qualifying, particularly in the all GT3s on track session, impeding and other things, and that was an issue we did see in yesterday's qualifying for car number 2.
So a couple updates on a few different things. I did go and check in with that 356 car. Planned strategy call from them. Didn't want to be in the mess. They're just looking to safety and protect themselves. So to survive the first few hours, they think it's going to be quite aggressive. Big thing for that car as well, they needed to pop out ahead of the GT4 field. They did manage to do that, so they're actually okay. They're on for things. Number 2, update on the penalties that come out of qualifying yesterday. The number 36 car has a 5-second pit time penalty, so they will have to serve that one on their first stop. The one penalty that did have to be issued straight away was the 105, my apologies, number 2 car. Remember that big incident in between McPhillamy and Skyline yesterday in the middle of the qualifying session, made contact with the 105 HTS Racing Ferrari. That's why they got a drive-through for that one. That's a rough call. I figured someone was going to get a penalty for that one, no matter what sort of happened. There was just so many cars at that point on the racetrack. And then the third one that's got to come out yet is the 268 car. Had Cameron Dance behind the wheel, which will be one of the Orbit drop bear cars. Will also have a 5-second pit time penalty. So those are the 3 carryover penalties from qualifying yesterday.
Looking at the lead of GT4, and what a battle it is. A couple of the BMW M4s up front here. We saw a bunch of different marks in this category. On the real world Bathurst 12 hour, you maybe don't want to be a GT4 in that race sometimes, but it's a really growing category in Australia, and it's very popular for this race.
I'd love to see more of it in full metal racing at Bathurst. I think it could be the next big thing. Obviously, the Invitationals didn't turn up in the real world this year for a variety of reasons, although we had the same amount of GT3 cars as we had last year, quite hit the high water mark of 2019, but there's something about GT4. Back in 2017, I drove a GT4 Aston Martin in the 24 hours of Kota in full metal racing, and they've come on so much. That car was basically a straight car with a cage in it, And nowadays, GT4s are proper racing cars. And they're actually, in terms of buying them and running them, they're probably round about the same, or only just a little bit more than running a Porsche Carrera Cup car. So they're very good value for the performance that you get.
At
a
the end
lot
of the day,
easier to wrench on than X-Class production cars, Scott Rankin.
well, yeah, you can buy the McLaren variant, stick a fire extinguisher and a radio system and a Motec system in it and race it. That's effectively what you can do with McLaren. So
There's a black flag for the race leader for jumping the start. Matty Carter-Soja are judged by racing officials to have jumped the start on the pole sitter, Volante Rosso, by Eclipse, who are just behind them. Black flag soon to be given to this car. Volante Rosso by Eclipse will take the race lead, but look at these two getting away from the rest of the field, Brandon. When that happens, what a lead. Damon Woods, currently in second place, will inherit his rightful pole position.
Yeah, well, he only inherited a hell of a lead right there, and obviously that black flag's a bit of a shame. That'll explain the start as to how it all got checked up. But yeah, as you said, David Woods now will inherit the lead once Matty receives that black flag, and will have to come into the lane. But Damon Woods now, as you can see, like 2-second lead right there, or just under a 2-second lead at the moment over Zach Retro White. So he just has to try and keep calm, try a bit of a spot in the wall there for Zach Retro White. But Damon Woods just has to maintain and just drive carefully now. He's going to be out in front. He's going to be on his own. So he's just going to he's got no other cars to follow. So he's just going to have to just take it easy, make sure he hits his braking markers, make sure he stays off the walls, and just try and keep it clean. And then that way he can have a bit of a smooth race out front in that Acura.
How
Like any
quick does
multi-class.
Matty come in, guys?
I'd say probably, John, I'd say right away. I'd say once he gets the black flag, I'd say right away, get it out of the way. Get it out of the way now. And that way you can just focus on your race and just try and make sure that you can make your way up. This is a 12-hour race, so there is plenty of time to make your way back up. There has been plenty of stories of cars that have started at the back and have come up through the front. And I think Matty needs to take that black flag now, take that penalty now, as soon as he can. Maybe get a pit stop out of the way if he's possible. If not, then just take a black flag and shoot.
He's got 3 laps to serve it, John.
Yeah, so that's the same as real world. So you're running exactly the same race control as real world. I think he stays out. I think he stay out because whilst he's driving the way he is, and whilst he and David Woods are pulling away, it's giving him the opportunity to drop back into a different spot on the circuit. Because what he doesn't want to do is end up all the way behind everybody. Where will he drop back in? What's the transit time? I know what it was for the Maguire's Bathurst 12 hours, but he at the moment, if he's going well, and he is going well, I say he stays out for another 2 laps and then comes in and serves it and drops back in to the midfield when there's some room. Oh, nice dive down the inside by Byron Phillips there. That is not an easy move to pull off, but in fairness, he did have some help from Max Dench in the Orbit Rockbears Jupiter 862 car. Good driving by both of the pilots there.
The Eclipse Sim Sports cars are absolutely rapid at this point in the race, in the dark on a cold track. And so moving forward with an ambitious but rather well-judged move in the cutting. This is the battle for 10th place. I echo John's ideas about when to serve that, because then we're also not too far away, if you can believe it, from the GT3s beginning to catch a bunch of the GT4 field, and that's where things can really kick off. It starts chaotic, calms down a little bit, and then it will all kick off once again. Taking a look at one of the cars that's been through pit lane and come out behind for position on these GT4s, you'll see what the difference in speed is, particularly where it's tough to pass across the top of the mountain. This is nightmare stuff for a GT3 driver, Scott.
yeah, it is, and this is something that my boys. So that's Tommy LaPrake just in front. He's having a little bit of connection issues at the moment, and then we've got Alex Curry Morrison just ahead of him. So you know, GT4 lead followed by 2 of my boys, and Adam's supposed to just sit there and wait. Adam is actually teammates to the race leading car as well. So the Blackout OPRs have got a few different teams in both classes. So he'll be looking to try and advantage one of his teammates if he possibly can. Nobody ever sits there and goes, oh, he's not going to try it. Yeah, you do. You're in sim racing. You're a teammate with someone. You're always going to try and find an advantage you possibly can. But yeah, look, picking traffic off, it's tricky. It's difficult. There are a couple spots to do it up and across the top. early on, whilst we've got the grip, you can be a little bit more aggressive up and across there, but it's going to be on both classes today. I got the opportunity to talk to Daniel Bilski throughout the 12-hour weekend itself, and he said, man, you're brave. We literally in the GT4s cannot get offline, because once we're in the marbles, that's it. We've got to lift right back out of it. And they were talking about the KTM Expo as well being quite slow up and across the top. It got to the straights and it just disappeared into the sunset. So traffic management in this race is going to be of the utmost, and I'm just praying for some safety and security. And John, can you just tell them there's 12 hours of racing left together? I want to hear that a few more times.
Well, it happened, didn't it? Straight out of Hell Corner, the first time of asking. Certainly in the midfield, I think it was 4, possibly 5 wide as we came through there. The side-by-side action. I'm quite surprised there wasn't more damage than we saw, and more pit lane takers than we saw earlier on. And they have got away with it a little bit. This is a sparkling drive at the head of the field by Matty for Vendaval Sim Racing, but
He's had his penalty cleared, John.
He's had the penalty cleared.
I don't know if it's going to be more ongoing discussions with
This will be an
control
ongoing discussion.
or if it's being redacted, but I think retracted even. I think it's more ongoing discussion with race control about the timing of the green flag, and if the outside row could go and take position, or if they had to wait for the pole sitter on the inside. And you've got to remember, in a field of mostly Australians on an Australian server, Matti Kartasoja is racing from Finland. You've taken a flight from Europe to Australia a couple of times. The internet pixies travel a tiny bit faster, John. But not at
you're
speed.
right. You're right, the legs. There's another reason why you don't come in at the first time of asking as well. And so, Rapid Theft Esports, William Samstead in the 65 just had a bit of a moment at the end of the chase. Managed to keep it out of the guardrail. Lost, 2 or 3 positions. He got his tyres, but gets back onto the circuit. So that is another reason, gentlemen, that you do not take that penalty straight away. And Matty then still with 2, call it 3 tenths now. Damon had closed up on him. Then there's a bit of a gap, getting on for 2 seconds to Vermilion Esports and Zach Rattray-White in the 117 car. Then the 2 Evolution cars, the 12 and 31, and the top 6 made up by the Pulse and Chulta Toyota entry. That is your top 6 at the moment, separated by just 4.5 seconds.
Evolution Racing team making some positions to that 4th and 5th. I feel like they were one of the teams that didn't maximise the shootout yesterday, and while they came into the top 15 shootout on good times, didn't gain as much as they might have expected. In fact, maybe lost a couple of positions on that one. So with the penalty either looming in purgatory or entirely redacted, Matti Kartasoja is pushing on, and that's how hard he's pushing on. Just a little bit of Mikolas Kono love on the exit of Forrest's elbow. These two, immense pace from what was the front row of the grid. Zach Rattray-White, though, maybe he's hitting his straps a little bit here, Brandon. He's got a tiny bit closer, as they're not far away from GT4 traffic.
Yeah, that's the thing that you're going to keep in mind. As you can see, like you said, Zach Rattray-White is getting closer, ever so closer, just by millisecond by millisecond. Pulls away a little bit, then pulls him back in. Matty and Damon are battling here in a sense that they could be slowing each other down and allowing Zach to catch up. And if that's the case, you're allowing Job Stewart to catch up and Robbie Gibbs to catch up. But as you said now, GT4 traffic not too far away, so it is going to be a very close watch on seeing how can you clear the GT4 cars while trying to maintain your position, and also in terms of Damon Woods, maintaining your gap to Zach as well. So we'll see now as we take a look at the replay here. As an overtake here by the 56, dive up the inside and gets it done clean as a whistle. But yeah, you can see now that as they come along the top of the mountain, they are not too far away. You can just see, well, just some taillights disappear in the background there. I think we are about to see some lap traffic come into play. There they are.
Another move by Byron Phillips on the replay then. So we've got down the inside of the cutting for one, down the inside of the chase for another.
Rapid Theft Racing, I think, will be the first car to go a lap down. That's Mitchell Curry in the 177, in 15th in GT4 Blackout leading at the moment. Stephanie Carthen leading for the 51 crew. Then the two Australia-wide racing teams, blue from purple. That's the 405 and the 305. And those three within a second and a half. So that GT4 battle is worth watching as well. But the absolute drag race down Conrod, as you tend to see. And here comes the Lattery as they're coming through the traffic now with the MG GT4 just going behind them. Now this is danger time for the leader down towards Murray's. Or the 12th time coming to complete lap 12 now. They come across the line, nothing between the first two, and for my mind, gentlemen, I do think that Zach Rattray-White is cleaning up on them a little bit, closing up on them a little bit, should I say, in third position, down to just on 1.4 seconds now behind the two leaders.
Scott, it's a category you're going to keep your eyes on closely, I'm sure, with the teammates, and some fast and perhaps impatient GT3s ranging up on them. What have you seen from GT4, and what do you think this interaction is going to bring? If you had it your way as a GT3,
here we go.
Way quicker in a straight line, but instead they're much quicker through the corners, and that's where they can't pass across the top of the mountain.
Well, they definitely get off the corners quicker, and it's going to be critical to pick off this Aston Martin nice and early. So that's the Summit Sim Sports car. I think it's the only Aston actually in the field. They got touched. They're in the fence.
Oh no!
Exactly what you don't want. GT4. A very impatient GT3 sending into the fence. Now it's going to be a slow GT4, creating even more dramas for our 30-plus GT3 car field over the top of the mountain for the first time in traffic, John.
Oh, that is... I'm not sure that was smart by the GT driver there. What does he expect the Aston to do? Scotty can't beam him up from there. And he fenced it just before the tree. Is there enough room? I'm not sure.
Well, I think the Aston's... I reckon the Aston's turned in, John. I reckon that, look, it's tied, sure. You're right, it definitely takes some decision-making, but the Aston's definitely not left him enough room on the curb, so he was definitely up there far enough for me to try and get the move. Look, it's tricky, because the leaders want to get on with their race, and they want to have it, and there's 15 GT4 cars here. But you've got to leave a touch more room, and if they both lift and allow that touch more room, I'm going to say, look, out of the two of them, if it's on anyone, and this is a GT4 driver, he has turned in a touch. I'm not sitting here and saying I approve of the move, but you've got to leave a little bit more room than that when it's on.
Or not at all. That's the other thing. You may have persuaded me a little bit there. Either claim the racing line and let the faster cars go wide, which is what race control and your race director always tells you to do. Stay on the racing line and be consistent. If you're going to get offline, though, you do risk actually doing yourself some damage there. All right, well, I can see that side of that.
Well, focus on now, but like that's the thing, John, is like I said this morning, it is all about trying to make sure that you can get past cleanly. And of course, we did see in the replay there, I think the Aston did maybe turn in just a little bit, but we'll see if there's any more to come out of that as we see more of the Acura Cup passing all the GT4 there and makes it clean. So 4 passing 1 over there to make it nice and clean. Now you're at the top of the mountain where the passing is very, very minimal. And you have to have a lot of trust in obviously yourself, but also the GT4 car to make it out of the way as they come up on another one of the GT4 cars and going to make it down into Skyline and very simple passing through the S's.
Well, just look at the gaps going in and out though. It was over a second, it was 1.5 seconds, it was 8 tenths, it's back to 3 tenths now at the front of the field, now back to 2. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. It's good driving by Damon Woods and the Valenti Rosso by Eclipse #1 car in second. Matty at the front of the field in the Vendaval Sim Racing car, because he's the leader. He wakes up all the GT4 cars as he comes by them. And so he has got to be absolutely on his game here. And this is on down into the kink before the chase, down the inside.
That's a beautiful move.
Brilliant move. Traffic played its part there, not deliberately. That's a great opportunist manoeuvre, and we've got a new leader. Valenti Rossi by Eclipse leads the motor race.
Paul Sitter is back to the lead of the race, and we had drama with the very first GT3 to lap a GT4. spare a thought for the 14 other GT4s and 30 more GT3s working their way through. More drama than we can exactly keep our eyes on, but what it did was it immediately eliminated the lead that Valente Rosso and Vendaval had. And Vendaval were dropping even further back, so we take a look at a couple more replays of action at the cutting.
Whoa.
And that is far more opportunistic than the one before.
Yeah, that's... We don't like to say that, and that Mustang facing right across the track. At the 36, Vendaval lost another position, lost another couple of positions actually, down into Murray's, and coming off the chase and underneath the bridge there, which was the Spares Box Bridge a couple of weekends ago. Seems like yesterday. And maybe Matty just slightly pushed out of his comfort zone and his rhythm there, but he's settling back in now. So Valente Rossi by Eclipse leads the number 1 car from Vermilion Esports. That's Zach Rattray White up to second now. Then Evolution Racing Team in third, and long-time leader Vendaval Sim Racing third position has now dropped 2.3 seconds off the lead, but still the top 6 with Evolution and Pulse still within 5 seconds or thereabouts.
And well, with a review perhaps still pending for Jumpstart, there's now a review over the 36 of Vendaval Sim Racing for that contact with the Aston Martin. Of course, they've got to look at it, and they might have to look at it for a little while because there could be some dissenting opinions about that, not just here, but also from the drivers, the teams, and race control. But it's no doubt that what was a race lead that Vendaval Sim Racing had has now been erased, and have been sent backwards in the field once they began to approach the GT4 traffic, of which there's still more to come, and more battling through this deep GT3 field, including the top 10 here, where Sebastian Vandel and that Vermilion Esports cars lost a couple of positions so far this race.
That was Sam Muir that was just going past there in the number 19. That's the 4th place car in GT4, and that's where the leaders are now, and these battles are going to be getting more and more difficult to get through. So they've got the top 3. By the way, Australia wide Racing Blue gone back to the head of the field. Alexander Morris has got ahead of Stefan in the blackout OPR car, and so that is Australia wide 1st and 3rd, with Blackhouse in 2nd, with the leaders bearing down on them. How was that not a massive conflagration?
Well, Ferrari 296 GT3 made a little bit of contact, so I think they found about 294 Ferraris of space to fit their 296 through in that occasion.
You're in for a treat working with David Haynes. One of his brilliant skills as a commentator is to find humour out of nothing. So, I love
Endurance
working with
racing, absolutely, you have to do that. Blackout OPR, Stefan McCartland just being passed then. His 2nd place was leading in GT4, just being passed by the leaders of the race, and there just ahead the next BMW up the road, 405, the Racing Blue car, that is the leader in GT4, so danger time for everybody. Leaders in both classes together. Oh, now very close indeed as they came out of the elbow and down onto Conrad. Amazing to see how quick those GT4s are. They're pretty swift down the tube. They don't have the aero. The GT3s will have an advantage, but it's not quite as much as I was expecting, if I'm honest.
Speed trap speed for the race leader, 275 kilometers an hour. For the GT4 leader, 263 kilometers an hour. So only about 10 kilometers an hour difference. Most of the lap time advantage is through the corners, and it's across the top of the mountain. That's the friction between these two classes at this place.
Yeah, and then sorry to cut off there, John. They went for the fastest lap now, and it's just going to start getting more and more interesting as you see now more lapping happening. A couple of G3 cars up the inside there, and it's just about done. So now this is where the lapping part is going to come in. But John, I want to ask you a question. If you were a GT4, if you were the G3 car, how do you manage trying to pass a GT4 car, especially around a track like Bathurst where there aren't many pass opportunities to happen?
You've got to make sure that they know you're there. That's the key to it. You talk to any driver, whether it's virtual racing or full metal racing, they've got to know where you are, and you've got to make sure that they understand. When we see people coming together. It's very seldom is it deliberate. It's very seldom even a mistake. We've got a pass on the grass at the moment, 3 wide, go to Mountain Straight as that Lapbury continues into Griffin Bend. That's one of the mustaches. Big slide for Bruce de Cavallo. This was the team that went into the pits right at the start for team 356. He's making his way through. You've got to let the person who's passing you and the person who is doing the passing, they have to be absolutely, totally committed. You can't be half and half and try and hope. And hope is not a strategy when it comes to passing people. It's a bit like riding a motorcycle in the road. And a penalty, guys.
Yeah, so no penalty was for the contact between what was the race leader and the Aston Martin, but there will be a drive-through penalty for car number 2 for contact with 606 in the cutting. That was one we saw. So one of the other landing car. Yeah, one of the other Volante Rosso Eclipse cars. We saw in the Maguire's Bathurst 12-hour just recently, John, at Skyline. What can go wrong when you're not sure if someone is letting you go or not?
And that is a perfect example with what happened between Stephen Grove, who, delighted to say, being talked to the team, he's coming along very nicely. I don't think he's going to have any lasting damage, but he was shaken up, if you saw that. And, you know, Kenny Bull thought he had room. Stephen thought he'd given him room, then he thought he wasn't coming through, and that's exactly what I'm talking about, guys. You've got to claim your piece of road and stick to it. It's like riding a motorcycle. When I was ridden a motorcycle for years, but when I was being taught how to pass my motorcycle test, you've got to claim your piece of road, and basically the only thing you can do, you're not talking to people, you're not doing hand signals, so the car and the body language of the car has got to be what is giving the communication. And if you're going to close the door, close it early. So that Aston possibly could have stayed on the racing line a little bit more, but he didn't do himself any favours with the wall coming up on his left hand side. He thinks, I've got to turn in, and that's when you start to get those little niggly things that happen. It's nobody's fault really. Smashing stuff at the moment. Cameron Dance in the drop bears number 268, 15th position, looking at the back of the Evolution Racing team. That's Joe Thomas in the 462. He's going down onto Conrod now through the little kink, and now opening it up. Let's see if there's any advantage or disadvantage to Acura's here. Exactly the same performance potential. Top speed should be around about 270 k's. I'll get this in now for Krilsey towards the fastest corner in Australian motorsport. 273, 275, 276 before braking into the end of the chase. Across the crowd in the road, through the right-hander. It's gained just a little bit now, underneath what is now the Armourall Bridge, and down towards Murray's to complete another lap. Decent stuff in the midfield here, gents.
Yeah, on board with our Cuzzy from across the ditch, Cam Dance. You can see by the blind moving, while it's an early start for a lot of us in Australia on the East Coast, it can be an early wake-up call for our friend in Perth, Reece Gardner. Great time to be racing in New Zealand by the looks of things, Brandon.
Oh, it definitely is, definitely is. You're a bit of a sleeping in the morning before you even jump on and get on the sim and have a bit of a practice. But that's the one thing as well, is that, you know, the time difference, obviously, it does help a little bit, but then that means that also any races that go late at night obviously will finish late, a lot later than what it is in Australia. But I mean, yeah, look, it's pretty great to see that we've got a lot of the Kiwi contingent here as well, with Cameron Dance, of course, now driving with the Orbit drop bear car, and I think we have a few more Kiwis as well racing throughout this 12-hour. As you can see now, we are half an hour into this race, and already we've had a bit of action as we go to this battle now. Some of the cameras with the 862 Matthew Dents in the Orbit drop bear, and the 101 with Sebastian Vondel making their way down the mountain one more time, as it's just all about now now that they've cleared most of the GT4 cars, or potentially all of them, it is now time to just settle in, just settle back into that rhythm, focus more on your race, because it'll be a little while before you get back to the GT4 cars.
Matthew Dent with the only Orbit drop bear car to make the top 15 shootout, but his other teammates are moving forward through the field, John.
Yeah, sorry. Just to pick up on what happened earlier on with our leader, the Vendaval sim racing team, the 36 car, now back to lapping right on the money. In fact, a little bit quicker actually than the Evo car ahead of it, the Evolution Racing car last time around, but we're talking mere tenths here. So whatever it was that put Matty off when he lost the lead and then 2 positions, he's back into it again now.
Frogleg juicing, I think it's Ferrari. Yeah.
Good call.
So number 97, NSX at the exit of Forest's Elbow. The rear wing's missing, the rear bumper is dented, but that car's going to keep going. So I think we will avoid our first safety car of the race. But that is one damaged car.
And he has managed to get it going. He's dropped all the way down. He was just inside the top 30, running around about 27th or 28th, I think, before that spin. That steering's bent as well, guys.
And do you want to know, that missed the car that I'm driving by millimeters. You're going to see this. That's my BMW just in front of it. Oh, and there's the contact.
Oh, big contact down to Forest Elbow.
McLaren.
Is that one of the McLarens, was it? Just looking at that one again. Oh, there was a big whoops as the 97 comes into the lane. No surprises there for some repairs. That was a big one down to the elbow. As we carry on now, I don't know what happened there. We'll see if we can get another replay of that a little bit later on. That was a huge one for sure.
I think you had the NSX sort of checking up a little bit with the GT4 traffic, and then perhaps the McLaren, or the other way around, thinking it was an opportunity to dive down the inside of the elbow for position, rather than wait for Conrod Straight to try to make their moves through on the traffic. Sometimes you wait too long to make your move through the traffic in the perfect place, and those behind you get impatient, even if you remain patient.
Was that the 222 car? Was that the 222 McLaren?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It looks like the 97 to me moved over a little bit on the left. Didn't see the 222. 222 was obviously going for a move, and didn't see each other. Interesting to see what race control says about that one. But yeah, look, that was a big one. But the 222 now again with their Blake neck for TriStar Racing. Doesn't look like there's too much damage there. Still continuing, still circling through the track here. As Forest Elbow down Conrod once again. So the McLaren doesn't look too bad. Still looks like it's driving quite straight.
Well, it made contact with another car, but what it didn't do, Scott, was make contact with the wall. That was the real killer.
All the GT4s ahead of it. The reason that I saw that one straight away was it happened whilst I was spectating. I was just having a check-in with the Aussie Wide Racing cars, and I saw it hit the barrier in the background of the shot that I was looking at. So that's, I was sitting here having kittens, heart palpitations, and can somebody get the paramedics on standby? I might need them.
And by the way, whilst that was happening, the Blackout car's gone back to the lead of GT4. So it's Blackout 51 from Australia Wide Racing Blue 405 and Australia Wide Racing Purple 305. So Stefan from Alexander from Thomas there, with Sam Muir just a little bit further back, around about 7 or 8 seconds further back from that leading 3. Then the two Frog League juiced Racing Green and Magenta GT4 cars, 297, 397. Robert Grisdale and Brandon Grosh, isn't it, in the 397, make up the top 6 in GT4.
Things are about to heat up in the mirrors of Matthew Dench for the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car, because what he's got is 2 Vermilion esports cars directly behind him. Sebastian Vandel, who qualified 5th, now down in 11th, looking to regain some of those positions. And Wayne Burke, the Vermilion esports 89, that didn't make the top 15 shootout, while they are climbing up through the field from what I think is 19th on the grid to 12th now, right in behind their teammates, who also have something to prove. And then you've got John Peavy in the Evolution Racing team car behind that. Things could get a bit hairy for Matthew Dench here, because the Vermilion cars are going to want to make moves in this first stint of the race. We might be about to see one. Not quite there, John, into the chase this time.
And how long are these cars going to go with the extended, effectively, formation laps? Where do we think we're going to be with just over half an hour gone? Not 36 minutes of race time. Just short of the hour.
I reckon. I think we had 2 to 3 relatively slow formation laps, and I'd expect the fuel to go beyond the hour, kind of closer to that 70 minutes even, possibly. So it'll be a slightly shorter first stint, but not a massively shortened one.
We have had a couple of driver changes, haven't we, further down the field, I noticed, for people who had come in to the pit lane early. There's a couple of drivers who've only been out for not the full 21 laps. That, I think, was because of those incidents earlier on. Brownlee in that 27th position, 962, accurate. Orbit Drop Bears of Saturn, named after planets. Then are we seeing the Drop Bears rather than colours?
Well, yeah, they're things that are in orbit of the sun by all accounts. So that's accounting for the orbit part of the drop bear.
Very good. Very good.
We learned a very, very fun astronomical fact through yesterday's qualifying, John Hindhoff, that during the southern hemisphere summer, the Earth is 5 million kilometers closer to the sun than during the northern hemisphere summer. We have the double whammy of the tilt of the Earth and the shape of the orbit of the Earth that makes southern hemisphere summer in Australia what it is.
Is that why it was 43 Celsius when I stepped out of the airport from a very chilly Daytona at Sydney during the week of Bathurst? Actually, it was very pleasant at Bathurst during the week.
Have you ever noticed that the Australian sun just stings a little bit more? It's got that more sizzle in it that you can feel. Because I was doing some temperature comparisons. We were at the 12-hour across the weekend, and our American friend had actually flown over to hang out with us from the Aussie Wide Racing crew. And he's sitting there going, well, this just feels like California. What's wrong with you guys? And he went, oh, I've actually burned a lot quicker than the rest of it. That was actually the reason. Yeah, so there's just that little bit more UV sting in our sun.
Move here from
I never
Evolution
normally
Racing
have to.
Team.
Yeah.
It's
Good.
yellow headlights for John Peasnick as he's now split the Vermilion cars, which is not what I would have expected. Still racing in the dark, and it will be about the end of this stint when that hot, close, no ozone layer Australian sun begins to peak over the horizon.
Well, it's pretty quiet so far. I mean, I can say this right now. It's been pretty quiet so far for the last 5 or 6 minutes of this race. A few passes here and there, a few people maybe coming in to pit, but so far it's just been a bit of a quiet race now. As I said at the start, now that they're just settling down, it's now just all about just trying to manage those tires, manage the strategy, as the 222 has a drive-through for contact with the 97, and that was for the contact at Forest Alba, so that does not surprise me at all that the 222 will now come in and have a drive-through penalty, and that's a bit of a kick in the neck right there.
Get out, because it was Blake Neck who was driving the TriStar Racing McLaren. Because I always say, you've got to protect your neck.
Yeah, no, sorry, I just don't know where we got that one, but as you can see now, of course, now the 36 and 31 here. Matty for Vendor Sim Racing and Robbie for Evolution Racing coming down. Conrad now less than half a second. Could we potentially see a move here? Maybe a deep dive? Nope, not close enough right there. But yeah, of course, now we've just, like I said, just go see the just like I said, it's just all about calming down now. Just trying to make sure that you get in position and make sure that you're happy with what the car is doing.
So just trailing ahead, guys, watch out for that Team 356 car, the Mustang, came in, because its transit time down the pit lane is 32 seconds, which is I would accept, but it looks like they might have taken a bit of fuel, or at least done something, because there was 9 seconds stationary in the pits, so they might just be stretching that window a little bit at the start of the race, having done even the slow laps. They wouldn't have been able to take much fuel, I wouldn't have thought, but they've clearly topped that car off when they effectively sidestepped all the schmozzle that there was down at Hell Corner.
Surely it creates a window where it would be beneficial for them if a safety car came out while they were in an advantageous position as well. Ferraris from Synergy Sim Racing making the move at the final corner in the shadows of the National Motor Racing Museum, and there's contact again between the same cars going into Griffin's Bend. Synergy Sim Racing with their shoulders out, making contact with one of the Ford Mustangs in the dark at turn 2.
Yeah, that was a bit of a risky dive there. As Matthew Johnson for the Momentum Motorsports car was the one that unfortunately got a bit of a tap there at Griffin's Bend, but luckily did not put it in the wall. and can carry on, and that saves us, of course, from seeing the BMW safety car. I'll probably just curse it now that I've said it. But of course now the 78 now will just carry on down in 22nd position. And that was a bit of a deep dive. But back to your point, John, about the 356 that brings the pits at the start of the race. That I think will be a bit of a dark horse strategy right there, because they've already gone in, as we take a look now at the replay, bit of a dive. Yeah, so you sort of left the room there and just came across, so lucky enough to avoid the wall. Bit of a connection there, sort of slowing up the car behind. But back to your point there, John, I mean, look, the 356 is a bit of a dark horse for me in this one, given that they've come in that little bit early, sort of playing around with the field strategy a bit. So I think we'll need to keep an eye on that 356 throughout this 12 hour, maybe see where they are come to the end.
Yeah, exactly so. At the moment, they're sitting. We saw them coming up through the field. They have made some progress. Bruce at the wheel, who started, he took the race start. Bruce de Cavaledo, Valha, he stayed in the car, but they aren't last. They were last of the GTs as they started, the GT3s. They are by no means last now. They've worked their way up to 32nd position. They're 52 seconds behind the leader. Remember, they've got more fuel in the tank, I reckon, and it's 32 seconds transit time. So, if you like, they're being the WRT. Cast your mind back to the Maguires. They're 12 hours. They're being WRT. They're stretching the fuel window and saying, all right, racing gods, you might be on my side, you might not be. If you're not, I've lost nothing. I'm still going to be down in the late 20s, early 30s. If it happens at the right time and I'm out there, then I'm going to make all those positions back up again. That's the dice that they've rolled early on. And what we'll have to keep an eye on is how they're using their fuel through the race, and if they're getting any extra laps. Wide again.
Contact with the wall for the Orbit drop their car that now finds itself in 15th place with Cam Dance. So a little hot into the cutting, a little shallow on the way in, and then pushed wide onto the ever-building marbles in that place of the racetrack. With this many cars out there, lapping pretty close to the peak of their performance in these conditions, there is going to be a very quick build-up of marbles around the racetrack in the places that you don't normally use it. So around the outside of turn 2, around the outside of the cutting, places like that are going to get very filthy very quickly, because normally no one runs through there to clear it. There's some other places where you commonly run too wide and the marbles won't build up directly offline. Going to go to another replay here. Some contact into the chase.
Oh, that's very minor there. Sorry to cut you off there, John, but that looked very, very small. Let's just see if there's both there.
It's hip and shoulder, and see you later.
Yeah.
You know, if you get that far enough down the inside and you can claim the corner somewhat, it's not a late dive, but it's not leaving a whole lot of space as we look from the chopper, John.
Did he leave enough on the outside, coming down the inside there? That's all. I think the bit of the apex is fine. Actually, I think he's at the apex. The green car on the inside that's just got up in the 4th position. That's the 31 car, and Evolution Racing now 3rd and 4th. What do we reckon, gentlemen? Was Robbie a little bit over ambitious? I wouldn't say that was a low percentage lunge. Was it?
Yeah, I think it's similar to what we've seen before, where the car on the outside that's been, done and out-driven doesn't want to give up on getting as close as possible to the apex. So they're leaving only a car with the car on the inside and bumping them a little bit, because if the bump comes off in the favour of the car on the outside, you're able to defend from around the outside. But if it doesn't come off in your favour, you were already out-braked, out-positioned by someone who'd gotten down the inside. And of course, we talked about there's mostly drivers from Australia and New Zealand at the moment, but we are again talking about Matti Kaitasoja from Finland, and we all know that Finland is 333 milliseconds away from Australia.
I remember when we were doing the Pro Series for IMSA in early 2020, and Shane van Gisbergen was taking part, from across the ditch from you in New Zealand, and so you can imagine that most people based in the States for that, and even with his latency issues, he was still incredible. And just as in real life, he is the virtual tyre whisperer, as he is the real world full metal tyre whisperer. He always had more grip than everybody else at the end of the stint. Incredible stuff from SVG.
You putting money on him to win the 500 this year, then, John?
Well, on one of the many other screens at the moment, I've also got what is the United Rentals 300 running at the moment, which is the NASCAR Infinity Series, which is only 32 laps in out of 120. So I've been watching the build-up to it. They've had a bit of weather, and in fact they brought the 500 forward an hour tomorrow for that. So there's a few people I'm going to be watching in that. I'm watching Connor Zilic in this one. He's down in 21st at the moment in his Chevrolet in the number 88 for junior racing, because he came up through IMSA. But there's been a few people I've been watching today, including Elio Castro Neves in the ARCA race, who was right at the sharp in the ARCA race until the last couple of laps. Meantime, back to the racing on the mountain.
Yeah, Wayne Burke, as he tries to thread his way through the traffic, the first two GT3 cars get clean passage, and he's like, is this door going to stay open for me? Is the door going to stay open to switch on the 254? Gee, you go one way, you go the other, and somehow GT3s find a way in places where you thought they couldn't pass, and in places where the GT4s probably wish they wouldn't. Brendan.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to just watch out now. It's just seen, like as you said there, as you saw in the replay there of the GT3 just going the right hand side of one GT4 car and then on the left hand side of another. And that's the thing you've got to be mindful of. I mean, if I was a GT4 car, I'd probably be really scared if a GT3 car just came up where I did not expect it to see it coming. As we take a look at this little battle here between Stefan and Alexander. Going up the mountain, it's Blackout OPR and Australia Wide Racing Blue up the mountain now, coming towards the cutting. There was a little move there by Alexander, but decided to pull it back a little bit. And let's see if they can make it. Well, let's just see if Alexander can make it through cleanly, but it has to try and catch up again as they come up the top of the mountain. Haven't seen much of the GT4 cars in battle within the last few minutes, but we'll just see if we can have a look at some battles up and down the field here. But as Stefan now comes down the mountain back into the lead, and
let's go down to our
side there.
GT4 correspondent Scott Rankin, who's presumably doing about 130, 140 beats per minute at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here having a heart attack. Thanks for making it, public as well, Dave. I'm not having heart attack.
I think it's illegal, the medical records I've just aired.
Yeah, look, I mean, the big thing at the moment, actually, I'm actually going to jump in, and whilst it's early on in the race, I'm going to give away fuel data, because this isn't going to matter at the back end of the race. Right now, we started with a 105-litre tank. We're down to 23 litres worth of fuel. This is out of the Aussie-wide 305 car out of purple. We've got about six and a half laps worth of fuel left, so we're due in at about that. Lap times are around about that 12. We just ran a 2:12.6, so 6 laps worth of that, you're probably looking at about 15 minutes time for your first pit stop.
Scott Rankin, human telemetry link there. We thank you for bringing us up to speed with the GT4 field, where all 15 cars are still running, John.
And dare I ask how your tyre wear's going on those? Because it looked like Alexander was a little bit grip limited on the back of the 405 as he was coming down the mountain. Stefan in the blackout car that car looked fairly well planted coming through McPhillamy into the metal grate. He was right on the ragged edge, but it seemed 405 car, particularly coming out of the elbow, was just moving around a little bit more.
Yeah, we've certainly had some issues with getting the rear end of the car to connect. We spent a lot of time. So the first setup we went with earlier in the week and all the testing that we were doing, we were very understeering and we were chasing that car balance. One of the benefits was we sort of felt at that stage in setup and tuning that we were trying to go for a car that was going to be quite good in the way. Understeering car, you're going to have something in the wet you can deal with. We found a little bit of time up and across the top of the mountain by going for a lot more of that oversteer. The problem being is GT3 cars actually can change their wing ARBs during a pit stop. GT4 cars can't. So whatever we set, we're locked in with. So what you'll see is when we get to these pit stops and the rain comes up, the GT3 cars will just go and grab about 3-4 clicks worth of wing or soften the bars right up. We're sort of locked in. So there's a big risk with the setup that we're doing, and basically the mindset is we're just going to get through the rain. That's literally it. We're just going to go full survival mode through the rain, but you're right in that we've got a little bit more taily set up. It does give us some more turning point. It's where we're extracting pace from. So we could probably be 3 or 4 tenths slower, and we'd actually wear the fronts off a lot more. So, you know, you had to go, 50% of one, 50% of the other. You were making that trade-off, and that's just where we ended up.
Good intel, thank you. It does
What
also
people
show
wanted
just
to see. Oh, sorry, John.
No, it just goes to show how I am picking up exactly the same things in the way the cars are handling here as I was 2 weeks ago, which is, that tells you all you need to know when we say that the circuits and the cars might not be real, but the talent and the application and the racing absolutely is, which is what we've always said about the virtual world. You have to take this seriously, and you have to look at it in exactly the same way. I have to look at it in exactly the same way as I would full metal racing. So have a look, final corner, down to Murray's, on Acura, excuse me, and that's a change for second position. Evolution coming through. Gap, by the way, mark this down, gap to the leader, 4.5 seconds now between second and the leader.
So Job Stewart making a couple more positions. Zachary Trey White goes back to the 3rd place there, and towards the end of the stint, is it possible that the Evolution Racing Team cars are coming on a little bit stronger? The race leader, Volante Rosso by Eclipse, correctly point out they're starting to stretch their legs a little bit, approaching the pit stop window for GT3s, and now we know also approaching the pit stop window for GT4s. Have a look at that sky. We're not just in the dark developing our photographic negatives anymore. Allegedly, something in the range of 30 minutes from proper sunrise. But in summer, with these long days, you start to see that peak on the clouds quite well before sunrise proper. The drivers are going to be loving this.
And again, I think what we've got to look at here, gentlemen, is just the body language of the cars at the end of these stints, and the difference maybe in the setup, even NSX to NSX, as we were looking at the BMWs in GT4 before. The battle for second is not all done and dusted here, because the Vermilion Esports team with Zach Rattray-Smith is hanging on to the back of that Evolution car, and they're not closing on the leader. In fact, at the moment, the Volante Rosso car is just easing away. Damon Woods just putting a 10th here, a half a 10th there into that battling pair, as the first vestiges of vermilions and reds are coming through the inky blues of the darkness of the night, and it'll not be long before we realise why Skyline is called Skyline and Mount Panorama is so named. This battle for second continues to rage on, gents.
Well, that's mighty close right there. You can see the Vermilion Esports now just slowly making their way back up to Evolution Racing Team. And pit stops now also underway. Dylan Shippert coming in the Blackout OPR, and Jackson Rehana in the Summit SimSport Everest. And it looks like we have a driver change in both. So Michael Brennan now taking over the 55 of the summer car as we look back to this battle between Job Stewart and Vermilion.
James Golding taking the Blackout OPR Ford P3. So what's he ever done around this place, and what does he know? We'll wait and see as he's going to get installed into that Ford Mustang, and surely the leaders can't be too far away either. 20-7 in the morning, so all of our spectators have got to wait 1 more hour before they can open their VB long necks. And the race is on up front. As you approach this pit stop window, Scott, I reckon to be the race leader and have a little bit of time in your pocket gives you more flexibility and more confidence.
Well, I was gonna, look, certainly confidence, but let's take a little bit of a thought process as we're starting to see pit stops into this one. Remember back at the very start, I said 75 laps maximum driver distance. We haven't seen a safety car yet, so that's worthwhile keeping a note on. There's little bits and pieces of notes that you might be taking. Car 269, Jackson Dial at the moment suffering from the mechanical black flag. There's damage to that car at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm not
and then-
100% sure why.
They're dropping backwards a little bit, so obviously Venus is in retrograde, which is a time to re-examine love in your life. Losing another position there, and of course they're going to be forced to pit that mechanical black flag soon, even if they weren't going to. And they're going to go to the replay and take a look at this, John.
It looks like, again, it's traffic influenced as they're heading towards Pell Corner. There was the slightest tug. It was the second of the GT3s, the 269 that came through. That's the drop Bear Vegas car. I don't think that was the car that initiated that, gentlemen. Was there not something rather bluer further up the field that might have started that?
Synergy Ferraris, a lot of cars coming into the pit lane, but not your leaders just yet. And did all but Drop Air Venus see an opportunity to try to cross over under on the GT4 car and push out a little bit wide and make contact with BMW again. The helicopter shot tells you a lot sometimes on the replays, but that, from the view from the helicopter, is not where the race car drivers are. So tough to gauge on those things. As Angus Cook, he'll have some nightmares about GT3s tonight. There's still damage on that car as the tank keeps going, and many more GT3 cars are heading to pit lane right now. Well, right on cue, Brandon, here is a helicopter for Angus Cook. We've pulled the wrong tape with our apes.
Yeah, unfortunately the wrong tape came up on screen. We'll have to try and see if we can get the right one out. Was to see Jack Edwards come out in the 47 blackout OPR car, and going to try and make their way past some of the GT4 there. You can see I think that's Angus Cook now going up the up Mountain Straight, and as we just wait for the monkeys in the background to bring us the proper replay that we're after.
Race leader picks, so they're all coming in from the lead of the race.
Top three coming in, guys.
Also, top three are in now, so that'll be see who decides to change drivers. I'm assuming you'd want to change your drivers,
but you wouldn't be required to.
An hour.
They've only gone 30-ish laps to this point. You can do 75 as a driver, so some will stay in, some will change. That's what we're seeing. I think Andre Yusuf goes into one of the Vermilion cars. Dylan Burst goes into Volante Rosso by Eclipse. Matty Cartasoya looks like he's going to stay with Vendaval Sim Racing. So a few changes, a few staying the same, about what you'd expect, to be honest.
Here we go. Here's the replay now, as we see dial the inside there. We tell it to 269. Oh, okay. So I wonder if the 269 may not have realized that the BMW was still on the right hand side there. As you can see now, it's just sort of back out, so waiting for the 269 to get out of the way and make their way through. So yeah, that was a bit of a tough one. And 44, John.
Triple four.
Sorry, the 444, John Pisnick. Unfortunately, we're hearing apparently a black flag speeding in pit lane. So that's so I wonder if there was a not activating your pit speed limiter or activating it too late.
Well, they all want to attack pit entry. It's 50 kilometers an hour in iRacing's Bathurst for some reason, but it is. So you have that chicane that you really want to attack on pit entry. You really want to maximize your speed to that pit entry. Racing as close as they have for the hour to this point of the race. A quick pit entry could let you jump some cars, but John Pisnick, it looks like, has just subtly overdone it.
Very quickly, guys, remember back to the start of the race and the 356 team coming in their Mustang. They are now running in 5th position, and I reckon they've got possibly four more laps to go on their fuel. So right now, if there was a safety car, they have moved up to 5th position, but at the moment they are now just 40 seconds behind the leader, but of course they have their pit stop still to make. Now they stayed out the way of that problem at the start, so let's be quite honest, that was what they were trying to do, but they're trying to just extend this pit stop window, and they will keep going longer at every stop. So they're going to do 2 or 3 or possibly 4 laps more than the cars that have pitted around them.
Dylan Burst will be quite happy with his teammate Damon Woods, because first lap completed in the car for Burst, and he's about to inherit the race lead again. Great place to be as the sun rises over Mount Panorama, and we see the strategy webs begin to unwind, including this brave call from Team 356, but I think for reasons we've pointed out, not a whole lot to lose, and certainly a chance that the dice of fate fall your way and you gain something. What he's got now around him is a whole heap of really quick top 10 cars that are not going to want to be impeded too much. This is on a defensive position up to Griffin's Bend turn 2. Mr. Cavallo remains in place, Scott.
Yeah, let's slide on over to Scotty's strategy slalom over here in the corner. I'd love to say I have a really fancy techie whiteboard, and one day I might, but today is not that day.
Let's get this man a giant touch screen.
Oh my god. I was trying to come up with ways last night to get an image on the screen that I could broadcast through to Jay and we could get up on the screen. The only thing I've ever wanted in sim racing broadcasting is a telestrator, just so I can circle things constantly. I'd spend my entire day doing that. Right, important things to point out. You've got 12 hours worth of racing here. You must split it up if you're a 3-car team. 40, 40, 20 is the most that you can have 2 of your drivers doing in terms of percentages. We've just about bang on. We've just gone past our first hour, and we're at the end of we've done 33 laps for our GT3 cars. So let's fast forward that 12 by, oh my word, I have to get a calculator. I should have planned for this. I should have come in with planning and preparation. That would have been smart. Right, so 12 by 33. Now this is green flag running. We're looking at 396 laps for your GT3 field. Let's divide that by 0.4. That means about 158 laps if we get green flag running. The difficulty is we are going to have safety cars across that duration. How much time are we going to lose to a safety car? I'd love to tell you. I can't. So, rain's going to change that marker. So the big thing is, and I'm just seeing issues with GT4 pit stops as well, as the Aussie-wide racing cars came in. The 405 car couldn't get into his pit box correctly. So they've had issues. That is the 3rd place car, the Aussie-wide purple car that's come in. The other 2, the race leading 51 and 405 are actually down at the other end of pit lane. They were all the way down the back. But Alex had a lot of issues with getting the Aussie-wide racing car in. But just think about that from a racing perspective. You've got to sit there and go, well, one driver can do a maximum of, we think, 158 laps. Should this go green the whole way? That could become 120 laps by the end of the racing, and that you've got to plan that out very, very early on. 120 laps, only 4 stints you can have a driver do. So,
but the problem with that, guys, is when you're doing those calculations, you can't do it on laps. You have to do it on time, because you don't know how many laps that's going to be. You've got your 75 laps, but you've got your percentage of the race time. So you're counting in 2 different scales there.
Yeah, so that's going to be a fun one, and the teams will be tracking that as the day progresses. But therein lies the strength of who wants to be a racing engineer. I don't know. I'd rather be up over here. This is the easy job.
Yeah, I think commentary becomes more of an easier job than trying to race engineer, trying to work out strategy, and trying to figure out how do you plan and how do you strategize for the pit stops, where, as you said earlier, safety cars, whether it's all part of trying to manage the race and trying to manage how you and your car will run. And I mean, that's just one of the interesting things about a 12-hour is just trying to manage that, is just trying to work it out and see how you can play through it.
And like 19 Racing are managing their fuel, because Sam Muir goes into the lead of the race with a stop still owed. So they're doing something different to Australia-wide Gaming and Blackout and the others in class. And if it gives them somehow a miraculously clean in-lap compared to, say, the other GT4s in traffic, that could really be advantageous. Sam Muir and 19 Racing extending, and perhaps extending another... No, they're in now. So they'd gone to the lead of class, and they are in now, and we'll see where they cycle out in due time, as we've had a pit stop from every GT3, and now every GT4 in the 2025 running of Oceanic Sim Racing's Bathurst 12-hour. And the sun's beginning to rise after the first hour as well. The track looks different now than it did at that race start. Oh, you can see all the fans.
Yeah, well, now that the track's sort of like lit up now that the sun's coming out and you can see more and more of the circuit, it'll make things a
Vanderbilt
little
Sim
bit
Racing have had
easier.
contact. They've gone around. One time your race leader have made contact with a GT4, I think. It's beautiful, beautiful view of this area of New South Wales. But Vanderbilt Sim Racing, I think, are back to 12th place now. Or even further back. They have been around, and this is not a perfect start to the second stint for them. I think I can hear Jay Kennedy working furiously on this one. This is one of our contending cars. They started on the front row of the grid, but it has not been an easy run for them from literally before the drop of the green flag. This is the replay, John.
Let's see what was going on here then. It was Matty that started that car, and oh dear. Well, that's exactly what we're talking about. Griffin Bend and two GT4s involved there, both badly damaged. Certainly, that looks like the 13th place car. Was that the 91 car
It was
that
the
went
two-
around? Yes, it was.
254. So the two cars that are GT4 that are impacted are the 254 Veteran Gaming Australia green car. Liana Healy was behind the wheel, and the JT-IT number 91 race on Oscar Jackson Austin was behind the wheel.
Yeah, that car's not looking too
Oh, my word.
If I fall all in the wall as well, it's crabbing all the way down the field, or crabbing all the way down the track right now, and it's just going to stay to the left. It's the pit lane. Oh, we got a car around on
He's
the
got straight up.
Murray's. That's Russell Urine, sorry, and that is just not a place you want to spin in a pocket, waiting for a gap,
Oh, nice.
and is now underway once again.
Drama all kicking off through GT4. It looked like maybe the GT4 cars came together in turn 2, and then one of them tagged Vanderbilt Sim Racing, who were trying to lap. Now Vanderbilt cop a hit again in turn 2 off a GT3 car this time. They were an absolute punching bag in the first 70 minutes of the race. Let's take a look at the GT4 replay.
Here we go. So now this. Oh, up on two wheels, almost over and around goes the 515, and now it's just trying to see if they can
Lighten it up.
spun around. Nope, that's not going to work.
Didn't have
Actually,
the
do you
traction
know what?
control disable switch, which is what you need in that situation if you're going to get around in any reasonable turning circle without running into town to KFC first. Vanderbilt Sim Racing clipping the wall there. They are just, this is falling apart for them rapidly.
Yeah, the 36, of course, you can see
Still
the,
Matty at the wheel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Matty at the wheel.
yeah, my timing is saying that Matty is at the wheel, and you can see that the boot was flying open. I also want to see what happened here. Let's come down.
It was Griffin. Yeah, it was a second incident at Griffin's Bend, and it was from a car that they were actually racing. So it's a GT3 on GT3 incident, the secondary one. And I'm wondering whether or not this might have been build up to it as well, because it looks like if you have a look at the right rear corner of this 36 car and have a look at the GT4s again. So have a look. So there's the 515 car that's going to go around right there. So they just barely dodged that. Get away with luck on that one. Not so much luck at the next occasion, but just keep an eye on the right rear corner because there's some guard damage to the back end of this 36 car prior to this incident if we got a shot.
So then up the top of the hill at turn 2, they push wide through turn 1, kick up some grass, bad run up Mountain Straight, and then Evolution Racing Team right underneath their rear bumper, probably with more effective aero, somehow managed to force their way to the inside for turn 2 here. They see a gap open up, they put their nose there, that's where you want to be for turn 2, massively cambered on the inside. You never prosper around the outside, and there's a touch as they go in. Evolution Racing Team had their nose there for a long time, and then wrong side of the camber, wrong side of the marbles, wrong side of some contact. Matty Cardosoja ends up in a really dangerous spot at turn 2. Yikes, from leading the race to this.
Oh, that is just bad luck. Oh, and backed it up into the wall as well for good measure. That is just bad luck right now, as we see.
They're going to have to pit because of that damage, dropping them many, many positions, John.
Yeah, Fabulous piece of avoidance by Braden O'Loughlin in the Frog League Juice Racing Red 197 in 10th place in GT4 to avoid the original spin at Griffin Bend, and that has dropped them well out of it now for the car that was doing so well. Led the race early on. Gents, I'm going to step away myself right now, and as the sun's coming up, you've reminded me that it's well past cocktail hour here in the UK, so there's a cold Negroni waiting with my name on it somewhere. Have a good race, and thank you for having me. And I'll just remind you, 3:23 is the real world lap distance record. 323. I think we're going to blast through that today, even if we do get a bit of weather.
Truly, as always, after 5 p.m. somewhere. Thank you so much for joining us, John Hindhoff, and we love having you here, and we know you love this race. Thank you so much.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers.
John Hindhoff joining us for the start of the 2025 OSR Bathurst 12 hour. Boy, did he see some action. Boy, did we, Brandon.
Oh, it certainly has, and it was great to have John for the opening stanza of this one. The legend of endurance racing calling as well. You can hear his voice anytime he's calling action with the MX-5s or the IMSA sports car series, so it was great to have him on board in the commentary booth to see some action you can take away with that one. As you see now, race control made a decision. The 36 and the 7, no further action, so that was the contact up at Griffin's, and that'll be a so obviously no further action there, so no need to worry about that one. As we see now, we've got 10 hours and 47 minutes left in this one, and already we've seen quite a bit as the sun begins to come up and light up on the circuit.
And Scott, you've been fishing. Have you found a driver?
I'm not a big fisherman. Do never. If everyone ever wants to hear me scream, get me on a boat in the middle of the water. You will absolutely get a scream out. Right? No, I'm actually walking.
I think you're a catch, though.
Aw, thanks, Dave. That's brilliant. Valentine's Day was Friday, mate, so you missed your chance.
The chocolates are going to be melted when they arrive in the mail belt.
All right, yes, I have been actually wandering up and down the lane. I thought a really, really good opportunity to chat to Damon, because not many people in the racing world might necessarily know, but after a flying first stint, Damon, you actually had an opportunity to get behind the wheel of the GT4 on Wednesday. You've been flying all over the country. You've been doing Pro Series stuff. You've been bringing yourself up to spec in GT3s, in Gen 3 supercars. Then to GT3s, then to GT4s. Mate, you've been a little bit all over the place the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, you've been a bit busy over the last couple of weeks, flying up to Queensland to do the GT4 test at QR in a Janetta, and then having to run Pro Series that night at Caleb Hyde's house, and then flying back here to do the OSR 12 hour. But no, it's all part of trying to be a racing driver, and if things work out, it's going to be the life, I guess. So it's been good.
Well, that was going to be my next question. How much can you tell us on air about the GT4 test and how well the prospects are looking for that? Or is that a hush-hush, we can't talk about it here, we'll communicate?
I mean, I can talk as much as we want about the test. In terms of prospects for the year, I mean, it's all about dollars, as that's part of racing. But I have some very good people working in my corner that I think will be able to get the deal done and hopefully be in a seat this year. So it should be good to race in a category that, to be honest, I've been looking at since it really started in Australia. And since 21, I've been looking at running GT3 stuff and trying to make a career in GT cars, just purely because the likelihood that you get picked up by either a manufacturer or have an AM driver that really wants you in their car is more likely than racing in F1, IndyCar. So it's where I want to be, and hopefully we can make it happen.
Mate, in terms of your prospects for the year, obviously everything IMSA related again, the qualifying speed that you've been able to put at the top level of GT3 racing in the world has been immense. What's it looking like to try and tee things up again this year? What's the prospects like in the sim world for the next, let's just talk 6 months.
6 months, we're probably going to be looking at very similar to what last year was with racing special events. Obviously we've got Pro Series, which I'll be running this year, which hopefully should be good. New type of car, new type of racing, touring car racing for me. But yeah, it's going to be the same thing, special events. Probably not as much IMSA events and multi-class stuff, just purely because you put in 25 hours of work and you get taken out on lap 2 by a prototype. So predominantly just going to be running the GT3 only events, and then obviously any leagues that, the European side of things as well, and then whatever else to try and keep my schedule busy.
Mate, there's been a lot of people in your corner. I'm lucky enough to know a few of them over the last year as well. But also offering coaching services, mate. I think you need a little bit of room to actually thank a lot of sponsors, because I know how hard you've been working to get the right people in your corner of late. And man, I'm just stacked that it's all, absolutely over the moon that it's going well. Oh my word, the 105 car is backwards at the chase and barely finds the wall. Gets away with that one.
Some Sim Sports Mustang was with a lot of angry cars stacked up behind it, including this Ferrari from
HTS Racing.
HTS, yeah. So and then some contacts and some dramas down the end there.
Yeah, but yeah, finally, obviously, we'll get through this replay. Wiggle before he gets to the chase, actually, and then it's just gets fired off through. Out of shape before he gets to the curb. But yeah, Damien, a big opportunity to get a thank you, mate, at the highest level, so.
I mean, we haven't got any locked-in sponsors yet, but huge thanks to Paul Thompson and OG Gear for all he's done for me in the last couple of months. Without his support and his ability to connect with people, I wouldn't be in a position I am at the moment. So huge thanks to him, and if anyone's looking for some gloves, OG Gear is the way to go. So thank you very much.
And I've heard good things. Some of the Aussie Ride Racing boys have actually had coaching by David as well. We'll also mention it. So don't forget, we got a ton of coaches up and down pit lane in terms of sim racing drivers. But yeah, just wanted to get that one out there as well. Thanks, mate.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No worries, man. Thanks for having me. Hopefully we have a good run.
Right, I thought that would just spice things up.
Yeah,
And,
GT4 is an interesting thing with the no gold drivers, no platinum drivers. Really an opportunity for some really quick bronzes and silvers to go to work and look strong outright. So that's why it's been, I think, growing and interesting to watch. Is it has its really talented drivers, but it just keeps away some of the freaks to keep it really competitive.
Yeah, you say that, but Damon's going to.
One day Damon will be too highly rated for it. So enjoy GT4 while it lasts, buddy.
But yeah, look, I mean, the big thing is we've got so many opportunities. I mean, you talk about Ethan Greig-Galt and what he's been doing in Hyundai Excels, and I think one of the reasons that is the 55 car's going to run wider. That group was looking spicy, incredibly spicy, and I think a couple cars off over a couple laps. Let's take a little bit of a sting out of the tail, but that's also comes from racing at that point in time, and also worthwhile at the moment. Also got an opportunity. Thank series sponsors.
Yeah, can you do that in 1 second? Because what I'm seeing there, I think, is a couple of those Ford Mustangs stopped a lap or two earlier, and then they seem to have sort of undercut some quicker cars behind them that got impatient. We're going to see another example of impatience here, potentially. Logitech G Evolution Racing Team versus Vermilion, and well, just enough talent to pull that one off cleanly.
Yeah, big dive on the inside, very last minute by the looks of it, as they come up on a GT4 car and go down Conrad.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Scott. Please carry on.
No, yeah,
it's
so
another great year of this event returning with incredible race control organisation and a great field.
Yeah, and Watercraft Performance Centre coming on as a big title sponsor as well, and also don't forget Sudspeed, the other Australian glove manufacturer as well. After Damon was mentioning his own, but yeah, Sudspeed come on board as a sponsor, and then how's the shot in the background as well. And don't forget the hashtag Bin the Blade, Balin for the Balin Stewart Foundation, and. That's Jay trying to, very sneakily give me reminders to let everyone know that I've got a bad memory.
Fantastic. So, racing continues. I'm gonna get out there now and say no safety car yet in the 2025.
What have you done?
12 hours.
There it is. There's the
Yeah, I was
curse.
saying. It's just back at this point, and that's Dylan Burst has a 5-second lead. over Evolution Racing Team's Joe Stewart. Things have been getting hot over sort of third, fourth, fifth. That's the move that we saw, but elsewhere in the field, the other marques manufacturers, we saw Ferrari against Mustang contact, seeing Jeff Speed's Porsche in here behind one of the other Ferraris. You see Vendaval back in the race, significantly out of position with the pit stop they had to make for their repairs. I'll note at this point that everyone started the race with one fast repair, and so obviously Vendaval have gone and used that very early on in this race. And gee, with some rain on the horizon, I'd still want to have my fast repair in my back pocket.
I thoroughly do. So I've been watching, I have been keeping half an eye on the rain percentage chance. We're in sim at the moment, we are 7:04 a.m. At 8 a.m. we get a 9% chance of rain. Now I've been watching those numbers. Crucially, that number has been growing. The last time I looked at that was a 2%. So we've had a gain of about 7%. So as we get closer and closer, the weather forecast gets a little bit more accurate. It's going to hang around for the duration of up to half an hour before we get a break again. And then there might be some more rain another half hour after that. So some weather in the first half of the race, the back half of the race, looking very dry.
Well, Scott, put yourself in the driver's seat with that sort
I don't
of
want
statistic
to.
there with the rain.
You'll have a heart attack, man.
It's okay, we'll have the ambulance standby. But I just got to find out from you, Scott, you are a driver yourself in iRacing, and I got to ask you, if you had that sort of weather prediction with you driving this 12-hour, how would you play it? Would you just play it safe, stick on your tires, take it easy, but like you said, it would be a rain, stop, rain. How do you play that?
Clear conditions. You've got the big team approach, and I think we'll hear this from probably a lot of the GT4s, is I'm going to steal a Sandman quote here, buy a ticket to the end of the race. And the reason that I say that is we're going to get a safety car later on in the piece. What's the point in having no car underneath you? You're 100% right. We want to keep the fast repair up our sleeve for the back end of the race. And this is a replay coming from the pit lane entry. So there's an 862 car, which is the trailing car.
Remember, the 444 got done for speeding in the pit lane.
That'll be why.
Oh, so there we go. So that'll explain the 444 getting done for speeding in pit lane. Had a bit of assistance there in the pits early this morning. So that'll be why we saw that black flag come up. And that is a bit of a shame there, getting a bit of assistance into the pits. That's the thing you got to be worried about when you come into the pits and you're behind someone. You have to be careful not to overshoot, not to come in too hot. You understand you want to spend as least time in transit as possible, but there is such a thing as just trying to manage. But you got to be able to try and manage that as well as you come in. And that's the one thing I find.
Go, Tommy! Come on, mate! You can do it! Come on, Tommy! I'm sorry. I'm a little wrapped up in this battle for some reason.
It's just not a problem, Scott. As we know that you are a part of the Australian-wide racing team. There's Thomas now up the rear of Greg Barber at the moment. Oh, bit of a lock there for Greg. I'm not sure what happened there.
No, the 89 car. So
Million
what
had a
happened?
problem. The GT3 had a problem, and it's checked up. The GT4 race leader. Now the other Vermilion car tries to slice in and amongst this battle. Such is the life of GT4 race leader. Hey, there are flashing lights on BMWs that work, because here comes another swap.
Gee, I can't look. I cannot look. I can't look anymore. I watched it for about half a lap. I can't watch anymore.
Because your high blood pressure is causing glaucoma or whatever?
Oh, my high blood pressure is causing high tire pressures at the moment, more like.
So this is the mistake from the Vermilion car in front. As they rejoin, it pushes both of the GT4 cars off the line. Greg Barber has to check up. Thomas LePrake goes the other way, gets in front, then gets a poor run off the final corner at Murray's. Greg Barber went ahead, now up to the top of turn 2. Thomas LePrake is back into the lead of the race in as many corners. I think they've swapped the lead 3 or 4 times, but it is the 305 that leads Blackout OPR's Greg Barber.
I think we need to get John back in here and just have a talk to Greg and say, listen, it is a 12-hour race. You've still got 10 and a half hours to go. Calm it down. Take it easy. It's not a 12-minute race. It's a 12-hour race, as we see now. One of the other G3 cars coming up the inside there making a move on Greg, and now we'll go up the inside Thomas at Skyline.
One of the things we should have really got from John Heintoff while he was here was a SimSpeed keys to the race, or perhaps that's trademarked, so it could have been the SimSpeed passcode to the motorsports or something. Again, looking at a mix of cars and manufacturers, which is what the people wanted, didn't quite get out of the top 15 shootout last night in the game. Racing conditions are different to qualifying conditions. And there's been a drama for one of the Ferraris here.
The big drop off there. So the 313 of the XCM Racing Ferrari. Not so sure what happened there. We'll hopefully get a replay of that shortly. Ooh, yeah, he dropped way off. Not so sure what happened here. Here we go up to cutting and just having a bit of a lose there. Just the rear end sticking out. I wonder if that's not maybe.
There's a bump there.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So there's a bump there. So it's unfortunately getting caught out there as the 356 Mustang now. Right rear of the 95 Sim Sports car, Simon Mazzomo down Cotton Rod here. This will be a good battle here, Ford versus Porsche, and we'll see if Marino can make it through as dives around the outside and gets it done beautifully right across the nose of Simon.
I think Mez defended a whole lot there, but the Mustang looked like it had some good straight line speed. The comparison, I think, is going to be between this Porsche of 9.5 and the Jeff Speed Porsche 911 behind, and then, of course, Vendeval ranging up on the both of them. We take a look. I'm sure this is the Peasnet 444 car, isn't it? Oh, yeah, that is Evolution Racing's 444. We're seeing, in these cold conditions, a couple of these really pointy Acuras maybe struggling with backing it into the braking zone at the chase. You've seen really talented drivers, a couple of them do that now.
Yeah, that's the thing, Dan. You've got to think about that, David, because you've got to make sure that you can still drive the car as cleanly as you can, no matter the conditions, no matter the tires. You've got to be able to manage those tires. And obviously, unfortunately, as you said, with the cold conditions here, it is a bit of a struggle. But as you said, now we'll see now if that is just one of the issues that the Acura was having. And of course, we saw that that little fumble down to chase with one of the other Acuras. It was interesting to see if they can manage to hold on through where they are now with the Porsche and the Mustang coming up, as well as the Ferrari and McLaren. So, you know, some cars might switch on now, some cars might switch on later, and I think that's the joy of a 12-hour, that the cars can switch on at different points in this race.
Scott, tell me you see what I see, that this 9.5 SimSport car had a short pit stop. I'm seeing that they've maybe only 85% fueled this car, jumped a couple of positions, but I think it's showing that that's not entirely representative of the pace that they've got in the early going of the race here, with the cars that are sort of lined up to go past, and now Jeff Speed and Vendeval close. Well, their pace relative to Jeff Speed is what's really representative.
I'm wondering if that's the case, there's a reason for that. It might have been the lap that they come in. Luke Swan started the car, and now we've heard it handed the car over to the shredded mozzarella man himself, Simon Mazzomo. So, look, I was talking to these guys. One of the biggest issues with the Porsche is actually taming the rear end of this car. It wants to swing. Now we know that as the 911 Jeff Speed gets down the inside and gets that job done, so Porsche and Porsche violence avoided. But the big thing is that even though that's, you know, the attributed, the strong trait of the car, it's generally been one of the best GT3s since it's come out in 992 spec. Great traction is its biggest attribute. Really loves a good trail brake, a nice turn in, and the biggest thing is very, very strong in the wet. The issue is, at the mountain, the car just wants to dance all over the road, and that's a big problem. What it does do is it overcooks the rear tyres. It's very, very difficult to get the rear of the car to manage the tyre across the duration of a stint. So what I'm thinking is they're going, okay, we can't manage it for the back 3 laps worth of the stint. They might have come in a touch early just to prevent that. Or they might have taken a little bit less fuel out of it so they're not overheating the rear tyres. And there's a queue up here.
Oh, okay, Simon Mazzomo. This is a race fact
But is it
of
secret?
driver the 953. Secretly loves pineapple on pizza. So that's something for everyone to keep in mind when they see Simon Mazzomo. And what he's got is a bit of GT4 traffic here. He gets Vendeval even closer to on his tail. Jeff Speed are through. Jeff Speed are clearing out. And now the GT3s insist on the racing line through McPhillamy Park, bullying that or BMW out of the way. Just like Simon Mizomo bullies the staff when they won't put pineapple on his pizza.
Sean McNamara, he is fired.
I think that's going to be like interesting. That's an interesting little fact there for anyone that knows Simon Mizono. Now you know exactly what to get him for a bit of a dinner from Pizza Hut.
So, are we, you know what? I think we can crowdfund Mez's dinner. 20 Hawaiian pizzas ordered to his
A couple more moves happening through here. So Vendaval get down the inside. We saw, but they run really wide into the grass, overdoing it. Too ambitious. And Matti Kaidasoja, well, they do. Koti Pizza in Finland will put pineapple on your pizza. I don't know if that's true for him as well, but what he did is burn that pizza because he overcooked it at the chase.
Mez is done. Mez is never going to recover from that one. Do you guys want to hear a very, very funny story from the IRL Bathurst 12 hour? Actually about the driver that's behind the wheel, 405 Aussie way of racing, blue car at the moment. Glenn we're talking about things that Mez is going to hate Jay for him setting that up in the broadcast. Glenn is going to hate me for telling this story. But Aussie wide racing crew, there was about 10 of us across the weekend. We had a grand old time. Booked ourselves an Airbnb so we could all catch up, have a few drinks responsibly as mates, get to know each other and hang out as we... Racing and sim racing is all about culture, it's all about team, and hanging out with mates. So we went, okay, let's all go to the 12 hour. And like I said earlier, we had an American buddy actually come across the part of the team. I know American drivers driving an Australian wide racing team. Blows my mind as well. Glenn spent the entire weekend finding tiny rubber ducks everywhere. He's going to be finding them for a while to go. So what actually happened was we went out for a suppliers run the first night that we showed up, and Glenn left his car unlocked. There were 4 of us that went into town. The rest of them, he had rubber ducks everywhere. Glenn is going to I can guarantee you, we were talking about which ducks he's found. There are ducks still in his truck that he hasn't found yet.
I'm going to imagine he's going to take his spare tyre off the rim and find rubber ducks in there as well. My goodness.
I don't know if he's found that one yet, but there is one in his spare tyre, yes.
Another damaged GT4 Brock Cadet's TriStar Racing Mercedes is missing that gigantic whale mouth grille that it's normally known for. Also saw a penalty come up for the GT3 Evolution Racing Team 4. TriStar Racing, they are missing their 3-pointed star off their front bumper into Murray's corner. They've gone a little bit wide, I think, found the exit curb in the grass and straight into the unprotected concrete. And at that point, you're past the pit entry as well. They're carrying a mechanical black flag. They are not carrying a front bumper or much front downforce.
Yeah, that's a bit of a big one at the exit of the final corner, and that's the problem if you were to have a bit of an off there, is that you've got to circle this entire circuit one more time to get to the pits and make that repair. But it doesn't look like he's having too much trouble steering the car around. I'm not sure if he's having some steering damage or anything like that. Looks like we're just missing the bumper. He did have a bit of a head-on collision there. He's just going to be out of the way now for some of our GT3 cars as car 2 makes its way around the outside, and there's still more coming. So yeah, a bit of a big off there, and I'm hoping that he's obviously going to be kicking himself for that one, but he'll have a chance to get back to the pits and get it repaired.
So go straight ahead down here. We'll just try and get rid of some of the
Good
traffic.
call.
Yeah,
Good call. That's the one thing you got to that's the one thing that I like with some of these G4 drivers, that you just take it. Is that you can cut that section, get out of the way of the G3s. We have another replay here on board, trying to get past the number 5.
It's Vendaval.
Almost a touch there and gets right on through at the top of the mountain.
So in the middle of the pit stop phase right now, and things are taking a different shape as the sun has risen. We've had one pit stop from all the GT3s, one pit stop from all the GT4s. Both classes of car doing about 65 minutes on a tank of fuel. Very little interruption to cause them to deviate from that strategy. The exception being some of these penalties, incidents, mechanical black flags that we've seen that have brought Vendaval Sim Racing off strategy, are going to bring TriStar Racing off strategy. And here's a look a man who could probably make a mean pizza dough if you asked. Thomas Hinds, my brother from another mother, in the 209 Ferrari, and he is, as the kids say these days, locked in.
Yeah, you can see the focus on Thomas's face right there. Really focusing. You can see now on the front straightaway, just have a bit of a breather, just focus on the next lap. But you can see that he's getting hounded right now by a few more of the GT3 class cars with the Porsche right on his tail, and it is going to be a big one. You can see now just relaxing, having a laugh, slowly going up the gears, nice and calm and relaxed. And now hitting his way up to turn 2, and yeah, you see now just absolutely just maintaining that gap, trying to maintain that gap, just trying to keep it clean. We're still not too far, we're still 23 minutes away from completing the second hour of this race. You see the Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari. It is going to be a close one.
Pulling a little bit of gap through this part of the lap for car in 27th position. Qualified 21st in Jinx Shifters 209. That 9.5 SimSport car that's a little cork in the bottle right now. They're up 5 spots with Cross Continental behind who are down 7, HS Racing Yellow who are down 2. So this is sort of the part of the field of the 38-ish GT3 cars where some that just didn't have qualifying pace can come forward a little bit, and some that qualified well are dropped back in the race, moving forward. Mazzomo's going to think every other car in this race is a Ferrari.
Boys, just quickly, I'm going to go try and dig up some more race stories. I just have a quick chat with a couple of teams. I may have to get behind the wheel in the very, very near future. So I'm just going to go digging. I'll be right back. I'll see what I can try my things.
GT4 correspondent Scott Rankin on the move as we look at Conrod Straight, fastest straight on this racetrack. There's the Vendaval car, and Jinx Shifters are getting closer. Did the repair do everything that Vendaval Sim Racing were hoping? Matty Cardosoya was off the road earlier, struggling with the balance of that car, and what could have been the race leading car really looks like it's struggling to keep pace.
Yeah, not too sure what's happening there. As we can see, they're now trying to clear off a couple of the GT4 competitors, and yeah, I'm just wondering if they're familiar. And Sim Racing car, as you said there, David, I wonder if it's got everything repaired. I wonder if it's losing pace or if it's just struggling to keep up. As we can see now, some of the Ferraris in the background there. Look at this, Jared Knight making hay while the sun shines. Wanted to make a pass, but there's a GT4 car on the way. That's the problem with the traffic. And going to get out of the way, makes the move on the Ferrari, goes up another position, and also clears the GT4 car. And thankfully, look at that GT4 car now in the way of the third Ferrari in this pack. This slows it up a little bit, so now the 105 can move forward and focus on the next car ahead, which is
what a GT4 battle it is for second place here now. So having gotten to the race lead, Thomas the brakes pulled away a little bit. Greg Barber now looking at Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green and Robert Crisdale all over. Again, it must be so tough to find your rhythm in these GT4 cars with over 30 GT3s buzzing around, sending it down the inside of turn 2, sending it down the inside of the cutting, asking for a car width between McPhillamy Park and Skyline so that they don't have to sit behind you on the way down to Forest Elbow. Any kind of consistency must be so difficult for the GT4 drivers.
Yeah, certainly must be, and you can see now one of the Orbit drop air cars going for a move. That's Xander Van Herwingen. Sorry, I'm a little bit bad at pronouncing names. But Xander now, looks like a move coming back now from Chris Coxhead. Jinx Shifters down the inside. It'll be a drag race down the front straight away. And does the 268 stay there? Stay on the outside. Nope, going to pull it back. Maybe look for a cut across. Or just about makes it there. But the point I want to make with the GT4 cars there, David, is that you're right. You're battling for position. But when you want to set up a move, you never know when a GT3 car could show up. So you could be battling, setting up a move, thinking, okay, I might make a move down to turn 1 or turn 2. And a GT3 car is there, ready to pounce. And obviously the GT3 cars are so much quicker. So it sort of messes with you a little bit, messes with your little game plan. And that means you have to rethink the game plan and try for a move elsewhere. And that's the thing with GT4 cars. You just have to, with a race like this, you have to just take it easy and think about where you want to make that move.
Two drivers with surnames, you've got to be very careful how you pronounce. the 208 looks like they have a little bit more pace right now. In the Orbit drop bear car, Xander, I'm going to give it another shot here. Oh, he's off! Xander Van Herven has gone way wide at McPhillamy Park, all the way out through the gravel. Surely that's found the wall. The elevation change and the curb through McPhillamy Park has had Xander Van Herven undone. He's from Club Netherlands, I think. So he's another one of the drivers from around the world dialing in to take part in this OSR Bathurst 12 hour, but nearly dialed out with that one. Surely we're going to have another look. So trying to follow close, carry speed over McPhillamy Park. Bit of curb on the way in, wide marbles, doesn't even trouble the apex. Turns in from too wide on the marbles, brings a bit of gravel back onto the track, but luckily, exiting stage right that rapidly, he didn't find any of the concrete up there.
Yeah, that would have been mighty close, and that would have, if he'd hit that concrete wall, I think that would have been it. That was a huge off, but thankfully he kept it off the walls, just had a bit of a grab, just went into the sand trap, came back on, dragged a bit of gravel with him, and is now back up and running. And now, obviously, those tires will be dirty, and that's the one thing you got to watch for when you run off here, or run off anywhere on any track. You just have to watch that your tires aren't too dirty. You have to wait until all the dirt comes off of them, until they're scrubbed up again, and you can get back underway. And we can see now Xander now making his way up Mountain Straight now for the next, to start the next lap. And of course, we shouldn't be too far away, 17 minutes, till we see possibly more pit stops come in for our drivers.
Yeah, your race leader, Dylan Burst, is 20 laps since he got in the car. I think in flat-out green flag conditions, they're going to do 28, 29 towards 30 laps. So about 2/3 of the way through the stint right now for the cars that are on the conventional strategy. And the closest battle for position for the podium is in GT4 between Chris Dale and Greg Barber. Chris Dale has gotten ahead. Frogleap Juiced take their BMW to second place. They're about to try to lap this Mercedes from rapid theft in their class, so that could present troubles for Chris Dale. We've seen plenty of GT4s looking in their mirrors for GT3 cars. GT4s, how closely are they looking in their mirrors for other GT4s? The answer is that's very good stuff from the driver of the rapid theft Mercedes GT4. We can get back a replay, the overtake for the lead. Nice toe and slipstream on this towards turn 2. Great, perfectly executed move by the looks of things.
Yeah, that's a brilliant move. Very clean, very straightforward. Luckily, no contact, no fight from there. Greg Barber, I think he's now obviously just going to ease it back a little bit. And you know, we did say at the top of the race here, David, it is a 12-hour race. You cannot push too hard, otherwise you won't see it till the end. As you can see on Greg Barber now, so watch out for those G3 cars coming through. There you go, nice and clean into Forest Elbow. This is a 12-hour race. That's Joe Stewart making the move. But you've got to keep it clean. 12 hours is a long way. It may not seem like that in some cases, but it is a long way away to get to the end. So you just have to try and buy yourself a ticket to the final few minutes, and that way you can then battle and say, cool, a few minutes left to go, a few laps to go, let's go.
So Joe Stewart, he's now almost 13 seconds away from the race leader, Valente Rosso, by eclipse. They blew us away in qualifying, they blew us away in the shootout, and they're blowing everyone away in this stint of the race as well. I think the cars that are really going to be contending come the end are those that can keep their fast repair for very deep in the race. Another sim speed replay. It's the Summit Mustang running wide, a little bit of grass. Doesn't loop it around into the wall, but had to lift the throttle, no doubt. And that brings, is it the Baker himself? Thomas Hin's upper spot.
Yeah, brilliant move there. Unfortunately, the Mustang running a bit wide there, but as you see, you have to level off the throttle, otherwise it is not going to work. Otherwise you will loop it around. As Chris Bell now in the Orbit Drop Bear Saturn Akira, followed closely by Marino Morella in the T56 Mustang, trying to get past a couple of GT4 cars coming down the mountain and going for a move now. Orbit, oh, that's a bit of a close one right there for Chris Bell, as he's now trying to make his way past the GT4 car. We get a little bit frustrated now. We couldn't make that move a lot sooner. and get away from the Mustang. And the Mustang and Kieran, now it's going to be a drag race coming down. There goes the 999 Mercedes GT4. And you can see now just up on the tailpiece, get a bit of a draft coming down into the chase. And not going to make it. One of the Porsches in the background there, that is the Jeff Speed car making a couple of moves. Ethan Morris behind the wheel. And now it is all on. They've cleared a few of the GT4 cars. There you go. You can see now also another G3 car there in the background. That is the Bendenal sim racing car. As we look further up front, and Marino Morello has lost that place, possibly moved down into
He
the
didn't
final
quite.
corner.
He was trying to make it and he couldn't do it. And remember that the 356 is the Ford Mustang that pitted coming to the green flag. So they had 3 more laps of fuel than everyone in the previous stint. Then they ran long. They're carrying more fuel than everyone else now. So they are one of the cars that can actually afford to be a little bit patient and run sort of long in this stint and try to overcut once again for whatever that might be worth. Slightly further up the road, John Peasnick, he's blameless in some things and not blameless in others. This car's received a penalty for avoidable contact, but they received a pit lane speeding penalty for something that wasn't really their fault by the looks of things when they got hit from behind. So now here they are, just in behind one of the multiple Orbit drop bear machines. Peasnick and this car was quick before all of that, before the pit stops, before the penalties. And it's the most colourful of all of the Evolution racing team cars. It stands out. All the others look a little samey. This one, striking blue and purple tint.
Yeah, very good looking car. This you can see it definitely from the front, and from the sides. It's very, very nice. Like you said, the blue and the purple tint there as they're looking to make a move now on the Orbit drop bear car. Dive down the inside into one of the fastest corners, braking it very late. Oh, bit of a touch there, double touch as they're having to run wide and having to try again. That was very, very close right there, and it looks like one of the BMWs from the GT3 field is going to come up on this as well and come and bit of a slide. Beyond the graph that is behind watching this battle, almost made a move up there as well. So Dion de Graaf now having to fall back a little bit and try again to catch up to these 2 Akiras who are battling away for position. Loving this battle at the moment.
You saw the build-up of marbles mirroring the real-world race there in the right-handed later part of the chase corner, and John Peasnick ended up there and he had no traction, no grip, and he avoided doing what Craft Bamboo or Gripper M, one of them ended up in the wall there. Just weird little incident. John Peasnick managed to avoid that problem. 3rd place in GT4 has changed hands. Has there been a problem for Robert Crisdale? He's dropped from 2nd to 4th. Barber's back to 2nd. Matt Stewart is up to 3rd. The GT3 battle enthralling here as they get checked up behind one of the OPR BMW GT4s. 356 gets through just in behind Chris Bell in Orbit Drop Air Motorsports. Ethan Morris for Jeff Speed. This is the drama for what was 2nd place in GT4. That's live pictures. They're struggling back to the pits. They've got no headlights. That BMW couldn't indicate if it tried.
Well, that is a bit of a bad one there. You can see flat tire as well, or just a bit of flat tire. Oh, there's one too close. Oh, that is super, super close for the GT3 cars right there. So we have some nice pictures now. You can see the bottom of the screen now, the GT4 car limping back to the pit lane, top of the screen. We have 4 GT3 cars battling it out, coming down the corner straight. This is going to be super, super close.
Cross your eyes and you can watch in 3D when the car's top of screen meet the car's bottom of screen. That BMW with the flat right front tyre damage refuses to turn left. He scraped the wall at Forest Elbow. He needs to bounce off the walls. Stay right. GT3 stay left, but he's looking to come across to pit entry, and I think he finally gets out of the way, but he's got a fast repair in his pocket to fix that car up, I think. What he didn't have was time in his pocket to limp 6 kilometers of the racetrack. Incredibly damaging for that car's race chances. And like we said, not 2 hours into this 12-hour race, they are going to have to burn their one get-out-of-jail-free card, their one and only fast repair. We'll go to the replay in a second of how that's happened.
Yeah, you can see now 297 out coming up through, and a bit of a dive there at the inside. Oh, and there it is right there. A huge whack into the wall. The 297. That was a huge hit right there, and that was absolutely that was sorry 297. You're right. Sorry, Robert Crisdale making getting passed by a G3 car there and into the wall. Not too sure if there was contact there. Here we go. Here's the replay. Oh yeah, there you go. A little bit of contact and Robert Crisdale into the wall. That is just, oh, that is heartbreaking right there. Robert Crisdale was running up the top of the GT4s and is now in the pit lane. That is just heartbreaking stuff right there. And we're not even 2 hours into this one.
John Merritt was driving the Pulse Pachuca Toyota car in 5th place. Now, I mean, it's so tough to judge. Did he get correctly to the apex? Was it a sensible place to pass? His momentum got checked up. If he'd carried his momentum to be all the way alongside before the apex of that corner, he might have been further up. But because he had to roll out of it the corner previous, he didn't have any overspeed on the GT4 car. Had to show his nose and then try to accelerate and get the whole way up. Winners are grinners, apparently, for Dylan Burst. This is a look at the GT3 race leader. Let's look at the GT3 pole sitter as well. Oh, there's a little bit of feeling on some of these GT3s who's coming up to lap. OPR and Summit look like they're not entirely happy with each other, and because of that, they're in no hurry to get out of the way of Dylan Burst until after Murray's corner, where the Summit Mustang pulls to the left and Dylan Burst puts them a lap down in this race. But there must have been something between OPR and Summit, because whoever's driving that OPR car was not happy with Summit Mustang.
The OPR car, I think it is, driven by Adam Hughes. Was just sliding up, was just weaving left and right. I wonder if they have maybe had an off track, or maybe there was a bit of contact there. That's what you want to do, is you want to make sure you have some steering, and hopefully we'll replay that soon. As we can see now, the Team 356 Mustang. Oh no, there's a big run, and just next to the wall with the left rear. Oh, that is a shame.
How do you turn this around though? Underneath the tree, cars are flying through at 200 k's an hour onto the racing line. You need to turn traction control off. You need to make a 12-point turn. The 356's strategy advantage disappears, and yeah, this is going to be a 20-point turn to get that big boy new Ford Mustang turn around and facing the right way in an incredibly dangerous spot. Is there any gaps in the field to try to turn around as well?
Oh, hopefully there goes the spoiler now. Yeah, no, look,
injury.
You can see that at the track map. There's not much of a gap there. Maybe you have to wait for the 64 to come through, or even just after that, before the 111 comes around. But one of the things you can see now, he's got a chance to get through. He's going to wait. There might even be a chance that his teammates might jump on the radio and give him a bit of a spotter's help and say, hey, you've got a gap here. See if the 356 can...
We're going to go full course yellow. Yellow coming in 15 seconds, because this Mustang cannot get moving. He needs everyone else to slow down at pit lane speed limit to let him through. A couple of cars near pit entry are diving for pit entry, and it massively changes the complexion of the race. Some teams are going to benefit massively from this strategy. Is Scott Rankin going to be one of them?
No. So update on the 305 car was we actually have damage at the moment. We've got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds worth of damage. So this full course yellow is actually come at a very, very good time for us, because it's allowed us to dive. We're coming in the pit lane and we're going to take the repairs manually, and we're going to bank up the fast repair, just hang on to it. This has happened at the exact perfect moment for us. So we're going to do a driver swap, throw Warwick Sharp in behind the wheel of the car, and get some damage repaired at the same time. So we might fall off the lead lap, but the car will come back through.
Looks like the full course yellow is about to end. We're back to green flag, and we'll try to dissect who's dived to pit lane, because with everyone else, instead of doing 250 k's an hour, doing 50, if you stopped just then, you will have gained massively is the race leader in, and they're doing a driver change to Cody Deeth, so burst out, Deeth in. They will have saved about half the time on this stop, and it was about time for them as well. 27 laps into what's normally a 30-lap stint. It was bang on time for a cheap pit stop. Your leaders have benefited massively from this, but there's a few other cars we saw hit pit lane, like Jeff Speed, I think, that will have gained time. Cross Continental 9.5 are in the lane just now as well. And yeah, Australia Wide Racing going to gain a little bit. This is how it all started, banging door to door, heading up underneath the tree, and then they were offline into the marbles. Jeff Speed have made contact to the right rear of 356 Racing, and that's what spun them around in a place where it's near impossible to get facing the right way without that full course yellow that we got.
Yeah, well, now, if you were 356, do you use a fast repair to repair the damage on that car, or do you save it for later? That is just one of the things that now we've seen a few cars now use their fast repair at the start of this race, but do you want to save it for later because we know that the weather could be coming? So do you want to save it for later, or should they use it now?
Ideal world, ideal strategy is you never need to use that fast repair. Once you move beyond the ideal scenario and you're adjusting your strategy on the fly, your ideal world would be use it at the very, very final pit stop. Everything before that is suboptimal. So this is Volante Rosso by Eclipse. They have a full tank of fuel, new tyres, a new driver, and they're only 12 seconds behind Evolution Racing Team Job Stewart, who's going to need to pit very shortly. Robbie Gibbs in the other Evolution Racing Team car that's going to need to pit shortly. They have got 3/4 of a free pit stop on what was already a 10-second race lead. It has worked brilliantly for the number one crew.
Yeah, it certainly has, and of course now we're starting to see when do Job and Robbie Gibbs come in. It looks like the Valente Rosso by Eclipse number one and a handful of other cars, including the Porsche that was involved in that incident with the Team 356 car. A few of them have come in to the lane due to the full course yellow call by race control. Also a bit wide there at turn one for Cody Deeth, and you see the third grass flying off the car as he makes his way up Mountain Straight. This does play into the hands of the car of car one, because now, as you said, Job Stewart and Robbie Gibbs still have to pit, but this car has fresh tyres, it has a fresh driver in as well, and a full tank of fuel. So this does help the number one make its way up through the field here in this 12-hour, with 1 minute left to go before we reach the 2-hour mark here at the 12-hour for the OSR Bathurst 12.
One or two other cars pitting from GT3 right now. Ooh, nearly rubbing the rear bumper of the OPR BMW that then runs heavy into the wall. I've seen GT4s drive like absolute tanks and get away with hits like that before, but it still made you shudder. It was a square enough hit, but there's no good hit against the wall, just lucky ones.
Yeah, that was a bit of a hold your breath moment right there as Greg Barber now back out in the front there.
Must have been a 743 car that happened to.
Hang on, I think alright, so it looks like it was a 743, and the 51 of Greg Barber now in the lead of the GT4 cars, holding a 10.5 second lead at the moment. As we take a look at the replay, watch Cody here up the inside, and then whack into the wall on the outside at the grate. That is just an absolute shame right there.
I don't think he gets hit by the GT3 into the wall, but I think he's looking in his mirrors rather than looking forward, and you can't blink or breathe through that sequence of corners. It's so committed with the curbs, with the elevation, and across the wall.
Yeah, no, you definitely
can't. He gets pushed off his line. He has to give up his line that he wants, though.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Bathurst, especially on the top of the mountain there, at the top section, you cannot get off line by a millimeter. Otherwise, you will end up sliding it, and you could potentially go into the wall. As we see a few more cars come into the pit lane, as the team Drink Shifters 208 has completed a stop and has come out now. Aaron Gilbert behind the wheel of that one. And yeah, but back to my point, you can't run off that line by a millimeter. You will potentially go into the wall. So it is a bit of a shame that that has happened. But you've got to be able to stay committed, and you've got to be able to just ease it up a little bit as well. Lachlan Capel into the lane in the 31. And we've seen a few more driver changes happen up and down the field now.
Realistically, no penalty for taking a driver swap at every pit stop. It's covered underneath a full tank of fuel, so you could change drivers every single stop if you wanted to. The thing is about your driver scheduling, who's available, what times of this Sunday, and do you get better performance by staying in your rhythm and staying in the car, or do you get better performance by swapping a fresh driver every time? There's a few cars I think we've seen plenty of driver changes from, though. I'm going to take a look. Who's had 3 drivers to this point? Well, Cross Continental Motorsports 313, Volante Rosso by Eclipse, the race leader, have now had 3 drivers cycle through their car in 3 stints. 95 Sim Sport as well. So 3 cars have used 3 drivers, and one of them is your race leader.
Yeah, that's the one thing that also comes with the strategy with this race as well is, you know, like you said, you know, do you double stint a driver for any reason? But we have seen in the past, in not only sim but also real life 12 hours, we have seen stints that where the main driver that started the race also start the race and then only finish the race and only come back to finish the race. And I'm talking about one of the 12 hours from some years ago with Shane Van Gisbergen. You remember that McLaren, that epic drive that he had. As we look now at the 14 wall, that was mighty close to the wall, coming over the top. And we look now at the 117 of Seth Brown coming in the Vermilion Esports car.
Dennis Gaderick takes over from John Merritt, who was in the Pulse Echuca Toyota earlier. There was a meatball flag out for the Team Jinx Shifters 208, Aaron Gilbert, but it's gone. Ooh. What's happened for the 208?
No. I'm just taking a quick look. We got an update from Race Control. I did notice that there was some penalties being assessed. Or sorry, the full course yellow procedure was being assessed. We've actually had some full course yellow infringements, and it's not just one car. Because in one car we'd be sitting here and going, well, okay, is it a warning early? Let's get it right. Here's what you've done wrong. What the actual thing is the 89, 97, 962, and 197 cars. So that will be the 89 is Vermilion Esports, 89, 97 is Frogleaf Juice Racing Blue, 962 is Orbit Drop Bear Saturn, and 197 is the fourth of those cars, which was the second. It's the GT4 car, the Frogleaf Juice Racing Red car. All 4 of those cars have been assessed a drive-through penalty for procedural infringements during the full course yellow procedure. Another car has been far more heavily penalised, and that is the 269 Drop Bear Venus car, which has got Jackson Dial behind them. They've been sentenced to a 30-second stop and hold. Now, the reason that penalty is more severe is that they were above 50 kilometers an hour for the entirety of the full course yellow procedure. So basically, they've gained time. The ruling and the way this procedure works is you must put on the pit lane speed limiter, and you must stay at the speed limiter. There is also in the supplementary regulations around the full course yellow procedure that you must not pick up the clutch, because if you pick up the clutch and you've got the pit lane speed limit on, you can actually gain time. The car will just free run because there's nothing holding it back. So that is in the rules and the regs. It is you must have the pit lane speed limiter on, and you must maintain 50 kilometers an hour. You also can't do the same tricks that we've seen on pit lane, which is an esports thing, shifting through the gears. All of that is covered. If you've thought of a way to trick the system and get around it, it's covered. Additionally, there is one final clause with full course yellow procedures. If you come down the pit lane with a full course yellow procedure, because it's actually shorter to transit the pit lane, you must take a pit stop.
Okay, so beautiful morning at Mount Panorama. Starting in the darkness, racing into the day. The clouds looming ominously, but the sun's still out for the moment. Into the third stint of the race, things beginning to heat up and get interesting for OSR Bathurst 12 hour in 2025. We'll ride a lap or two on board here with Aaron Schotter. Listen to a beautiful Ford Mustang V8. Might there be one of these in the real world race next year? drama as we were on board with Antic Motorsports. They maybe got up to some. We're going to take a look at the replay from a different angle and try to dissect exactly what's gone on. So with a GT3 car lapping them behind. They've felt the pressure, gotten offline, had a moment, collided with the car and the wall. Big one. I'm assuming that Evolution car was lapping them and not for position. Yeah, I'm correct in that assumption. SimSpeed TV coverage of all 12 hours of the OSR Bathurst 12 hours this year. Exciting coverage we've had from the beginning, joined by special guest, international man of sports cars, John Hindhoff. David Haynes with Brandon Stuck and Scott Rankin with you at the moment.
Yeah, awesome stuff to be back here. As we see now, race is just now calming down a little bit. As we can see now, of course, it was great to have John on this morning, get his expert thoughts on this, the OSR Bathurst 12-hour, and looking at currently weather conditions now. Look at that, a bit of a cloud overhead and a 14 kilometer southeast wind as well. And it's now, and we're just hearing as well, of course, we've got some rain coming up potentially in 5 minutes as well, so that'll spice things up a little bit as well. As we look now at Cody D putting down another lap and making its way. Oh, one of the Ferraris has just had to go on the grass. There's a whole range of GT3 cars up ahead of Cody D, so that full course yellow that we had out earlier for the 356 Mustang has worked wonders for the number one.
They really maximised it, not just to extend their race lead that's now 53 seconds, but what it's done is it's put them amongst lap traffic of the GT3s. They're putting all of these cars a lap down already, both on their pace, but on their masterful strategy. And we've seen all three drivers from the number one car able to carry the torch effectively. Damon Woods, I think, started. Dylan Burse's stint was cut just a couple of laps short by the full course yellow. Now Cody Deep is picking up exactly where those two left off. That's going to be my David Haynes SimSpeed key to the race is, you know, you're only as strong as your weakest column potentially.
And you got to get through 12 hours and survive and come out the other
Can I
side.
try that again? A chain's only as strong as its weakest link. Someone should make a TV game show out of that.
Yeah. Dave, it's been a pleasure commentating with you. You've just gotten us taken off the internet, so that gives me approval to start singing Disney songs, I believe.
No, please, no, don't start with that now.
Just remember that you can also sing Taylor Swift because her lawyers are so chill.
Right, so most important thing at
Rankin's
this point in
version.
time, we're 2 hours and 15 minutes into the race. Penalties are starting to be thrown thick and fast at the moment. So we got through the opening couple of hours. Now things are starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Full course yellow, full start penalties for the 999, 197 and 63. These are three cars that have released their pit lane speed limiter too early. Remember, you would rather be 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, half a second late than be 0.1 of a second early and get a drive-through. You know, that therefore enables you for a drive-through penalty. So that's worthwhile keeping in the back of your mind as well. Now we start to get into the nuts and bolts of the racing. Interesting to note, we talked about already that the race leading car, how they're managing their strategies. They're going one stint, one stint, one stint, one stint, one stint, one stint, one stint. That's probably going to be their plan the bulk of the day. I also went and had a quick chat to the 356 car when I stepped out a few moments ago. Went and spoke to Marino Morella. The plan for that car was that Bruce Carvalho actually started the race. He's now out of the car for 6 hours. He's got something to go and do at the moment, and he'll come back a lot later on. Marino Morella's behind the wheel of that car. They're going to hand it over to Byron Pierce, get themselves in a little bit of a fuel advantage. Effectively, they're trying to widen the window where they can grab a free stop under a safety car by saving some more fuel. But their track position game's playing out quite well. Went and spoke to a couple of the other GT4 competitors and different cars up and down the field as well. Locked on Lads car, they're just having a grand old time. They're out there, they're circulating, they're having fun. Wilco's actually streaming, so I know he streams over to Facebook. Always worth dropping by and supporting Wilco. I have a big heart for Wilco. Wilco is just one of those lovely guys. I will all the time of day for Wilco. So, and he's going to join us in the commentary box a little bit later on as well.
I've got a bone to pick with him though, because when he gave me a free graphics card, he told me it was a 1060, but actually it was only a 1050. So I got ripped off on the free thing that he gave to me.
Oh, can you get a refund?
No, because then I'd have to give it back and I'd have no graphics card.
Update, I was talking to the drivers from the Blackout OPR 35 car in the GT3s. They actually ended up a long way down early, and it was due to the initial starting. We saw all that checking up. Well, they were in the middle of the melee on the opening lap. They picked themselves up damage. They got 40 seconds worth of damage, came down pit lane, knocked that out of the park. They were one of the first cars to cut their way through the GT4 field. They're back and they're circulating, trying to get things going for themselves. So the good news is that there is a lot of stories happening in this race. The bad news is some bad stories happening for a couple cars, but yeah, starting to try and recover. Important to note, the 269 Orbit Drop Bear Venus car is now 5 laps off the lead, so they've had a very, very bad start to their race, and that's the Jackson Dial car who's driving alongside Bradley Ratchet.
Some interesting drivers popping up as we continue in through the race. Some driver changes. So, yeah, just taking a look at who's popping up where. James Golding inside of the top 10. Caleb Hyde's 12th right now, sister car to the race leader, and they have made a few moves, have had to make a few moves, and I think we might see one of them here. Better drive off Murray's corner and just straight out of the way. Says, oh, you are mighty rapid. And on you go, and that's how you get 12th place.
Yeah, that was a pretty simple, bit of an easy move there. Doesn't have to fight too much to make that pass. You can see that the cars just get out of the way there as we look now at the cars in 21st and 22nd. The 35 of Cody Bircher and the 268 of Cameron Dance. Akira versus Akira. And as they come up Mountain Straight now, it's Blackout OPR and Orbit Drop Bear Mars. And Cameron Dance is unfortunately it's the way that their race has been going, not too great at the moment. But of course, just as it stands on the 12 hour, you just have to keep fighting. You just have to keep pushing on till you can make your way up to the end. Of course, we all know that the ticket to these endurances can be bought at the end of the race. So it's just all about trying to maintain and keep your car clean until the very end, with 9 hours and 40 minutes left to go. As they now make their way up through the top of the mountain, gap is 0.2 of a second. Very, very close indeed, and the gap you can see is just coming down little by little by little. See if Cameron Dance. Oh, and we have a safety car as well. Okay, so safety car has been called. It's been told in my ear, and we are looking to see what would have caused the safety car. So Cameron Dance now have to wait.
This might be a random safety car. Because I'm not now. Additionally, I'm struggling because I've lost all time. Oh, one of the other things I was actually talking to anyone using Race Labs at the moment, whatever the session setup is, no timing, no telemetry whatsoever. I've got to go back to bare bones. I'm using iRacing Black Box when I've normally got a lot of confidence in what classes and what cars are coming. A lot of the guys in the Aussie Wide Racing team are the same. We also did some looking. iOverlay is also out today, so. You don't want to lose timing when you're in the 12 hour. You don't want to lose instructions from race control. There's a lot of teams at the moment that are scrapping for a backup timing solution as well.
ATVO live timing works just fine. If you want to click that link from our YouTube chat and you're following any particular teams, teammates, friends, this is the first appearance of the OSR safety car, waving a few cars through until it finds the race leader, Volante Rosso by Eclipse's Cody Death. And all of that lead that Volante Rosso by Eclipse had, they had pulled a masterstroke, 53 seconds of lead, great timing with the full course yellow. Well, they will still lead the race, but that nearly minute of race lead that they had evaporates by this. So where is the number 1? More news about penalties, Scott.
Yeah, so update to the 197 car. Now, I thought one of the numbers in the queue of penalties that we gave looked familiar. There were 2 sets of penalty sheets that came out with as related to the full course yellow. There was a start, an initial not slowing down quick enough, And there was also a releasing the pit lane speed limiter button too early. Car 197 has been infringed for both ends of the full course yellow procedure. And I get the feeling, but that just says to everyone, oh, they're going to relax about it. They're going to be really relaxed about it. No, race controller on top of this stuff. You cannot get away with anything. You can run, you can hide, not from race control. But, yeah.
So safety car has the leader of the race. There's a couple of lapped cars in the middle of this. There's a couple of cars pitting now, in fact, quite a few. I'm seeing Million and Tenth just leaving the lane. Caleb Hyde's teammate to the race leader taking this opportunity to pit. So again, for some, they think this is the perfect timing for a cheap pit stop. Most teams, most cars are only 8 to 10 laps into their stint though, so it will be an early stop. Going to a replay. The race leader is under investigation for this.
Oh, that's going to cut it really close. That is... Oh, okay, so releasing into the fast lane, and that is not what you want as the leader of this race, and one that's been leading most of the way here in the 12 hours. So that'll be a big one for race control to investigate. They'll have a look at it, and we'll be interested to see what the outcome of that will be.
Behind safety car, there's been some pit stops and some driver changes. There'll be a driver change in the commentary box right now as Peter Wilkinson joins us, and we thank Brandon Stark.
Mate, Wilco, these guys were saying horrendous things. I came to your rescue. I was the nice guy in the commentary box. I said great things about you, I swear.
So you're the liar, Scotty.
Horrible things, Wilco. They were incredible slurs on your name, your state, your family, and Scott stuck up for you.
Well, I can't disagree with anything you said then if there's slurs. So, look, we're here, we're racing, and Scotty's been proven wrong once again. So, look, the race is going well so far. I just hop in for a safety car. How good's this? I can't believe we're doing this.
Let Scott Rankin get his heart rate back down. What's the GT4 feeling then, Peter?
Survival. Absolute survival at the moment. We are closely watching the weather report at the moment, but it's a matter of concentration has to be at its most height because these GT3 cars, they're now spread out that we're getting them every probably 3 or 4 corners, and some of them are doing a great job of holding off, but some of them are making some interesting decisions on when they overtake. At the moment, we've got 2 4Xs from rear end damage from people who've come in too hot, but it's just we don't really care about our lap speed at the moment. We're just trying to stay out of everyone's way, and you've seen with some of the leaders even taking damage pretty heavy early on. That survival, especially before this big rain dump we get, is the most important part of this race. Having a fast repair up your sleeve coming into the wet is vital at the moment. It could win the race if you don't have that right now. So it's definitely one. It's having a good spotter. We've got J-Mac in there as a spotter at the moment. He's doing an absolutely tremendous job. So really important part of the GT4 experience at the moment.
A lot of clouds over Mount Panorama, but still no precipitation, no downpour on the radar just yet. It could be a little bit further in our future. Not something to worry about this stint, but definitely that's what we've said the whole time. One fast repair. If you're going to burn that before the rain comes down, you are in for a very, very tough back half of the race.
Yeah, no, we've seen a couple of the leaders have to pull in. It's actually not a couple of leaders. We've had WKB went in and took 7 or 8 minutes in the pits to repair their car rather than using fast repair. We've also got Australia Wide from leading the race did the same thing. It was about a 7 or 8 minute, about 4 or 5 minute pit stop just to save that safety car. It's an interesting strategy. Unfortunately, Frog Leap had to use theirs because they had some serious damage and then racked up some incident points on the way down the hill, but I don't think there was any option there. So How you been finding it up here with the overtaking and the GT3s and GT4 mixes at the moment?
Well, Scott Rankin's heart rate was up because he was following along with the GT4s, and my heart rate was up because I'm John Heinhoff's biggest super fan. Race Direction is on the radio trying to organise wave buys. That's going to bring the leader to the left side of the racetrack and open up the right side of the racetrack for wave buys.
Just watching, sorry, Lockdown Lads on the screen behind me, and there's a mess on top of all those cars in the sand trap and everything. Everyone backed up real quick. It's interesting driving standards at the moment, but yeah, look, it's chaos. That the race controls do a very good job of trying to keep together in one go. It's I couldn't imagine. Yeah, so we're on board here, car 91. You can see we're just behind these guys, locked on guys, and just coming over here, it all backs up, and unfortunately, they come across it and pull up, but behind there is a lot of cars going everywhere at the moment. So something that's like we were talking about before, good spotters would pull you up. The virtual safety cars are an interesting little thing at the moment with this as well. So that caught a few cars out this first one as well. So as we go on board here.
Car number 2, Caleb Hyde. So he's also arriving on this really big checkup at the top of the mountain, and he has to come to a complete halt. They really fan out there, and just because it's so unsighted, cars coming around to try to catch the very slow safety car train really had to whoa up at that point. That's something else I was going to say. Forgotten it.
That's okay. We do that all the time. As you can see, all these beautiful liveries going around. Everyone's done a good job. Shout out Timmy Corn for get ours. Brought Chrome back to iRacing since they've done a few fixes and fixed that up. So Carl looking great. He did a great first stint as well. Buzzard's in the car at the moment for us, and might be slightly panicked about the weather coming, but he's in a very good spot, very good headspace, and a very good first stint for him. Backing up for a second one right now. If we've got a car left, I might jump in later on this afternoon at some stage. So.
I remembered.
You did? Let's go. Let's hear it.
It was like a week ago that I learnt that a concertina is an actual musical instrument, not unlike an accordion. I thought concertina was just a Latin word for like compression or something. But no, it's an actual musical instrument called a concertina.
I won't school you now on exactly what the difference is because I don't 100% know. But one of them's got to do with one has a keyboard on it or something, and the other one doesn't.
I think it's embarrassing to know too much about accordions.
It is, mate. Ukulele is okay, but the accordion might be a problem as well. So
my dad always says a gentleman is a man who knows how to play the accordion and doesn't.
This is it. So these guys up front, we haven't been watching very much of these guys at the moment, but have we got a list of who's got fast repairs or who's used them yet? Because I think this is
not available to me. Jay may
once we get
be able to tell us who's used them, who's got them left. There's a few obvious cases where they've clearly used them to clear meatballs. So that includes Vendaval, for example, that were challenging for the race lead in GT3, and very early on had to whack all of the cache as spare parts onto it, and only just stayed on the lead lap, from what I understand. A whole bunch of cars pitting at this opportunity as well. Really moves the strategy around. So in that checkup in the replay that we saw behind this safety car, only one car has picked up a mechanical black flag, and it is Frogleap Juiced Racing Blues GT3. Vendaval Sim Racing have a black flag, so it has been a horrible first couple hours of this race to them.
Is that incident points? That might be incident points to the 36 car, because they've been hit a bunch of times.
So drive-through penalty after 25 incidents and every 10 thereafter. You think they've gotten to 25 already, and I say it's possible.
I've seen them. I've seen them have contact, I reckon, about 5 times. With 4X, that's 20 incident points. You got 5 more on top of that, let alone the ones I've missed.
Yeah, so I've got...
Safety car about to end, boys.
I was going to say, we've got the overlay up, which shows us when people do incident points on the map, and there's a lot of people using Murray's exit. to get, I don't know why they're just going a bit wide, so they're racking up instant points there. And pit entry, there's a lot of people on first pit entry racked up some instant points. But here we go, David. These cars are ready to go. Safety car has moved away. What are we going to see here?
I thought I heard race control say no weaving from this point. Ethan Grigoltz is in Evolution Racing team car, and in the number one at the moment is Cody Deeth. So he's got a lot of really competitive cars stacked up just behind him. I think the Vendaval car is way deeper in the range. You've got a lot more Vermilion cars, Evolution Racing team cars, but look at the GT4s in a couple of places. Your top 5 GT3s on this restart might get away and pull a gap over the rest. The number 12 Evolution Racing team car, Ruben Goodall, is right with Cody Deeth, waiting for when Cody Deeth is going to put the hammer down. Safety cars in pit lane. It could be any moment. Deeth opting to hold them out of the chase, hold them at 80 kilometers an hour down towards Murray's corner. On a slightly defensive line towards Murray's. You either go just now or you go at the apex of Murray's. And he's holding the whole field. He's making them wait to get green flag racing again. He takes such a wide line that the apex makes it pretty clear that's when he's going to go take us racing again. But what was a minute race lead becomes absolutely nothing for Cody Deeth and Valente Rosso by eclipse on this restart.
It is a great restart. He's got the pace down. It's going to be a very interesting first lap with these all 5 cars behind him looking for a chance to maybe get a little leg up here. You can see the GT4s getting cleared by the GT3s behind, has given these front 5 a nice little gap here to get into Griffins here. And taking a nice solid line. These guys are smarter than dive bombing this early in a safety car. But you see behind, there's a car spun, one of the GT4s coming out of Griffins has put the foot down with some cold tyres and is stuck facing the wrong way here at the moment.
Sam Muir was driving the 1.9 earlier, but it's Braden Sagasay at the moment for the 1.9 Racing 1.9 BMW, and he is going to have to wait for absolutely everybody and Vanessa Amorossi before he can turn that one around. Luckily on this restart, though, they're all bunched together. You won't have to wait all day, but you are going to drop to the very, very tail, and don't high-side it on a curb like a Vortex as well is the lesson for that. We'll get to the replay, but we saw the GT4s mixed in and amongst the GT3s. We knew it was going to create some impatience as we look at some replays of the race restart. You can't overlap too early either.
Oh, wow. That's not good. That's going to be a mechanical black flag, but that's caused a lot of issues. There'll be the stewards will have to look at that very closely. When it was interesting to see what they decide of that, because that's some not good restarting at all. You can see here the dust and the marbles that are built up there into the chase. It's going to make overtaking there interesting when we get the rain later on, but these guys battling hard for position right now. As we've got a replay of that incident, the GT4 number 19, he's vanished. And yeah, so unfortunately that was the second place car for the GT4s, putting themselves back down to the back of the grid. The worst time to make a mistake and face the wrong way is just after a restart, because it takes a very long time to watch all those cars go by, David. It's just not fun. It's not a fun experience at all. I've done it many times.
No, a second feels like a lifetime, and then you've got to wait 20, 30 seconds. Rather serve a custodial sentence, maybe. What I'm seeing here is that with all the racing we've had, cars pounding around, the racing line incredibly rubbered in, so much marbles and debris off the racing line. When the rain comes, that is going to make things very, very interesting. The racing line will be super slick, but off the racing line will be super dirty as well. Where do you go when the rain comes? It's still a while away. The answer is, where do you go in the dry right now when you're Jacob Todd, Vermilion Esports, and he has been surrounded by Evolution Racing team cars on this restart. They're everywhere inside of the top 10. ERT cars. Todd's trying to hold on and maybe even trying to close that gap to the top 5. We said they got such a great getaway. But Ruben Goodall's sliding around. Didn't he restart from second? He's lost position to Lachlan Capel. Looks like he might lose position to Jamie Christensen and even Ethan Grigoltz here.
Yeah, they're putting on the pressure, aren't they? It's you can see that Cody's jumped right away here, and even now Lachlan's starting to get a bit of a gap, and is just not up to speed at the moment. Jamie does a very good spot pushing down the inside here. Where is Ethan going to go? He's going to have to go around the long way, which gives him the line into the chase, which is very handy. Can he get it done without any problems? That's going to be the question. Who's going to break later? I think, yeah, nice work, Ethan, and good
First
work.
rule of racing, isn't it?
Yeah, good work, Ruben, for not killing yourself with 9 hours and 24 minutes to go in the race. It's one of those positions we talk Buzzer through it a long time is 5 seconds here and there's nothing over a 24-hour race. You just need to keep this car in one piece. Look at all the debris coming up behind these cars as they take that little bit of dirt just off Murray's. And lining it up now, you can see this is going to be very interesting. I don't know how much driving you've done in the wet here, but we've practiced this hard leading into here because there's no real good line at the time. We've got pit stops here as we see Cody coming in and unscheduled, so there might be some slowdown, aero damage or something from an earlier incident or what this is, but pulling into the pits there to get some work done on the car. We'll go back now to Josh. There is a meatball there, Damien, isn't
No, I'm saying there's no meatball or
No
black
meatball.
flag, so they might just have some more subtle damage. The triple ones moving around all over the road. On this restart, quite a few of the cars still seem to have some cold tyres. That could be Ruben Goodall's problem, is that he didn't keep his tyres warm enough. He didn't feel confident on the cold tyres. Now that we've been racing this many laps, the temperature's back there. We saw in qualifying how quickly the GT3s put temperature into their tyres. GT4s took a little bit longer, and I think 1.9 Racing have demonstrated that, but the track is still only 20 degrees Celsius. We started in the dark, it's still early morning, and it's mostly cloudy as well. The track is cold, super grippy, but only once you've got temperature into your tyres to react with it.
Yeah, the only practice we did on hot tracks was for the pre-quali. It was about 55, 50 degrees on track, 56, and it was nasty. But we predicted this with all the weather that's coming in the middle of the day. The track's just never going to get above 22, 23 today, which is really good for fast speeds around Bathurst. But yeah, there's a few people watching out for these clouds. What's going to happen? We've gone from like 10% chance of rain at in the next hour to almost 70% last time I looked at the report. Yep. So it's building quickly, and while it won't be long and it won't be a lot, it'll be interesting to see what it does to the race after one safety car only so far, which has been pretty good. I'm pretty impressed. I thought we'd have a couple more early on in the race, especially after the start from the GT3s. But it's been pretty good driving, all things considered. Every car's been able to get back going, which is the main thing. We've only had that virtual one for where the car couldn't quite spin around in time. So the virtual safety car's been an interesting one. It's definitely thrown some things out there that we weren't prepared for.
Defensive line from Ruben Goodall up towards turn 2. The pursuing Vermilion Esports car knows that you are not going to get around the outside of Griffin's Bend on someone and have to wait to try to strike somewhere else. Costuming the Tuba Toyota and Orbit Drop Bear in this fight as well, and seeing the other Volante Rosso Eclipse car joining this group as well. The top 4 getting away. Ruben Goodall looking at a whole swathe of different teams in his mirror at the moment across the top of the mountain. GT4 correspondent Scott Rankin, what's been happening since the restart in that category, other than that spin we saw from second place?
Yeah, I think everything's started to settle back in at the moment. Everyone's finally starting to calm themselves down. The big thing in terms of GT4 is there's been a little bit of a pack split. There's a few guys that did benefit from opting onto the strategy, and the rest of the field basically has taken the wave by. At the moment, it's still strong out in front for the Blackout OPR car. I believe they did actually benefit from an opportunity to take it. If you're the race leader and a safety car comes out, you've got 2 options. You maintain your track position or you take a pit stop. We're right in the middle of pit lane cycle, so there wasn't a huge pit stop to take, but I do believe they've taken that one. Instead of Aussie Wide Racing sitting 2nd and 3rd on the timing sheets, now it's actually moved over to Frog Leap. So just timing, seeing and soaring of the race as it currently stands, but it is moving all around. I do want to say a shout out to the Frog Leap Juice Racing red car. Dean Hunt's a new dad and he's behind the wheel, and it's good to see him back sim racing.
Very nice. Seen an attempt at a move from Josh Banks here, driving the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter just in behind Vermilion Esports 111. Tiny bit of GT4 traffic for them, but it's in the perfect place, up Mountain Straight, where the GT3 cars can stretch their legs, their extra 10 to 15 kilometers an hour, and get clear and get back onto the racing line. And presumably, for the GT4 driver, that's pretty reassuring as well, rather than having them barrel up to you going 30 k's an hour faster, 40 k's an hour faster through the high-speed corners like they do.
Yeah, I was just back on Scotty's point about the GT4s. Is when you take the pit stop is very important, because if you get stuck behind the race leader of the GT3, you can get a lap down really quickly if you don't good run. So you've got to be watching where the GT3 car is going to get pulled up. You can get a lap back, like I think Lachlan did, by staying out there and getting past clearing the second car before it catches the leader of the GT3. So lots of strategy going back in the GT4s. That's why I love that car. But you can see here, Josh just pushing the limits of the car over the top there, just settling into position. At this stage, you've got to be thinking about whether you do overtake or you do overtake at the pits. There's still that chance of just lifting as you're going down the hill behind these cars, so it's keeping good speed here as we're on with the new dad, Dean Hunt. Congratulations. As he sits there and talks his team through what's going on here for Frog Leap Juice Racing Red, as they're doing a very good spot in number 7 right now as the BMW. Lots of BMWs out there. It's interesting.
He's got a guitar, he's got a basketball that's signed, he's got a couple of trophies, and he might have a mild case of dandruff, who knows, or maybe just to get the headrest there, he needs to shake himself back into alertness. And Frog Leap Juiced, they're in a good position here with 2 cars, second and third. I think Crisdale's car was a little further out of the action earlier on. There was the green car that was better placed, but now the red car comes on strong, and they've got 2 inside of the top 3. This is the GT3 lead. Now, all of that lead that the number 1 car had, it's gone, and now they can't get rid of Jamie Christensen in the Vermilion Esports car, and you've got 2 Evolution Racing team teammates, 3rd and 4th, that stand a chance of maybe being able to work together. Lachlan Capel looks like he's dropped in behind. Yeah, so perhaps team games, team strategy happening here. Ethan Grid-Galt moves ahead.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance to play some interesting team games here, but this is a fascinating little battle. Coming up the hill here. It's look, these guys are some of the best in Australia at GT3 racing. So as we look at the replay here, Ruben unfortunately getting overtaken yet again, and yeah, it's a very close race at the front here. GT3. I wonder if Cody got held up at all there in that last lap, because it seemed to be a second later than everything else. But this, as we go back here to the GT4 with Philip Leacher.
Yeah, so just had a couple messages pop in, and we thought we'd check in a little bit deeper down in the pack. We've got Rapid Theft Racing out of the GT4 crew. Behind the wheel currently Philip Leach, and Lachlan Pryke has jumped across for a little bit of an interview. Mate, it's been wild and woolly. We've been following along with a lot of the GT4 field. You guys have just gotten a lap back to get yourself back to the lead. How's the week worth of preparation been, first and foremost?
Thank you for having me. It's been pretty good. I say Philip has done surprisingly 19 hours of practice, so he's basically done the 12-hour by himself. Same as Mitch, he's done the wet weather, so he's pretty good at the wet, and I think we've got a pretty good team here.
How are you guys approaching the strategy for this car at the moment? Because there's been lots of discussion in and around things. Mitch has started the race at the first stint. You yourself climbed behind the wheel for the second stint. Now Phil's in behind the wheel. Is the plan going to be just continue cycling like that throughout the duration?
I think what we're going to do is Mitch is going to come in, so he's coming in for the wet, and then we'll cycle through that again.
In the meantime, at the moment, you guys have just gotten back to that lead lap, so taking advantage of the safety car strategy at the moment. Still in and around the mix for a couple of the cars. Mercedes at the moment, not the quickest car on outright pace in terms of the drive. What's the car performing like on the wet?
It's performing pretty good now. I think it's still not as fast. I think the BMWs are about 5k's faster than us in Conrod. So I think we're just holding out, trying not to damage the car, and then once the wet comes, we'll be good.
Right, mate, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to and a thank you to whilst you've got the opportunity?
Oh, just all the Rapid Theft boys out here trying to getting it here. The GT3 team that we have, been pretty good up there, and yeah, thank you.
All right, mate, congratulations with the results thus far, and get the head down, keep cracking.
Yep, thank you. See ya.
A couple of restart infringements coming through, so seeing a black flag and a penalty or two out there. Vermilion Esports 228 have got one. That's not the 111 and some of the other Vermilion GT3s that are right up the top in contention here. But nothing seems to get past race control and the stewards when it comes to car-to-car contacts, when it comes to the full course yellow, or indeed the safety car and other things. That's why people want to be a part of the OSR Bathurst 12-hour, is the levels that the organisers and race control go to set up the Saturday qualifying, Sunday race, safety cars, weather, everything like that is what makes this race a cut above the rest and attracts so many competitors that they had to turn some away.
Yeah, so there was 100 people went into this, 100 teams went into this race. Only 53 got let in. We were the last car in, so pretty proud of that. It's a massive effort to get let into this race, and it is so well put on. Scotty was talking about Frog Leap Juice Racing Green before, when we had the red team up there, just because of the pits. Only a handful of laps after the safety car, so I'm not sure if that's a part of the idea of staying out before, but they've dropped right back down from second place in the GT4s right back off the lead lap now. So you can see here this GT3 battle at the front.
I can tell you exactly why that happened, and it's quite critical. Sorry to cut you off, Wilco. This is actually really, really important to the race picture at large. Robert Crisdale just did 74 laps back to back. That was the forced pit stop.
Yes, this was the stuff we were doing beforehand. We just need to make sure that our fastest driver doesn't do more than the allotted amount. So there is that rule in there as well. It's pretty tight. It's 20% minimum, and then it's 35% maximum. But there is that rule in there, which you can't do more than 75 straight laps to make this a little bit more fair and open to all the cars, all the drivers in the field. So that's very interesting. Thank you for that information, Scotty. It was definitely an interesting one. They probably just missed, and luckily picked it up before they got a bigger penalty out of that than this. But you can see here the boys battling well up for sixth at back. Josh and Ruben and Jacob all sitting around that same spot there. Nice little train here. And at this stage, David, do you look at trying to put moves on, or I think personally my racing style is just to sit behind and let these guys wait and save some fuel, but the guys up front here look like they're going for it.
For second here, Cody Deeth and Valente Rosso by Eclipse finally get that race lead they'd be after, because Jamie Christensen looks entirely beleaguered here on all sides by Evolution Racing Team. Ethan Grigault, the one to lead the charge in the pale blue, the penguin-coloured one behind Lachlan Capel. So they're relying on Ethan Grigault to open this up, get past Vermilion Esports so that they don't let the race leader get away, and that thing is sliding all over the place. All of the Vermilion cars are sliding all over the joint. In behind, the Summit GT4 not able to follow the race leader through down the inside. A big check up there at Murray's corner for second, third and fourth. Cody Deeth says, see you later, boys. And Jamie Christensen, very lucky to be able to dart across, take the wide line around the outside and just get enough traction to stay in second place. Then here's where we cut to them. Evolution Racing Team side by side. Vermilion Bear holding on, and there's more GT4 traffic to come off this restart. You all right, Wilco?
No, not at all.
Paramedics for the commentary box, please. Post haste, heart attacks for both the guys that are in here with Dave.
So look, you enter a multi-class race, and to watch a multi-class race, you're watching it for stuff like this, because you never know what's going to happen. But to enter a multi-class race, you've got two options. You go the fastest GT3 and you try and avoid the incidents of the slow-moving vehicles. As we can see there, going into the chase, Team 19 there in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Or you be like us and you pick the GT4 and you just survival of the fittest. but it's moments like that that not only make the driver have a heart attack, but the spotters and the rest of the teammates are always breathing very carefully. It's a time when we give Buzzer a heap while we're racing. The banter is high and fast, but moments like that, you can hear a pin drop.
Well, the last commentator standing, please turn the air conditioning off in the comms box. Dare I say, fan favourite, Jeff Speed, just in behind another one of the Evolution Racing Team cars, the 444. Very easy to spot from the rest, and that's because 4 has gone down the inside at the chase, pulled that one up pretty well. Good move from Reese Gasul, who's taken over from John Peasnick. There's a combination that have driven together at a couple of different teams, I think.
Yeah, that was a very smooth move. That's what you want in these type of races. The 444 doing a great job there of making that happen. Now, his eyes on the cars in front there. What's he going to do? There's another spot to be made right there, nice and easy as he works his way back to the field. Very good racing there from Reese as well. So doing a good job picking the right times. So you can see with those marbles, there's definitely some right times you need to worry about. Just seeing there's a few little race control issues coming through, but we're here with Justin as he flies over all these two Simbrix cars coming over the line together. Very wobbly down there through that section of the track. That's a fairly big moment you can have for your teammates as well and the driver. But caught it, nicely done, and there you go. There's a team photo. 2 cars coming out of Forest, 1 and 2 in positions back to back. So Justin testing his flashing lights still work, and off you go.
Photoshop out one of the digits on the Lumi rank and pretend you were
you're
first.
right.
I reckon that's the way you go for blackout.
I can tell you now, Buzzer is swearing at him for flashing lights at him right now as we go to a replay here and see. Wow, that's not the line you want to take into there at all, and that is a save of the day. Can they hold it? Oh, that is some great driving. 99 times out of 100, you slap that wall and you've got damage to the car, potentially a meatball. So that is a great job. Not the start of it, but the finish of it. What a way to save that as he gets
Craig Lowndes, and Sandhall's lucky to hold on, but he's going to lose a couple of positions out of it. He'd already seen his teammate Reese Gasul ahead of him. Oh, but now a crossover out the turn 1, hell corner, a little bit out into those marbles for Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports. KRF are going to try to bring their BMW with Simlax into this picture as well. One of very few GT3 BMWs, the largest of the sniffers. No, not going to be 3 wide into Griffin's Bend, surely not.
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that 36 on the number board? That Acura is laps down, and it's fighting leader cars that are ahead of it. So I think there might be some use of blue flags there, because Ratu, look, the 269, they've had a bad.
They were 5 laps down, so they're 4 or 5 down right now.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all, because that was 2 cars fighting for position. He's just got the middle there.
And that's opened up a gap that's very hard to get back to this stage. And potentially 3 wides in the Griffins is not a good spot for a blue flag car to be putting itself, especially self-proclaimed. Put them in their own that spot altogether on their own. So,
yeah, and just confirming, 20th and 21st spot on the road is the Dan Hall car in Evolution Racing 462 and Dion de Graaf's KRF Motorsports. That 269 car is in the middle of a fight and actively racing them. If he's in the middle of the fight and he jumps, or he doesn't block, or he doesn't fight, I'm okay with. But he's actively in the middle of an open battle there. Get out of it.
Yeah, definitely 100%. It's just smart racing, especially, as we say, 9 hours and 5 minutes to go. There's so much racing to go. And the positions to be gained with the weather coming up anyway, so it's sort of a big point. Like, especially 5 laps down, what can you really get there?
Here's the thing about racing from that position, and this is why this annoys me. You are never going to earn 5. Have a look at the quality of the field. You're never going to earn a lap back on pace, ever. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. So you strategize your way back. Doing what he's doing is actually costing everyone time. That's why I'm annoyed.
Okay, 100% agree with you, Scotty. couldn't be said better. But if we go back on board here, we've got Jackson, is it, in the Eclipse car, getting past there, the 862, getting his way up under the tree, which I don't know in the GT3s, the GT4s there, it's a little bit scary at times, but he's got some damage on the front there, been holding that for a while. That'll be hurting the aero at some stage or another. Coming across the top of the hill here. Ooh, as we go back to second place with the million, Jamie Christensen coming down the hill here, trying to hold Ethan Grigault, who's been doing a great job so far since the restart, coming back through the field and sitting in podium position now. How can he line this one up, or does he line this one up at all? As we can see the numbers there of the speed he gets up to. By the end of the chase, just after the kink, will clock out. Wow, 274, 273 there. That is definitely 10 k's an hour quicker than we can get our GT4 at that same speed.
The Vermilion cars are looking very quick in a straight line, but a little skatey and unplanted at the rear end. So obviously everyone's free to go to different suspension geometries and rear wing angles and car rake and all that sort of stuff. The possibility that it just eats the rear tyres a little bit more, but those Vermilion cars are hard to catch in a straight line. What you are seeing is the top four that were very close together, beginning to spread out a little bit, an increasing lead for the race leaders, pulling away from this sort of 6th and 7th here, where Ruben Goodall is dropping back and has a penalty. So no doubt we'll get that graphic on screen. So it's been tough, this race restart for Ruben Goodall. Restarted in the 2nd or 3rd position. Now back here to 7th, I think, with a penalty as well looming for the team.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting. What happens now trying to keep on racing so we'll find out stuff as well.
Yeah, so that's an incident from lap number 82, and it was remember this on the Sim Sports car that we saw contact right here, way back in the opening laps. It's the number 5 car again that's also being made contact with. It was by the 12 cars, moving penalty right than the SF.
Nice. Those Vermilion cars too, I just wanted to touch on the point of the low aero in the back. They will be able to change it, I believe, in the GT3s. We can't do that in the GT4s. You see there. That's just a little bit of an awkward moment, isn't it? When you want grip is coming up when it gets a little bit wet, so it'll be interesting to see how they do handle the wet, but I assume they've got a fairly major change. They'll be able to do a little bit of stop to maybe get a bit more grip in the rear there at that stage. But I'm keen to see how they look in the wet, these Vermilion cars. They generally are quick for some reason, so we'll see how that goes. As Cody Death is flying away here, using the traffic to his advantage really well, and we get some really good times. Still doing 203.5 at the moment.
Come on, Wilco. You and I have met the guy at Gardens Point.
Yes, we have. That's the last time I think I saw you. So, one of the Queensland Motorsports Esports competitors from last time I saw Jay as well, about 18 months ago. So
the boys were all together.
Yeah. That is the last time we're all together too. What a great time it was to be able to go down to Queensland, University of Queensland of Technology, and go to their top penthouse bloody apartment, not apartment, but it's the lecture studio that's got glass everywhere. Beautiful spot. You can see 5 or 6 sim rigs all hooked up with some of the best Queensland racers and a few others all racing together. As we see that beautiful walking on Lane's car. What a great job they're doing there. Dylan letting some cars past, doing a very good job. Isn't he good, David? He's doing a great job.
Yeah, very posh event space that was indeed.
It was.
15 GT4 cars, and this is your AMG in 10th. We heard from one of the other AMG teams that they're kind of hoping, well, just in front of us there,
yes.
Random Theft, that their car comes good in some different weather conditions. And I feel like even across GT3 and GT4, the layout of the AMG GT is quite stable and predictable, and hopefully that makes it good on a much slipperier racetrack.
Yeah, the talk going into in Discord anyway was about the BMWs are quick, but they were very iffy in the wet. So we're hoping we can catch up some of that. But I don't think it's as bad as what people were making it out. Like the Mercedes is still death in the wet, unless you. It's very interesting. You've got to drive the car very differently, obviously, in the wet to the dry, but especially on Mount Panorama, there is some spaces where you just can't drive. The puddles force you to take some very interesting lines in. So overtaking is going to be the biggest problem we see coming out of wet. I don't like that positioning of the got past, but let's go. I'm being told there's a good little replay we're about to see. So let's have a look at what happened here.
Ruben Goodall. Okay, got Dennis Gaderick, I think, behind him. 1-9 is the GT4. We're headed down Conrod Straight. Vermilion have to make a lane change. Vermilion get blocked in behind the GT4. They're both blocked in by two wide GT4s, nowhere to go. Vermilion open up a lane down the middle of Conrod Straight, and the Evolution GT3 follows them through, and they had to just say, you to one side, you to one side. I'm putting my GT3 down the middle.
That could have gone so wrong on so many levels. Even the car 1-9, that's right there, almost dipped the wheel into the dirt coming into the chase there. So the Summit cars are doing really well, but look at the beautiful car. I don't know what's happening there.
They've got a meatball flag on the 707. There's been contact and damage. Okay, we're heading down towards Forest's elbow, and there might have been just the faintest touch on the rear bumper that sent the Mercedes GT4 into the wall, into the tyres, and it's clearly knocked the suspension out. Even if it's not damaged too many of the body panels or the drivetrain, it's the rear right and the passenger side door in the left-hand drive car where the damage is on this Mercedes, and good luck trying to save your fast repair for the wet.
I got bad news for you. There's no contact in this one.
No, it was a self spin. He's just lost it a little bit going down the back there.
And you know why that's happened? It's because Wilco's been sitting here going, "Oh, Bud's doing a great job. Bud's doing an amazing job."
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
So it's one of those things. He would have been looking in his rear vision mirror and just slightly missed that braking marker a little wide.
I hear a single one of you has said a good word about me.
Scotty's the best driver I've ever seen. To be
Oh,
honest.
well
And,
done.
he's absolutely amazing.
Get out.
I'm just trying to see the team if we've got any repairs, but I can't quite see because obviously I'm not in the car. But I'll have to get a report on that one fairly soon. Find out what's going on. But unfortunately, Buzz, like I said, you can look in the rear vision mirror at just the wrong time, and it really does muck up something at the worst possible time.
Race lead has dissolved, I should say, to almost nothing. Surely some traffic has played a role in Cody Deeth being caught by Jamie Christensen, and Ethan Grigolt's been the man for Evolution Racing Team. 3 different teams are now within 1 second of the race lead. It's been green flag racing for a while here, and amongst all of those ERT cars, Grigolt's the one to be challenging for the race lead. Harry Keel from Jeff Speed on the lane is now going to become Ethan Morris, who we saw in that car earlier on. The race leader, 29 laps since they last stopped. We're approaching another pit window just past the top of the hour for every GT3 car that didn't stop underneath the last safety car. That includes this top 3. You've got to look to Pulse Echuca Toyota in 6th to find someone who stopped underneath the safety car. I think Dennis Gaderick may extend this stint and at least briefly lead the race once everyone, the top 5, must pit in the next 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, there'll be people crunching numbers for sure at the moment, trying to work out how to make this work. You can see there, they're right on that borderline. So it's not a huge deal at the moment. They'd obviously be hoping for a safety car at some stage to sort of make it happen, but they've run out of time for that. So this will be a green flag stop, like most of them have been so far, and it's got to pray that they don't get caught out by something later on in the race. But yeah, this will be very interesting. Give Cody a bit of a break for the moment as we see some 2-wide action going into the chase, side-by-side action. The 862 there of Josh from Orbit Drop there getting past, making the move matter and making the count, as he gets past. And solidifies it going down pit straight.
Wayne Burke with Vermilion sneaks in between the Eclipse cars as well as Caleb Hydes is now alongside Ruben Goodall. Josh Banks for all but dropped their Jupiter, completing that move into 7th place, trying to get away from all hell that is going to break loose now. There's the fast repair used up for 707 as it comes back into a very interesting part of the Mount Panorama racetrack. On board with the third Eclipse Sim Sport car, it's Eclipse Sim Sports 5.6. Jackson Barry is driving that one. He's just seen his teammate Caleb Hydes put this car between himself and his teammate. Put another one in there as well, as he got past Ruben Goodall. So position's been made by Caleb Hydes here. We just rode briefly on board with Jackson Barry, who's going to look to do similar. Two quick but a little out of sorts cars in front, I feel like, for that Vermilion car and that particular ERT car of Ruben Goodall, whose name I feel like I've said 20 times since the safety car restart, and most of it has been because it's gone from 2nd to 9th.
Yeah, I don't want to say the name anymore because I've taken up all the uses of it, unfortunately, there. But I'm just trying to find out. We were 2 minutes and 50 seconds on pit lane, so I don't know whether we used to say the fast repair or not, so I'm trying to find that information out now. But this is great battling right now, these guys. So the boys have the fast repair still, so we definitely want to hold on to that. I assume it's one of those things, that rear end damage, sometimes it's a tyre, sometimes it's things like that. So hopefully it wasn't as bad as I thought. I just got confirmation from my team saying that no, they did not. In capital letters, so Tim, don't need to shout at me. Just asking a question. But yeah, look, these GT3s, like I said, some of the fastest in Australia, all vying for that lucrative, if they're not in there already, the Logitech GT Pro thing, the gold passes. So they will definitely want to put on a good show right here and right now. But we are a quarter of the way through the race, if my maths works correctly, and long way to go. What a day of racing this is. It's a great job putting this on Sudspeed for doing the full 12 hours this year. It's great stuff to watch. I hope you're all enjoying some great multi-class racing that we just don't get to see too much in Australia. So to get it the virtual way around Bathurst with the proper GT4s and GT3s together, it's really good to see.
Josh Banks, released, is pushing on right now, but so is Caleb Hydes trying to catch him. This is the next group battling up front. We saw Dennis Gadderick just in behind Jacob Todd as well. So as they came up Mountain Straight, a couple of interesting battles inside of your top 10, including nothing for the race lead as well. Cody Deeth, it's Vermilion versus Eclipse, Eclipse versus Vermilion. Go and sprinkle 3 ERT cars in that as well, and pulse tuning Chuka Toyota on a really powerful strategy as well inside of this top 10. Oh, wow. Okay, big penalty news coming through, and it is a complete disqualification for Evolution Racing Team number 12, not serving a black flag. That's Ruben Goodall, gone, out, parked, done. Throw it in the skip.
You don't need to say the name anymore now, David, so he was sick of hearing his name as well. That's an interesting one. Like, how does that happen as a team? Like, that just doesn't make sense that you would get to that point of this race this early on. Yeah, that's strange. Baffled. Of all the things you're disqualified for, that's crazy. Yeah, we had a weird thing. We had 6 minutes of repairs when we came in, just hearing the boys mandatory. The black flag part of it disappeared as soon as we stopped. So the car is bent, but black flag disappeared as soon as we stopped the debate. It's weird. But anyway.
Ruben Goodall had a drive-through for contact with the Summit Sim Sports K2 GT4. It wasn't, you know, stop and hold 5 minutes. It was a drive-through, and they just didn't serve it. They were inside of the top 10. They'd be a very useful car to have around in the back half of this race with some of their other quick teammates around. And even you could have thought other drivers stepping into that thing, and it could have come alive later in the race as well. It could have been their race-winning car. Instead, it's going to go to Bathurst metal recycling.
And we saw the replay, like, it was a wrong place, wrong time sort of incident, but like, if you're going to protest it, obviously put the protest in. If you're going to ignore it, that's just bad communication at some stage. But anyway, we'll move on from that and go back and focus on this little battle here with these evolution cars have been going really well all day, so it'll be interesting to see how they go. Ethan Griggold doing a great job, as we've said a few times here, battling for third. Probably happy with where he's sitting right now. We'll be sitting there, maybe just enjoying the draft as he's coming down the hill there. You've still got Cody within the eyes distance. You've got a nice big gap behind. This is sort of what you want when you're coming across traffic. You don't want to be a big long line of GT3s trying to get past one or two cars in traffic, because that's when things happen. But this is a nice little spread. You'd be happy with where he's sitting. The Logitech G down the side of it, looking great, that car. And coming into the pits, perfectly on time.
It's about time for a couple of them, including a race leader. I feel is a tiny bit overdue, but Ethan Griggold is going to peel first, 50 k's an hour down the lane. It's what has set the grid, the order of the pit stalls? Normally in a combined session, the grid would, but the grid was more manually set. So is it still by the yesterday's qualifier?
No.
It's iRacing,
so it'll be set based upon class. So what's actually happened with the GT4 field is that some of them are actually at the very tail end of the pit lane, and some of them are right down at the cone to exit the pit lane as well. So between the two Aussie-wide racing cars, I can tell you that the 405 car is one of the first garages as soon as you enter the pit lane, and the 305 car is one of the last garages down the other end. So we had a really interesting thing. You might actually caught the first pit stop of the race. Was the 405 car missed its stall. It actually took a good 15 seconds to get that car into its stall because it was just so hard on the left you couldn't see where the pit stop was, and then nearly drove past it. So,
guys, we said we wouldn't dwell on it, but just one last thought here. When you have 3 laps to serve a drive-through penalty, you actually have 3 times past the start-finish line. The start-finish line here at Mount Panorama is very early in the pit lane. As we take a look at a replay, apparently you can just squeeze through there. So there are other racetracks where the start-finish line is after the pit lane, and at those, you actually kind of have one more lap to serve your penalty at, say, VIR, than you do here.
But what's the benefit? Cost benefit is the big thing. And now we were talking about this way back at the start of the race whilst we had Hindhoff here, and it was to do with the penalty earlier on. The reason not to serve it then is field spread, right? You really want the field to spread. At that phase of the race, when they chose to keep circulating whilst they were getting it looked at, what's the gain? So there's very, very little gain. The only thing I can consider is that they were trying to get it looked at and reviewed by race control, which they've got about 6 minutes to get handled, and that's a really tight window to have another look at it. So they're a smarter team than letting that happen. Something's happened to the 515 car again. They've got another meatball, and they've burned their fast repair, by the way.
So that's WKP Sim Sports Endurance from GT4. This is Rapid Theft, which is a different car, but they've ended up wide, and those marbles are horrible, and it looks like the GT4 cars, without as much downforce, struggle offline. You're going to take
unless you've got traction control toggle on, it's really hard to flick these cars around, and that's a very bad spot to be in, because they've just thought they had a spot and they didn't, unfortunately. Oh, that's messy. That'll be, I assume race control will do black flag for that unsafe re-entry, I guess, but not holding brakes is probably the real term for that one. But
so it's cost time to Caleb Hydes and Reese Gasoul as well. It's moved Dennis Gaderick into 40, but also that's some of the other cars pitting as well, knowing that this is one of the cars that's going to be able to overcut them big time, having stopped underneath the last safety car. Dennis Gaderick was able to squeak his way through there, and in a couple laps, it's all going to open up. Moses, the seat's going to part for him, but he's stuck right behind 4th place at the moment.
Yeah, so that's going to be very interesting, because Ethan in particular, and those that did pit already, that's going to help them jump Cody by the time Cody gets back, does his pit, and we're going to see repercussions from that little incident later on.
Oh no, the 305 car's backwards at the dipper.
That's not a good spot to be backwards either. Like I was trying to say before, but I couldn't quite get it in, the traction control toggle is very important in these cars. If you don't get it right, they're impossible to turnaround. So you can see here just a wobble, and yeah, there's a slight movement under brakes there, which will cost them. Yeah, that's
This
fair
car
enough. They've
is
got
still
a pay
going
plate.
nowhere. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Rapid Theft Racing GT4 that get the black flag. We are going to go full course yellow to be able to get this Mercedes BMW GT4 out of the way. It's 5
Not
seconds
gonna be
away
easy.
from full course yellow. Remember how many teams messed it up last time. But we're in the middle of the pit window for a bunch of teams. If you're near pit lane, if you're Vermilion Esports 117 right now, massive free kick for you, anyone who can pit right now. And the dipper is what's looped that GT4 around on cold tyres.
So I'm just looking at a few different things, boys. There was about 7 or 8 cars that weren't back to... Now remember, when he says full course yellow, you've got to be at 50 kph. Not when he says full course yellow, it's... start it. No, you've got to be at 50 kph at that point in time. I saw a bunch of cars doing at least 100 kilometers an hour at that point in time. I was watching where the car was placed, and the biggest issue was that they were all just accelerating through. So there's going to be a huge swath of penalties coming, I think.
I think it's
There is
led
a
to an
few.
incident. Vermilion
Yeah.
Esports 111 have just picked up a meatball flag, and it's because of this. So they've got Pulse Tuning and Sugar Toyota right behind them. They've got Eclipse right behind them. The full course yellow gets called, hasn't come in yet, and it hits one side, gets hit another side. Then they're side by side with Orbit Drop Bear. A few cars head for pit lane, and what happened? Back left suspension collapsed. Apparently the 111 might have been going for pit lane, but there were cars to their left, and now they're not in pit lane, and they got a meatball, and that car is in a horrible way.
That back wheel's not even moving. That is tremendously bad luck and bad positioning. So I'd like to know where the race call was at that
Well,
point.
that's a
He's
green
pulled
flag,
over.
and now they're going to park it.
This would be safety car.
It's
not
surely
just
this
a
brings a
full-course
safety
yellow.
car. They can't bring that thing the whole way around under green flag conditions. And the Vermilion Esports 111 with Jacob Todd driving, being hit in the final sector, haven't gotten to the pit lane. They might not even have the fuel to get around. If they were trying to pit that lap, they might not have the fuel to get around.
Yeah, they've been 32 laps out there. That's a very awful positioning of the car, and no communication to let people know that they were coming in. And all chaos at the wrong point of time. When
Safety
you're
car.
having a good day. that
Safety
is
cars
what
called by race direction. So full course yellows breed safety cars? Don't know what to tell you.
Well,
Yeah.
with all of that, we're saying goodbye to Scott Rankin, and we're saying hello to myself, Reese Gardner.
Hello,
I've
Reece Gardner.
finally crawled out of bed just in time for some major drama here in the OSR Bathurst 12 hour for 2025. And yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure what more I can say at the moment other than yeah, bring on the next few minutes of this race, because it looks like there's going to be some big changes here. Bunch of teams coming to the pit lane, and I see no reason why not.
Yeah, a lot of them, it was time to pit as well, but a few cars that made their pit stop under the full course yellow might cycle towards the front now that these other cars are pitting under the safety car. Look for a lot of driver changes to happen right now as well. The number one race leading car have changed drivers every single stop to this point, and I think that continues because Damon Woods takes over from Cody Deeth.
Yeah,
They're really getting back in front at the moment because of that whole safety car shake-up. And you're right, all those cars that did stop under the full course yellow will now make up the top 5 positions. So Daniel Yeaman there in second, Harrison Lillas in third, and James Golding there in fourth at the moment. So very interesting shake-up this race. It's been turned on its head with 8.5 hours to go. Nice to have a chat with you again, Reece. Welcome back. Miss you, boy. Miss you, bud.
Yeah, I missed you too, Wilco. It's good to be back in the box here, and I'm likely going to be here for the next few hours at least, and be in and out all the way to the end of the race. Certainly a lovely day day for one of Australia's great sim races. Let's see how long this safety car period ends up lasting, because looks like the pit stop just about complete for everyone there, and they've all made their way up to the queue behind the safety car. And now the last cars in the train, Craig Schultz in the 95 SimSport 953 coming round at Forest Elbow. So looks like those are the cars that have gotten wave arounds, and they'll be gradually making their way back around to the back of this train. Seeing that the Vendaval Sim Racing car, the number 36, Alexander Bird at the wheel, making his way out of pit lane presently, or actually into pit lane rather, as we still see no sign of rain out there at the moment. Weather has certainly smiled on the drivers today, hasn't it?
Yeah, we've been, predicting it. It's been in the forecast, but it hasn't materialised in the sky or on the radar. There's still plenty of clouds about, but none of them are dropping moisture. So a strategy masterclass from Vermilion here, because they pitted with the full course yellow, and now that everyone else is pitted under the safety car, they lead. Orbit dropped their Mars. That Mustang is genuinely second place. Stopped 1 lap ago. Perhaps a bit of a quick stop, now I see it. But they are second. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter is third. Blackout OPR fourth. Volante Rosso by Eclipse, what was your race lead, is now back in fifth. There is a few teams that have jumped massively by pitting with the full course yellow. That was then immediately followed by the safety car, the stricken Vermilion car that's brought out the safety car. No drive shaft, no tyres, no fuel. They're about to be able to tow, and then I think the wave by will be soon. And the last safety car didn't take too long, Reese. It really was only sort of 3-4 laps at this pace.
Yeah, indeed. That's good to hear. So we should get back to racing very soon and have a lovely jumbled up field. Love to see that happen. And the pole position car of Volante Rosso by Eclipse in 5th place. A couple of GT4 cars to negotiate, and a couple of GT3s as well in the midst of all of that. So with everyone out there, and the unfortunate 111 making its way back into pit lane, looks like their day is indeed done. It's a real shame, because I remember seeing the 111 quite some time ago. Last night's qualifying session, they were one of the stars of it, putting some really good laps in. And unfortunately, qualifying isn't exactly the be-all, end-all of an event like this. Well, here we go then. Safety car on its way up Mountain Straight. I'd expect that we'll be in by the end of next lap. Looking forward to seeing what the matchup will be like here, Wilco, between the Vermilion car and the 2 Drop Bear cars behind. We can't forget James Golding and the Blackout OPR machine either, and Damon Woods at the wheel of the number 1. He's going to have to work his way past all of them if he wants to lead back.
Yeah, we had some interesting stuff last restart, and don't forget, I think there's still some penalties that we dished out over the coming laps, as we see a few of the wave rounds coming through. So the car going down the inside there, but yeah, buried back in the field here. Be very keen for Damon to get back to the front of this field as quick as he can. Doesn't want to be held up. But yeah, we didn't get the shake-up I thought with the pit strategy, and Cody got held up because of his safety car. But strategy, it's a key part of a multi-class race like this. You can see the cars going too wide. We are getting ready for restart by the time we get down to the bottom of the chase next lap. What is going to happen, David? Because we saw it last time. We saw black flags, we saw meatballs, we saw all kinds of stuff the last restart. These guys have got to get in their heads and they need to get past. I know this is wave rounds, they're all just slowed up because they're coming up the hill. I got excited, David. It's me.
Busy time for race control as well, because like you said, I don't think they've even gotten to the bottom of penalties around the last full course yellow, and then we went safety car, which also brought a couple of penalties with it last time. So I think the next 40 minutes is us going to be saying, oh, This car was speeding under full course yellow. This car was speeding at the resumption of the full course yellow. This car didn't follow safety car procedures, etc., etc. Now the GT4 wave around begins, and we get a true picture of our GT3 leaders. Now, the car in second place started 25th on the grid today. The car in fourth started 24th on the grid. They've taken every opportunity, pitting with safety cars, pitting with full course yellows, and that roll of the dice has been rewarded in their favour. Volante Rosso by Eclipse is still in this, in fifth though, so they're going to restart in a reasonable enough position. It's some of the Evolution racing cars, it's Pulsar Chuka Toyota, and those that have dropped further back than where their pace ought to have had them.
Yeah, you remember those Bathurst 1000 restarts where all the slow cars at the front and the fast cars in the middle, and chaos ensues? Yeah, right now, restart.
Yeah, and we're also looking at wave arounds. Absolutely massive line. A lot of the GT4s as well. Oh, I've just noticed something. Can we look at the 101? He was crabbing down Conrod Straight, and he's just found the gravel trap. Something has gone wrong for Sebastian Vandel in the Vermilion Esports 101. The dramas just continue here at around about the 3-hour mark of the race. The field was about to come up on him on Conrod, and well, fortunately he's gotten out of the way of most of them, and he's going to find his way back to the pits. But
this is not the 111. This is another Vermilion NSX crabbing with rear damage. Apparently there's going to be some cringeworthy watching.
Right. Remember, this is under safety car, and oh dear. Okay, so unfortunately, going a little bit too far over the curb there, and Vandel unfortunately finding the wall on both ends of the car and at both sides of the circuit. So
if you don't know the picture of that, him coming into pit lane looked amazing, like he took the slowest ever drift around that corner. But that's not how we're feeling right now. That's the wheel in the dirt at the wrong time. Sorry to cut you off there, Reese. It's just
Oh, all good. Yeah, it certainly is an opportunity to pretend to be an excellent slow motion drifter, but I don't think Vandel will be too happy with the circumstances surrounding that.
Eurobeat plus slowed plus reverb youtube.com.
And that means there's only about 15 Vermilion cars left in the race now, I think.
Plus echo plus rain sounds.
Bass boosted.
In brackets, car music.
Dear me.
There's only 8.5 hours left of this. Good luck, audience.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, we do jest, but commiserations to Vermilion for having two of their cars suffer huge issues here in just the last 20 minutes or so. It's amazing how quickly fortunes can turn around for a team, but you know what? They still have a car up the front. That 117 with Seth Brown at the wheel is going to lead us away very shortly. They do have a big amount of pressure on board for them. I mean, not only do they have to think about the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car, but Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter looking incredibly good too. And the Blackout OPR Mustang there, you know, we were talking during qualifying yesterday how much the balance of performance does not favor the Mustang. And I mean, the Mustang was probably the best of the non-Acuras in this race. We have Ferraris, we have a couple of Porsches as well, and one BMW, at least starting the race. But it's awesome to see the Mustang all the way up there.
Scholars will tell you that the Mustang is not the favoured car. The Mustang, meanwhile, can't read and doesn't care what scholars say and competes nonetheless.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think all the scholars drive Acuras.
Interesting thing, Vermilion 101 has decided to repair this rather than the fast repair. That was a serious amount of damage to the back end of that car. I can't see that being an actual repair job. They have to use the fast repair and got back out there though. That's, I'm not sure what the call is Oh, there you go. While I wasn't watching, they've already used their fast repair, so that's them out of the race. That's race over, unfortunately. But the safety car has moved away, doing a very good job of flying down Conwood Straight, making those GT3 cars look slow in comparison as we get ready to see what this restart's going to bring. And I'm going to let one of you guys say this, because all hell is about to break loose on the mountain once again.
All right, well, away we go then down Conrod. The wave-arounds have been completed. We're getting ready to go for the OSR Bathurst 12-hour restart to begin the 99th lap of this race. And Seth Brown has Dan Yeaman and Harrison Lillis behind him in those drop bear cars. Of course, James Golding of Supercars fame in the OPR Mustang, chasing them down as well.
Of S5000 fame. Of S5000 fame.
Yes, indeed, S5000. David's always eager to promote a series that is unfortunately no longer with us, and it's a real shame that it is. So we'll keep our eyes peeled to see who's the best placed to begin the 99th lap of this race with under 8.5 hours remaining. Single file. Make sure that your car is heated up, your tires are up to pressure, up to temperature. Get going. Make sure that you stay out of the walls. That's Bathurst, and that's the green flag. We are back to racing, and it's a well-executed restart here by Seth Brown. Doesn't seem like there's much to talk about through turn 1 for the top 5, but it looks like Damon Woods is already trying to pressure James Golding, though he doesn't seem to have had much of a run out of turn 1. They're getting on the tyre weave up the front. Those Acuras evidently wanting to get their tyres heated up a little more. Golding is not playing those kinds of games.
Yeah, the GT3 is getting their tyre temperature, but it's even tougher for the GT4s, shoved out wide in this battle here inside of the top 10, and that looks like Pulse tuning to Toyota is dropping back. They're off pace as well. A car that was primed to rise through the strategy and caught out by the strategy and caught out on the restart. Bit of damage to the splitter there somewhere, and there's now a freight train of GT3s ready to close in on them.
Yeah, John Merritt at the wheel. He had a problem in turn 2. He was trying to get up the inside of Adam Briggs, I believe. Got on the brakes a bit later than Briggsy did in the blue Ferrari here. There was a pass being made, Briggs giving up the position, and Merritt, I think, was caught out by that, and he got tagged by one of the Vermilion cars on the way through. So he's completely lost momentum there coming through the second corner.
And then the rear bumper fell off a couple corners later. We've seen that happen before. Someone tagged the cutting and then lost their rear bumper off their Acura 300, 400 meters later. So that's something to worry about. This is two cars that have benefited so greatly from the timing of the safety car, engineering a little bit of a team swap so that it looks like Golding goes ahead of Yeaman. Sorry, Harrison Lillis goes ahead of Yeaman, apparently.
Yes, speaking of Golding, he has to give up to Damon Woods at the chase. And, well, our pole position car is back up a position, looking at a potential top 3 in the next couple of laps. It's a very interesting pack here. Reese Gasul and Ethan Grigg-Gault chasing James Golding down now. The Mustang is definitely not the fastest car around here, so James is going to be driving the wheels off that thing to keep those guys behind. But he'll have to watch on as Damon Woods will move along here, the second of our OPR Mustangs, having to stay very tight there in Hell Corner, as we are hearing that 23 cars are under investigation for full course yellow driving breaches. That's not car 23, that is 23 cars in the field.
Yes, we practiced this before the race started. There were still people asking questions about it. I didn't understand what was going on, but it didn't take long to realise, hey, get down to 50 before the thing, before he says it, and use pit limiter is the main thing. Because if you even roll, like if you try and clutch it to save fuel, and you roll over, you get dinged. As we see Callan here making a drive up the hill with the cutting, but it's a very strict rule. They've got all the data in the background, and they just look at it. So as soon as you're over, you're done. It's going to be very interesting.
keep our eyes peeled on the fight for the time being. The question is, which 23 cars are under investigation? Because it could really affect the running order, with penalties being applied later. And there's going to be a lot more to talk about later. For now, let's talk about Ethan Grigg-Gault. Actually managed to find his way past Reese Gasol, and now he's in the slipstream of James Golding, trying to get into the top 5 for Evolution Racing Team. And into the chase. The position is done on a dry track, but I'm wondering, David, if we're going to be staying dry for long.
I am massively overreacting to the weather radar, where in the furthest corner, the furthest possible from the track, there is 1 pixel of the lightest possible color of rain, but it's the first hint of a looming thunderstorm that we've seen. The storms so far have been on the racetrack. Let's have a look as they go up the hill here. Again, it's been a physical race to this point, Wilco.
It has been a very physical race, and I just saw the same thing on the radar. It's actually a lot more intense than we've been looking at all morning for this little period of the percentages. But these guys, you see the cars here over a quarter way through the race, and all these cars are still carrying damage. So it's very interesting. We've seen a lot of movement down around the GT4 level as well. Actually, no, that's just a bug with the timing. It's fine. It's on my watch. But look at these cars. They've taken some things already. There's going to be some people that just don't make it to the end if they pick to run on these cars like that, even with the Barrett Reserve. We've seen the Vermilion 101 have that issue. We've seen 111 hasn't come out with hits either yet. So they're pushing the limits, and this is what we knew. You had to push the limits to get into this race. They had fastest, and there's some people trying to keep up. Using every limit of the track they can, and on Bathurst, that can cost you big time.
There it is, bottom right of the corner. The radar is on loop, and it's showing just a tiny bit of light rain. It might be the front of a storm is beginning to come from the southeast. That's the direction the wind is blowing from, south by southeast. 15 kilometers an hour on the ground means that at cloud altitude, it's probably bringing them over 40, 50 k's an hour. That weather will creep over in the near future. James Golding is dropping back. The big Stang can't hold on as Lachlan Cape and Reese Gasol go ahead. This is the next battle behind that, with the 65 Rapid Theft Esports Acura being pursued by Vermilion Esports and a few others. 7-8 Momentum Mustangs gained a position on this lap, I think. So that's a good looking Mustang at this phase of the race, as surely everyone is looking at how much fuel is in their tank and how far away and how heavy that rain is going to be. Some penalty news coming through for the Eclipse Sim Sports 56. I think this is going to be all we talk about for the next 20 minutes, and then we talk about rain. It's going to be who's been black flagged and stung from improper FCY and safety car procedures. Peter.
This looks like it's a iRacing black flag, so it's incident points related rather than anything else. This is Kobe's driving a car that's gone more than 25 over. As you alluded to before, once you go over that 25, it's like a 10. So it only takes 2 little hits or a couple of nudges or pushing at Murray's, and it really compounds the problem from here on out. Like
who wants to go side by side with a Mustang through the cutting? Apparently not anyone with any sense, Reese.
It's the widest car on the track, isn't it? Here we go. So we're going to look at the replay here. Murray's. Oh, that's close to the rear end. You don't want to be there trying to overtake someone. 2 spots, 1 straight, and makes it happen. But look behind. Oh no.
Compromised on the exit. Oh dear, this is not going to be good. Up through Mountain Straight, 2 positions gained for the Orbit Drop Bear car, but then unfortunately 2 positions lost again. Does have the inside for Griffin's Bend though. That's where you want to be if you want to make a move. Very nice little exchange, has to be said. As we keep our eyes peeled on the number 2 car. Caleb Hydes in the Volante Rosso by Eclipse car. car got a drive-through penalty at the start of the race. Has just made their way through to the front of that pack. So Ryan Bettes in the Mustang, Adam Briggs in the Synergy 14 Ferrari as well. As the iRacing black flag will be served for Eclipse Sim Sports 56. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Ethan Green Gold gets into the top 4. Dan Yeaman has to give room on the inside, and Corbett Dropbear will fall out of the top 4 positions.
Didn't give the most room, but he did give some room. So lucky we're not on American service. That could have been a very interesting with that code. But there's straight ahead. Wow, that car's had some damage done earlier on. They've been in the wars. Is it the Summit car behind? They've had some. No, that's Summit. Sorry. Liana has had some issues all day, or a couple of issues anyway. But that was an interesting one. That could have ended a few different races. So very good pulling that one up in Veteran Gaming Australia Green. And very good job to be still going, because they did have a very big incident early on at Griffins early on in the race. So look, we can replay here, just getting caught up with a car that's going a little bit slower to let a car pass behind. And you see all these GT4s having a bit of fun. It's the first time they've seen each other in a very long time, all together like this in one little pack. So good to see them having a bit of fun back down there.
Have a look at Damon Woods' pace here. He got into 4th, got into 3rd, now he's going for 2nd at the chase. This car has absolutely magnificent pace, running solidly up into the top 2 now. And we have to wait and see how far Seth Brown can hold on with about 2 and a bit seconds in tow there, as Lachlan Capel will battle with Reese Gasoul for 6th place for the time being. Still waiting on news for all the cars being investigated for full course yellow procedure violations, but that was just a great move at the chase. Reese Gasoul with the magnificent outbraking maneuver.
So just quickly on that last lap, I know it was a little bit traffic, a little bit draft, but Damon was half a second quicker than Seth at that stage, so 2.5 seconds is the current thing. Maybe the next 4 to 5 laps, if we can keep on that pace, we might see a battle for the lead yet again. Like I said, traffic's a little bit of a thing there. See boost juice there being used to get a bit of sustenance into the car. Thomas Hinds doing a great job there.
There's a man who's not going to get scurvy, depending on what flavour he's gone for.
We had a few little close encounters with Thomas before, doing a great job. He didn't kill anyone and kept the car pretty straight. So very good job for that team.
And there's Cameron Dance.
Is he any good? I've never heard of him. Is he any good?
Yeah, he's done a couple of good things in the past. Races a bit, commentated a bit as well. But you can see that he has not left the hyper-stimulated chassis. Oh, big slide for Vermilion 89 there through the dipper. There's plenty of... No, absolutely not. I mean, the argument could be made, there's nowhere on this track you want to have a slide like that, but the dipper's one of the worst. Let's get that on board then. Coming down through the S's, chasing down the Mustang ahead with Ryan Bettes. A little bit hard into the dipper. Whoa! That was so close to potentially another full course yellow or safety car. Very well held.
Yeah, right front ends don't survive that usually. We saw that last year in Bathurst in the practice where I think Reynolds ended up in the wall there, and one of the shell cars, he takes a little bit more grass on the exit there coming down to Murray's. So this car's looking very loose. So whether he's heated the tyres up there and it's becoming a bit hard to handle with that loose steer that they seem to be running anyway, overheating those tyres will just exacerbate that issue in the rear. If you're not careful, especially with those marbles, you can see get onto them, and that rear just has nothing.
Hopefully you viewers are paying attention to the screen just then, because we saw the weather radar and it looked like there was some rain creeping up from the bottom right there, about 45 minutes away. So the teams will obviously have noticed that, and if they haven't noticed it, they'll probably hear it from us here if they've got the broadcast up. It's when they're going to have to start thinking about potentially getting rain tyres on. Oh boy, the drama will continue. It's the
Stop
battle.
giving away our strategy to my team, the enemies of my team. Don't do that. Stop it. Shh, no rain coming in. Just
I'm a completely neutral party in this, Wilco.
come on. Be on my
Unlike
side,
me.
Mikey.
Who's
I
already
give
been
away-
bribed and paid off.
Yes,
I give away everyone's secrets.
if I had money, David, I'd bribe you. I don't have another video card either, so I can't even do that. You see here, Pulse, John Merritt's doing a great job after that damage he's got. I thought he was actually getting right up. Kevin was going to make the move, but probably giving him the run so he can get right on him and come out at Forest and put a move on. But doing a great job with that car that he's having a little bit of rear end damage at the moment.
The Rapid Theft Esports car of Kevin Norman.
Don't need that
Suffering.
paint on the rear. It's fine.
No, definitely not. Doesn't grant you much straight line speed down going, Rod. Regardless, John Merritt on an absolute charge here. Try and regain those positions after he lost them on the restart. Is he far up enough at the chase? Well defended from Kevin Norman here. I love it when a driver's like, I don't care who you are, I'm going to defend just like anyone else does. He's going to stay defensive into the chase here. So John Merritt's going to have to find another way through somewhere. It's a good exit from Murray's Corner, though. Get a view of that. There's Norman just grazes the wall with the right rear. Tell you what, as far as tapping the wall at Forest Elbow goes, that's one of the best executed I've seen so far. Trade between two of the OPR Mustangs. Looks like James Golding has been gradually falling out of position, and Ryan Bettes has moved past him there. That's a change for 9th spot.
Just quick. Yeah, go.
I was going to say, I thought John Merritt would have been past Kevin Norman by now here in the battle for 14th, but a little wide for Norman with a GT4 ahead of them, side by side. Well, this is not ideal.
I was just going to say that the pace at the front has lifted. The only two cars in the 203s right now last lap was Vermilion and Volante. That's
We've got a big problem here. Actually, we've got a really big problem here because a bunch of GT4s just came together coming out of Forest Elbow. I think that replay
that's not bad for us.
Yeah. I think that the replay that Jay just showed us was the start of it. Braden O'Loughlin in the Frog Leap Juice Racing red car ending up... it was some interesting contact, actually. Cameron White in the JTIT Race on Oz Mercedes got into him, and they both got into each other. And so, unfortunately, the Veteran Gaming Australia car, who, don't forget, started on GT4 pole position for this race, has had another horrendous thing happen to them. Absolutely broadsiding the Frog Leap Juice Racing car.
That's gutty.
Second safety car of the race. 2 full course yellows, 2 safety cars. And it's the GT4s that are normally impossible to kill. But apparently, what we're about to see is not a pretty sight for these BMWs.
Oh, that engine's not the best either.
No way. So let's dissect this then. With O'Loughlin going wide through Forest Elbow, the Race on Oz Mercedes decides to go for it, but not fully alongside. O'Loughlin tries turning in, and there's just a bit of contact between them there. O'Loughlin gets turned around, and then Liana coming in there. That is massive.
Nothing you can do about that. That is just wrong spot, wrong time. At that speed, anyway. It's I was talking before. They're all around each other. The GT4s generally don't see each other much on this track because they're letting the GT3s pass. But yeah, that's what happens when they do come together. That wheel is not in a good spot. The engine's not in a good spot. We're talking about this car's survived a few big hits before. I'm not sure whether they've got a fast repair left or not, but that car's not going to be not going to be repaired anytime soon. So they've already used their fast repair. Yeah, that's a shame. Because like I said, they were looking good before race. They were looking okay from where the problems they had before.
At least they've made it back to the pits. You can't say the same for the Frog Leap Juiced Racing red car here. Braden O'Loughlin has to sit by the circuit. The car completely dead. They are going to have to tow back to the pits, and that's going to be the end of their race, I believe.
Yeah, so they'll get a thing, but they're going to go 3 laps down here minimum, I think, with the tow and with the having to wait to be able to tow. They were already, they were going okay, but they were they're now a lap down anyway. So they'll go multiple laps down. You can get that back, especially with safety cars, but they've got to get through the wet now with no fast repairs left, I assume. So that's the biggest scary part. That's what we've always worried about going in. Where the locked-on car is bent at the moment, still fairly bent, and we're just trying to get it through the wet, and then have that safety car in case it gets worse through that period. So you can see there a little bit of yellow in the bottom right corner of the live radar map. That means there will be at least moderate rain coming through. And this track, it does take a little bit to get going, but once that puddle's formed, it's going to be simplify as much as you can. And if you hit any of those white lines, I did it the other day, just put the brake down on the white line or the accelerator down on the white lines when it's wet, you can be pirouetting around the corner and out of control. So we've got some interesting time coming up. We still haven't had all those black flags mentioned for the 23 cars. So that's still to come through. We've got the Forest Elbow moving under brakes period. We've got the crashes under safety car that happened. There's still a lot of stuff in race control to get through, and we've got rain coming. Reese and David, this is going to be a chaotic hour ahead.
First couple of hours were pretty chaotic. I'd say a second safety car means a race that's a little chaotic, and there is more to come. This is a race that you've really got to survive well into those final hours to stand a chance. Being in the top 5 now, no guarantee of success. Vendaval were up front for ages and then dropped back. They could still come back towards the front. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows indeed. A little bit of news from race control. Apparently, there's going to be 3 drive-through penalties for full course yellow infringements, and we're about to be told who they are for. We'll have to wait and see on that.
This is real who's going to receive a rose and who's not at the end of the show.
Yeah.
But 23 down to 3, like, there must have been some line ball calls there, but the 3 must be well over. But like I said, there's still other incidents that we're going to have to get through. But I've got race control decisions open. I'm very interested to see how this is going to affect the race, because it could affect it really could be a big change. Like I said, Vermilion and Volante up front, and Orbit Drop Bears and Evolution, and a second Orbit Drop Bears car there. They've all looked fast all race. Hopefully they're all unscathed, because they're providing some very quick time. Before we had the safety car, I was just saying that the 1 and 2 were the only 2 cars in the 203s. So Seth had answered the question that Damon was putting before him. The gap was down to a second and a half, but they were matching pace until that safety car. So who's got tyres, who's got the fronts haven't gone in. So that's interesting. There's still 13 or 14 laps into the 26 to 30 lap sprint. Stint. So who's got the tyre wear left if they were pushing before the safety car came through?
Right. Let's bring ourselves down to earth once again as we keep watching the skies for that rain to creep up on us. Shouldn't be too long now before we get this race going once again. Peter Baxter in the safety car leading us through. Of course, supporting the Balin Stewart Foundation. And we got some good news.
Yeah, nice.
Lovely stuff there for Frog Leap Juiced Racing. They are back out. Very awesome to see.
Hey, Reese, can we talk about Balin Stewart for a second? Since we
absolutely can, Wilco.
Right there, I got to actually go catch up with Mike Stewart, who obviously is the person who, or not obviously, if you don't know, Balin Stewart unfortunately lost his life at 16 a couple of years back, and Mike, who's big with the vets crew, was his father, and from there, because it was a knife attack, created this foundation, the Balin Stewart Foundation, and Walk for Balin is something they do every year in February, and they walk along his favourite little pathway on the Sunshine Coast from Kawana Water Surf Club up to the point, which is a beautiful point cart ride. Beautiful views up there. He's got a little tree that is being planted there. That's now, I think, 4 years and growing. Everyone dresses in their best white and walks down to there and then walks back. Then they put on a nice little bit of music, some drinks back at the surf club, and raise a whole lot of money, and mainly awareness for getting knives out of young kids' hands, and honestly anyone's hands. You never know what's going to happen with knives in people's hands. So it's a great foundation. I was really lucky to be there this year and do the walk with Mike. So many people came along. Such a lot of the mayor, the police commissioner, all that kind of people turned up to lend their support to it. So it's such a good cause, and if you've got any chance, there will be links all around the place. Donate to such a good cause and raise awareness for such a good cause as well, Reece. So I just wanted to pop that one in there, being something I got to do this year. So yeah, thank you, Mike, for all the work you've done on this such a tragic situation.
Yeah, Been the Blade for Balin is the hashtag associated with the Balin Stewart Foundation, and all of the logos that you see on that safety car are people who have donated to the Balin Stewart Foundation as part of this race's support drive. It was really awesome to see the outpouring of support. About $750 raised for the Balin Stewart Foundation to enact some positive change in the Sunshine Coast community. Well, for now, there's a few more waiver rounds getting going here. We're going to take an opportunity to speak with one of the drivers in the 953 machine, down in 20th place at the moment. Craig Schultz is at the wheel, but Daniel Benefield joins us for the moment. Daniel, 95 Sim Sport, sticking it out there in the Porsche in this race, and with about 4.5 hours complete, it's certainly been a hard slog for you guys there.
Yeah, the last safety car restart was a bit interesting for us, and we got pinged for the checkup in Murray's, which I don't necessarily agree with, but that's racing. Since then though, we've not pulled a blinder as the strategy, but we've at least got the strategy so that we're back in the race, and the radar is looking very nice right now.
Yeah, you're looking forward to the rain, evidently.
Oh yes, yes I am, very much so.
It's going to be all about timing when it eventually comes down, because the rain might start falling, but the track's not actually going to get wet for a lap or two. It's about choosing, at what point in that transitionary period to go to wets, I suppose. It's a bit of brain power involved, and a bit of thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, it is, and it's a lot about feel, especially around here. The walls are so close, so you're probably a bit safer, especially with 8 hours left in the race. So we'll see what happens come when it arrives, really. But yeah, I think it'll definitely spice the field up. We've already got a pretty mixed up field with the full course yellow into safety car that we've had here, and I think the rain will mix up the field a bit more.
Yeah, we're certainly anticipating the same thing. Well, moving further on through, I mean, you've got the TriStar Racing McLaren right behind you. Matt Arnold at the wheel, and that car's on a bit of a charge, up 10 positions themselves from where I can see they started. You've also got the Blackout OPR cars ahead of you. In terms of the rain, not too sure how far away it is, probably about 35 minutes at this point. Are you going to be able to make the fuel tank last all the way until then, or are you going to have to take a stop before the rain is projected to arrive?
We're hoping that it will arrive before we stop. Obviously, we saw quite a few cars stop under this safety car. There'll be a bit of an advantage if the rain does come a bit later. If we all have to pit again for fuel, if we all run out. But I think, given how quickly it's moving, I think it'll be, at least for our car, I can't speak for everyone obviously, but I think for our car, we'll be able to make it on fuel until the rain arrives.
All right, well, wishing you the best of luck, Dan, and our best to Craig in the car as well. Thanks very much for joining us. Hopefully we'll chat to you again later.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully. Thanks, guys.
Daniel Benefield there from 95 Sim Sports 953, the car on screen at the moment. And I can always count on 95 to be a factor at the front of a sim racing field. They have chosen to be one of the few non-Acuras in this field today. It's those NSXs at the front that are really raring to go here, with Seth Brown at the wheel of the 117, now having to hold off Damon Woods at the very start. The safety car has definitely helped the number one regain a few spots here. How long will it be before they get back into the lead? Wait for the call of the green flag as the safety car is already in. And race control will give the all clear from here. Green flag, and away we go. Seth Brown under so much pressure from Damon Woods here, coming into turn one, and it's a move behind. Oh, Dan Yeaman trying to defend from Reese Gasoul gets shuffled off the racetrack, and Lachlan Capel, Caleb Hides, James Golding and Josh Horton will go past him. That car has been shuffled out of the top 10.
Just keep an eye, Reese and David, 21st and lower in the GT3 will have fresh rubber. Everyone above is not on fresh rubber. So this will be an interesting battle through the field for those guys on fresh rubber. Interesting strategy too with the whole trying to get their stop with the rain time. Hopefully it pays off for a whole lot of people. As you can see, everyone's back racing again. GT4s getting along as well. There's two wide going in as we got some of the cars who have pitted already and got shuffled back in order. But up front here, the move is done. And let's see if Damon can now build a gap, or he's happy just to hold on to that rubber and maybe save fuel to make sure he gets into pit when the rain arrives, which is what you want to do. Or a little tap there in the rear, a little bit of overlap there. Could have been very messy. Daniel Yeaman doing a very good job not to scoot out and take 3 or 4 cars out there in one big hit. As we're back racing again, they've both, I said, they were the 2 fastest cars on track before the safety car, and they're starting to open up that little gap, David, ready to go for some more things. And we've got some interesting calls here coming through finally for those safety car, full race yellow infringements coming through with 208, 743 and 91 all getting infringement notices for drive-through penalties.
It's really started the race. Some will love you and leave you, and we'll be back for the finish. And, well, I think it'll be non-stop action all the way for the remaining 8 hours with Reese Gardner and Peter Wilkinson.
Absolutely, David. Thanks very much
for... already, David?
Yeah, absolutely. It's only been a few seconds, and I feel like it's been a million years. Well, we'll leave David Haynes to go about his day and come back to us later on in the race. But the penalties being issued here, it's interesting because the 208 got the penalty at the start of the full course yellow. The 743 and the 91, it's for a false restart, which is interesting to see.
Yeah, I guess it's easy to do, but so 743 is currently leading the GT4s, is my understanding of it. 208 is mid-pack in the GT3s, and the 91 car is jumping too early to say it, but it's sitting there. I've got no eyes on it. They're mid-pack in the GT4s at the moment, so that helps off the Lates car. Very good job, boys, doing an infringement and maybe getting a few jump up there. We're back on the lead lap too, so well done to J-Mac, who's in this car at the moment. If you want to help him out, he's doing the Box Rally Series like we did last year again, so he's a legend. But look at these guys. We're back on 4th place, even green gold. I feel like I've been saying his name as much as Dave was saying the other name before. He's always been in the action. Got himself back up into 4th position once again, hunting down the podium at the moment. He's back on the back of Harrison and putting some good effort in here. Not going to be close enough coming into the chase at this stage, but in a very good position and showing very good pace. These front 4 cars starting to open up a small little gap there, as we see. None of the cars on fresh rubber have been able to make their way through the field at all, which is quite an interesting thing. So 21st is still Evolution Team Racing's Daniel Hall, sitting on tyres that are 4 laps old, not going anywhere. I thought I'd see a little bit more movement from them. But you've got a few cars sitting here that are starting to sweat a little bit with probably 19 to 20 laps into their stints, and the rain needs to come soon, as we see Damon Woods being unleashed, setting the fastest lap of the race there with a 2:02.473, the only car in the twos last lap.
Okay, Jay has said something about bad news. Let's see what this is about. Oh dear, Wilco. It looks like this is your car we're looking at. There's been a problem here up the top of the mountain. Oh no, losing it out of Silman Park.
We are going, so we're slowly coming down the hill. We do have a fast repair up our sleeves, but I may have to jump off soon and make some have some chats with some drivers to find out where we're going to be from here on out. But that is unfortunate. The car was already bent at that stage, so you see just cold tyres. The GT4s take a while to reheat up, and it's a very slippery part of the track there with going for a long time. Just need to nurse it back down to the pits and not do any more damage on the way down to us or anyone else. That's the main thing. We'll be starting to see. Cool. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. It's a hard slog having to let people by. Coming down the mountain, basically no room for error at all. Fortunate that you are still going, and it doesn't look like there's too much damage, visually at least. We have to turn our attention to the battle for third. Evolution Racing Team 7, Ethan Greg Gold, has gotten by Harrison Lillis, and now Harrison has Reese Gasol, Lachlan Capel, and Caleb Hides on his tail here in the battle of the top Acuras at the front of this field. Damon Woods is already jetting out to a massive gap in the Volante Rosso via Eclipse number 1. 1.3 seconds is the lead, and a 2:02.6 is his last lap. That is almost up with his best, as it looks like the clouds are forming over the circuit and blocking that UV, bringing the track tip down. This is the opportunity for a lot of drivers to push, to pressure, to hopefully get past. There's going to be no moves in this pack for the moment coming into turn 2, as, man, that rain is getting ever closer. It doesn't look like it's going to be too heavy, but there are a few yellow patches in there, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this will affect everyone's strategies going forward. How do you decide in a battle like this, in this pack? You know, you're battling hard with a team in front of you. You want to get past them. You want to be in front, but you've got one eye on the radar. You're thinking, hang on a minute, I'm going to have to come in for wets at some point. I'm probably going to have to maybe back out of this and potentially jump into the pits earlier than them when the rain comes. Maybe an extra lap on wet tyres could make all the difference, or it could go the other way too. Maybe staying a lap out longer on dry tyres would be the way to go.
Yeah, look, we had this very decision discussion pre the rain coming on the radar before. It's one of those tracks, you're 2.5 minutes out there. So much changes on this mountain in 2.5 minutes. It's such a risk to go one more lap and have rain at the top of the hill and end your race. We're looking at a race of two pieces at the moment. Stay alive at the moment, before the rain and during the rain, and then let's do a bit of a race after the rain and for the trophies. It's just, you don't want to be out there on slicks with the buckets down at the top of the hill. For all those people really excited to know, J-Mac has stayed out on the track at the moment with the lock-on car. That's also what I assume we're going to reassess once. It's all, everyone's just basically in a holding pattern. I'd be saving fuel, honestly, if I was those cars in the GT3, because if you're going to top up, come in and get wet, everyone's going to come and get it, but at the same time, you may as well chuck in a little bit less fuel. You might get that on the restart. You see there, Cody getting the job done. Car very loose though in the rear once again. We see the GT3 throwing it around, but got it done on the Summit car there. Coming up the hill here, hopefully can hold on to that position that has just worked very hard to get into 15th now for Blackout OPR. Doing a very good job.
Yeah, good stuff indeed. Up to 15th place now. Josh Andrew behind in the Summit Sim Sports Everest Mustang. There's another one of those drivers who's been sticking it out here. It was one of the cars that yesterday was threatening to potentially get into the top 15 shootout. One of the top Mustangs for sure. And they are well and truly up there. Not as far as the number 43 of OPR, but it will change in a mere few minutes' time as the rain creeps ever closer. Here we go then.
Damon Woods must be 100% sure his fuel is going to get him to good weather, because only car again in the 202's last lap opened up a 2-second lead, which, as we know, is not going to be a huge amount when everyone's going to have to hit the sec anyway. There is smoke coming from the road here. I'm just going to check on my car. My car's still going, so it's not us.
Someone might be Ewan Baker, not sure. Baker is offline and compromised. Looks like the Synergy Sim Racing Ferrari has had a problem.
So Ewan Baker was the one, I believe, that was the first car on fresh rubber too. So this is interesting.
Oh.
Wow, that's bad damage to the front end. That'll be a long time in the pits to repair that. But that is just going too quick over through the thing. That's a very, very rare mistake for someone the caliber of Ewan Baker.
Yeah, agreed.
So these cars out front have been on the rubber and the fuel for between 19 and 22 laps as the front three. With weather about 20-25 minutes away. I think that call might be made for them by the time it gets there. We will see. It's an interesting thing. Strategy, they made the call, and I think it's a really good call. That we've got to pit anyway. Everyone's going to have to do that reset pit to get the tyres on. The ones behind will get the jump because they're going to put less fuel in. But these guys have got one less pit stop than what they do now because they're coming under a second car. So it's going to be an interesting little thing when the rain comes. How they're all going to come out of these pits. I'm fascinated to see it. I may not be here to see it, but I'm fascinated to see what's going on at this stage.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a lot to think about going forward. Meanwhile, battle for second has really heated up here. Ethan Grigg Gold on an absolute tear right now. He's been working his way up from even behind the top six at the restart, and the pace of this car has been immense in these first few restart laps. He's going to try and catch up to Seth Brown in the 117. And he's the only driver in the top 10 that looks even close to matching the pace of Damon Woods up the front. He's going to have to wait a couple more corners to get that move done. Well defended by Seth Brown, just a little bit deeper around the outside, and keeps the place for the time being.
Interesting though, Ethan is the one that's in the most danger here with that pit stop strategy. He's 22 laps on the stint at the moment. So, of the first who has to blink, he will be the first that will have to blink unless they're saving things. So, it's going to be very interesting how close he gets. But definitely the quickest on track along with Damon. Once again, last lap, all top three were in the 202s. So, doing a great job there.
Oh, shuffled wide a little bit is the 209. Luke Page and the Team Jinx Shifters Ferrari now down to 27th position. That's the Pulsar Chuka Toyota entry that's just gone past them there, as, good lord, this battle for fourth place, having to work their way past a GT4. Harrison Lillis still holding on at the front here. Riska Sewell behind has shown that he is not afraid to get the elbows out. He's going to have to wait for a clearer opportunity down the bottom of the mountain, though, if he wants to get it done cleanly. We've got the second Volante Rosso by Eclipse car of Caleb Hydes bringing up the rear of this pack, and he is starting to really round up the back of Lachlan Capel as they come through the dipper.
Yeah, because remember these cars are a little bit out of order from last stop, so there's definitely a good little mix here as these cars come through the field. Using every piece of track that they could possibly do out of Forest Elbow to make these cars go as quick as they can. What an exit they all four of them had. This is some great driving you're seeing here. Enjoy this because this is some of the best in Australia at GT3 Racing, all duking it out in one big hit. The speed that these guys are going and as close as they're going to both the walls and each other without causing any damage is amazing. You see them run down the Murrays here. All in line as up ahead, though, you can see. Is that Ethan?
Ethan's gotten by, yeah. He's in second place.
I was trying to look at the timing board, had updated for me, but that's a move done, and that's in the second. It'll be interesting to see the choice he makes now, whether he goes for it or just sort of sits at this 2.5 second break between him and Damon up front.
Absolutely. Well then, we're going to get another view here of Ethan Grigolt's pass. And Seth Brown had no response for it this time. So Ethan on his way through, but remember he is one of the lighter cars in this field. Here's Ethan Grigolt, so he will have to pit pretty soon. And we got to remember that this pack is right behind them, and could they find a turn of pace and catch back up?
Yeah, I think that they seem to be pacing really well here at the moment. So they're working well, even though they're not as a team. They're working really well as a team. No one's trying to make anything happen here. They're all running line astern, which is the fastest way to get around this and the safest way to get around this track. These guys could work with the draft and slowly either push the gap behind or maybe catch up to that Vermilion car up ahead now that Ethan's passed it. But Seth's got to do a job here and try and hold on as best he can with Ethan. But these cars here, you can see Reese there doing a great job. Like, they're all perfectly in line. These guys are driving as quick as they possibly can. Working well. This is what you want to see in multi-class racing. You see the gap there. Visual gap is not very far whatsoever. You can see the different lines though they take through the kink there. There's the shallow and the wider dip in, which we saw a lot at Bathurst last year. As you see Vermilion making a move in the 89 car there into the chase. But will it come back inside line for 43? No, not enough coming out of there.
Yeah, it's Josh Horton getting a move back. He was the car that we saw have a pretty massive slide through the dipper some time ago. Well, we've got a couple more guests joining us in the commentary box, and they are from the GT4 category. Brock Cat-Eye and Brant Tucker from TriStar Racing. It's been a while, boys. Good to see you again.
That's the dulcet tone of one Reese Gardner. Hello.
It is indeed freshly sustenance-ified with the Hungry Jack's Mega Brekkie wrap. How you going?
Good, mate, good. Oh, that sounds beautiful as well for a brekkie. We're trucking along and just looking at this rain radar with bated breath and waiting for it to hit.
Yeah, indeed. Everyone's got their eyes on the radar at the moment. Michael in the car at the moment. And, well, I guess I was going to ask what the plan is, but it really depends on how much fuel you guys have. How long are you going to be able to make it? Can you make it to the rain?
Look, we've just pitted to put Mike in, so I had a minor little spin earlier, which gave us a bit of damage, so we elected to pit and repair it, get some fuel on board, so we're a bit out of sequence with the rest of the field. So we're just going to run Mike as deep as we can on this fuel stint, and then we'll pit into wet tyres when it gets a bit too unmanageable out there.
Yeah, it won't be too far away, Brock, before you're going to be seeing that rain come. It's creeping ever closer, almost over the little black square of the track. But looking at the battles thus far, are you happy with how the race has gone so far in spite of your incidents?
Yeah, look, I think we pre-qualified 10th and then qualified 15th. So to be running around, I think, we're in 10th at the moment, or 11th. We're in a really good spot. Clearly the BMWs are the faster cars at the moment, particularly on the straights. They just run away from you. So to be just on the back of some of them is really, really good. And obviously we're only a few hours into this. We've still got a ways to go. So we're just going to keep trucking along and see what we get to.
Excellent stuff. Is Brant here? Do you have us, Brent? Excellent.
Yes.
You are indeed alive. I'll tell you what, TriStar having 2 cars in this race here. You got the 222, Matt and Blake driving that Senna-inspired machine. They're hard in a battle with the 9.5 cars. We spoke to Daniel Benefield from 9.5 just before, and he felt good about his car's chances in the rain. What do you think about the McLaren?
Yeah, so I guess to clarify, it's an Australian really well livery. If you can get a close up to it, you'll see there's some visual art in the background of it as well. The 2. So yeah, she's green and gold, generally for our international special events. But yeah, the boys are they're fighting an uphill battle at the moment. Blake got rear-ended in amongst the shenanigans on turn in lap 1, so they've only just now pretty much managed to repair the damage throughout pit stops using the safety car. So they basically get the wave around, and then they pin that lap. So they're always a little bit behind, but they've basically got a new car with no so it's an uphill battle. But yeah, we got mainly Nino coming in the car next in the wet. So the man will be ready. That's what I think. Looks like it's going to absolutely pump the radars.
Yeah, indeed. You guys are currently battling for a top 20 in GT3 and a top 10 in GT4. And yeah, you're right. The rain is looking to pummel down. We saw those little wisps of yellow on the weather radar. Looks like those yellows are turning orange and potentially red. So there's going to be more rain than we expected. So a bit of strategy information to work out for you guys. I guess we'll have to leave yous to it. Brant Tucker, Brock Cat-Eye, awesome to chat to you guys again. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us, and it's great to have Sudspeed back, and not only broadcasting, the first 3 and last 3 like we had the previous years, to be live the whole races. Yeah, a testament to you guys, and I will happily jump up and have a chat with you as well as to the car.
Awesome stuff. We'll obviously be checking in with you guys later. That's Brant Tucker and Brock Cat-Eye from TriStar Racing there at the wheel of the 999 GT4 along with Michael Eldridge, and also helping to manage the TriStar McLaren in what I have now just learned is indeed an Australian green and gold livery. See, Peter, I thought it was a Senna-inspired livery because I saw a little bit of blue on it. Oh dear. That's one of the OPR GT4s that is slow and damaged. That's Callan Hodgkinson in the 743.
Damage at that point of the race, unless he's lost it into turn 2. That's hard to damage the right-hand side of the car, unless it's been clipped on the way through.
Yeah,
but that's going to be a long drive. Yeah, it seems to be a lot happened a lot in this race so far. We've seen a lot of the GT3 cars go past, but they just don't quite make it happen. Oh, yeah, because it's in turn 2 like I thought. Okay. You can do that on your own very easily, but which car was that? Was that Ethan?
I'm not sure. It was it was Ethan Griggold. And actually, I think he's going to be stopping at the top of the S's. This is a really tough spot for a damaged GT4 to be. They'll make their way past him, no problem for now, but yeah, that's not ideal. Keep our eyes on this.
Craziness, to be honest, to get through that, because
that car is not turning left. Nah,
and no matter what happens, he's got to get on the racing line here in a sec, and you never know what that car's going to do. Oh.
Okay, so here's a bit more to this incident. So Hodgkinson got a little bit of oversteer on the exit of turn 2 as Ethan went through, and you could see that Ethan was wanting to go up the inside on exit, but that tiny bit of oversteer through Griffin's Bend meant that Hodgkinson was going towards the inside of the corner on exit, and so Ethan by that point was just too close to react. And ultimately there was a tap and a spin, and now Hodgkinson has lost his front bumper as well. Well, at least he'll be able to make it back to the pits from here.
There's 2 big things that are going to happen just here right now. That rain is about to hit, yes. Ethan Griggold is on 28 laps of roughly what they've been getting at 30, I guess. The rain's about to happen, but potentially he may have front aero damage from that hit, and also the race control will look at that at some stage. As you see, my car getting swallowed up by some very, very fast cars here. But J-Mac doing a great job considering how damaged we know that car is to let all those cars pass, especially the fastest of the GT3 cars. But yeah, that very moment there could have very big ramifications for the podium coming the end of the race there. If there's a little bit of damage there, it may drop. There he is. Look at those drops coming from the sky. I don't know what it's called. What's it called again?
I believe it's main, gain, drain. I'm not too sure. Whatever it is, it rhymes with pain, which is going to be what a lot of these drivers will be experiencing on dry tyres. That rain has actually started at Forest Elbow. It's creeping across the circuit from the south. So Forest Elbow is being hit first. The rest of the track is still dry. So it's not at the point where you want to change to wets just yet. Maybe you want to wait another lap or so before you really commit. But you're going to have to be so careful up the top.
Yes, look, Reese, I really love chatting with you, but this is going to make me have to jump off and have to do some team strategy talks in a sec. Just talk these guys through it. It's been amazing having a chat with you. And look, enjoy this race, everyone. There's so much to happen here, especially over the next couple of hours. And I will try and get back at some stage this afternoon to call some more of it. But you can see cars blinking already behind. There's a couple cars that are coming into the pits. But enjoy the call, boys, and we'll catch you again soon.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Peter Wilkinson, we thank him for his service, and we will see him later, I am sure. I'm being joined now by our producer, Jay Kennedy. This is the perfect time for you to come in, Jay. The rain is here, and it's up to the cutting now. Sorry, we're just going to wait for Jay to attend to a couple of things in the background, but we will get him very shortly. HTS Racing Yellow, one of the first cars to jump to the pits for wet tyres. Adam Hain at the wheel of car 105, bringing that one in from further back in the GT3 field. They were 14th place, but that Ferrari is now going to find its way through. See, they're already kicking up some spray coming across the top. Remember, all of these drivers are still on dry tyres. This is going to be hard for them. The rain is definitely here now. Light rain, but it's going to get a lot heavier. You see that cell coming from the south. Yellow into red. Goodness me, this is going to be a tough job for everybody. It's just a single line of spray down Conrod Straight, but you can see the rain is starting to fall. When do these guys decide to pull the trigger? The number one car is going to come in, and you know what? I think that's going to be the signal that everyone is going to come in behind them. I don't think anybody's going to try and stick it out for another lap. He actually, all right, scratch that, I'm wrong. Ethan Griggold is going to go for another lap here.
Actually looks like most are going to stay out. Hello, guys. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, this is fantastic. It's about 50-50 split on who's coming and who's staying out. What a time for this to all go a bit haywire. I'm loving it. It's a perfect time. It's been a brilliant race so far. And yeah, what an event this is too. The fact that we've had it grow so much so quickly. Actually just seeing as well, a few drivers have picked up mechanical black flags as soon as the rain started to fall. There's a few cars that have hit the wall since the rain has started. One of them on screen here, the Eclipse 56, they've got a mechanical black flag.
Oh dear, they've been caught out by the slippery dippy conditions up at the top of the mountain. Now, the HTS Racing Yellow car is back out on the circuit as it looks like we have been joined by another individual in the commentary box. We can welcome Hamish Munro. I tell you what, Hamish, the leader has just pitted for wet tyres, and that is, once again, I think a strategy masterstroke from them. They're going to have to wait for the rain to come across Mountain Straight and Turn 1, but everywhere else on the circuit, they should be safer than the number 7 is at the moment. Still waiting for Ethan Griggold to make the call to come into the lane.
Yeah, they definitely should. One thing that I mentioned in chat earlier that I was keeping an eye on was that 43 car of Blackadder PR. They'd come in under the safety car for a little splash whilst Ryan Bettis was in the car to try and change up their strategy for the rain. Unfortunately for them, they have been involved in an accident at turn 2, which has now caused them to have to get that car fixed in pit lane. So Black Out OPR cars now back down the order. For Grig Galt and for the Eclipse car at the front of the field, they are going to need to have maximum pressure now on these pit stops. Get these wet tyres on, get the cars set up and push on and just try and keep the car clean, because we know, Reese, that wet weather it throws up any amount of possibilities of terror and chaos and carnage, and the possibility of safety cars as well, as Grig Galt comes into pit lane for that pit stop. So now the pressure is put back on Eclipse to try and get it done up towards him, as the Summit car has the mistake down at Skyline.
Yeah, wall hit at the dipper, and that is the rear wing lost, but now gained right back as they are in the pits with Ethan Grig Galt. Now, was that extra lap spent out on the dry tyres beneficial to Evolution Racing Team, or has Damon Woods and Eclipse pulled the master stroke by pitting a lap earlier than them for wets? You can see that the track is getting ever more soaked, as John Merritt, it seems, has lost the hood of the Pulse Echuca Toyota car. There's been a problem for them up the top of the mountain as well, but they're all going to make their way in. It looks like Bo Albert is taking over in the number 7 from Ethan Grig Galt. So this is going to be one heck of an introduction to the track here for Bo on race day. He's going to be coming out in wet conditions, but Eclipse goes back to the lead. Damon Woods back to P1, and it looks like ERT spent a bit longer in the pits there. Hayden Veld is now taken over the number 31. The top 5 all on wet tyres. Matti Kaitasoya has taken over the Vandervelde sim racing car. They're switching to wets as well. It looks like everyone has decided on wet tyres for now.
Yes, this was the moment with the Blackout OPR car at turn 2. So you saw they tried to take avoiding action, but unfortunately that GT4 Merc just backing it up straight in the path of Ryan Bettis, and that's now taken them, well, not out of contention just yet, but really making it spicy for them, as well, we know the wet weather can already bring a heap of spice onto the field for us. But for Damon Woods and Eclipse Sim Sports, they've got a hell of a lead at the moment, and the worst thing they could hope for right now is a safety car, because that would bring everyone back into contention, especially the incredibly quick and the incredibly tenacious Bo Albert in P2 for Evolution Racing Team at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Well, now it's time for the slither down the mountain. How much is the pace going to be affected here with the rain as heavy as it's ever been? They're right in the middle of a cell of sort of medium-ish rain, but it's not going to be too long until they get to the very heavy stuff that's on its way from the south. So just make sure that those wet tyres come up to temperature before you really have to make use of them. Bo Albert getting out there in second place, taking over the 7 from Ethan Grig Galt. Sam Blacklock in the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car still out on dry tyres. I don't know if that's going to work out too well for them. They're going to have to come in now.
Yeah, that Orbit car has been just in the struggles for majority of the day, and staying out on the dries for this long. They've come in. You have to at this point. The track would be declared wet by this stage, just by how wet it is. And we know how treacherous this track is, even on dry weather. But with wet weather, with the rain coming down, it's only now going to become more dangerous. Reece, you mentioned, how is this now going to affect the race? It'll affect the stints a little bit as well. It might actually extend some of these stints out for the fuel level by dropping this lap time. On a normal wet weather GT race, of course, it can go from an hour in the dry to upwards or towards an hour and a half, depending on how you are approaching and driving the track. So this might change some strategies now, but I think what it also could affect is that minimum or maximum driver time of some drivers out there. They now need to be aware of the fact that they could be out there for longer than an hour, and that may affect them.
So we are...
Wow.
Okay, interesting. So actually, it looks like only one lap has been spent out. Hang on, yeah, that's weird on the timing there.
Yeah.
Because, like, yeah, I'm looking at my timing, and it's showing one lap on wet tyres for Damon Woods, and then one lap on dries. But he pitted 2 laps ago. So what tyres is the number 1 actually on at the moment?
Well, I mean, has this now, is it a glitch in the system, or is it that maybe the timing just assumed he was going to go onto wets and then it's realised, oh no, he's on dries? But Yeah, if he's on dries, I mean, he's guaranteed to have to come in again. There's no way he can be out on dries for very long. But he also wouldn't be going this well if he's on dries in this sort of wet weather. I mean, the fishtail alone would be enough to make this car unsettled. So this would really, really hurt and affect some of the field. And it's really going to hurt them if they are out on those dries, but I highly doubt they are. They're definitely got to be on wets at this stage, because how could you keep this car this stable across the top of the mountain, Reese, by, you know, on slick tyres? It's near impossible.
Yeah. I mean, I'm honestly not sure what's going on for the number one car. He is travelling quite slowly.
Fan McCartan's in the chat saying he's on dries, so he could he be on dry tyres right now? Could this be a master stroke for them somehow? They don't think it's wet enough for wets. I mean, to me, it looks like we're in a swimming pool almost. Like, you know, the thought process would be put the wets on. But he's not giving up much time to Albert. It's still roughly about a 5-second lead.
Okay, so
Jay's told us. Yep.
Yeah, righto. So, yeah, those are wet tyres. You can see the grooves there. So, our timing is showing the wrong tyres on the number one car. They are definitely on the right tyres for the conditions. Well, let's see if they can hold on to that 6.5-second lead, as they have to negotiate a GT4 on the way up the mountain. It's a good thing that these cars, both GT3 and GT4, have ABS and traction control at their disposal, because if you need those anywhere, it's in wet conditions.
Oh, if you need them anywhere, it's in wet conditions at Bathurst, Reese. I mean,
yeah.
You know, this is a place that it can, you know, you look at it wrong and it can kill you, but you look at it wrong in the wet and it's almost going to be like a, you know, mid-80s horror film of a serial killer. I mean, it's this place now, it garners respect. It almost demands it from drivers. In wet conditions, even at any track, you need to take caution. And we've seen some interesting choices on track today from some drivers. I think back to the first instance up at the quarry from one of the leaders driving a GT4 car. Now it's going to take that smart play, that conscious decision to take your time and be cautious, because they cannot afford to push these cars too hard in these wet conditions. Otherwise, they could end up in the wall, or they could end up collecting another car with them as well. So it's not only about respect for the track and respect for your car and your teammates, but also the other competitors on the track too. So now it's coming down to nitty and gritty, and it's coming down to the fact that drivers are just going to have to race to the conditions, more so than the race, as the Summit car of Josh Andrew looks to not be going anywhere, and this could be another safety car up at it's up at Forest Elbow, facing the wrong way.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like there's much in the way of damage on the car from what we can see, and he is still rolling. He's going to have to do a 3-point turn in order to get that thing going again. Oh, there goes the rear wing. At least dislodged a little bit, but now he's stopped on the racing line. Everybody's going to have to go wide there. Fortunately, in wet conditions, the outside line is usually preferred because it's less greasy in the wet conditions. But we'll see what happened to Josh Andrew here. Make its way down to the elbow, and it's across the crest. It's an incident that you see happen all the time.
Exactly right. In the wet, it's so much worse, Reese, because you catch some of those slick tyre marbles just on the outside of the regular racing line, and all of a sudden that car wants to turn around. The heavier this rain gets as well, the more treacherous this is going to become, not just because of the pooling of water on the inside of corners, but how slippery those rubber marbles are going to be on the outside offline that they've been running on for the dry conditions. So now, the heavier that this gets, is it's actually lighting up just a little bit at the bottom of the hill, down on the main straight. So the track may be wet for a period. If it does stop raining, eventually it may dry out, but that's all going to be radar dependent as well, and actually how much more rain we're going to get, as that's a car going slow. That's Hamish Ellen from Frog Leap Juice Racing Magenta. They were in P5 in class, and now they are trickling down the hill and trickling down the order.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, Hamish Cleland will find his way to the pits very shortly. Frog Leap Juiced Racing cars have had plenty of issues in this race, but it looks like that car is crabbing quite a bit. What exactly happened here? Whole gaggle of cars down into the elbow, and oh dear, it's the OPR Mustang that has gone deep into the elbow and had a technical problem at the same time. And poor Hamish Cleland could do nothing.
Yeah, was that the Fort Darcy Inwood in the 606 car? It's not good for them. Oh wow, that is just that's a very unfortunate moment, and I think that kind of it goes back to what we were saying, Reese, of having that patience now about you in the wet. In the dry, you could probably 9 times out of 10 get that move done in a GT3, but the fact that it's wet, you're coming onto the now slick line of the previous regular racing line, and those sorts of moves just cannot be pulled off throughout the whole track. So that they have to be patient, they have to be cautious, and think in the back of their mind, implanted in the inside of your eyelids, that this now changes how you have to get past the lap traffic. It changes how you approach every single corner, every single battle, and every single opportunity to get past another car. You have to make sure you've hit all the marks before you go for the move. As Jared Farwell of Rapid Theft Esports turned around at turn 2 and backed into the wall. Is he moving? He is indeed. So he's waiting for the traffic. Oh, he's pulled it up right on the racing line, and if that car's beached, it won't be going anywhere. He's lucky, though, to be able to pull it back. This is how it happened.
Oh yeah, just avoiding getting hit by drivers coming through on live pictures. Very easy thing to do. It actually looks like further problems for Josh Andrew in the Summit Simsports car, again at the elbow, and a bit of 3 wide, as well as the Vermilion car coming through with the 363. Goodness gracious, this is turning into chaos. A lot of drivers having trouble getting used to these wet conditions. I mean, it's super greasy right now up the top of the mountain. That's where we've been seeing most of the incidents happen, but it's also in those high commitment corners like Griffin's.
Yeah, it's interesting. This Summit car, as ironic as it is, as it comes back down the Summit, it is just struggling in towards Forest Elbow lap after lap. And one question I want to pose to you, Reese, how bad is it at the top of the mountain? If there's been some gravel that's been brought on the road earlier in this race, now that we're in wet conditions, how much worse is that making it at the top of the hill? Because we already know that it's treacherous up there. We already know that debris is bad in the dry, but how is it now going to be affected from this wet weather? And how is it going to affect some of these drivers' lines through that section, but also how they approach it as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's a few places on this circuit, particularly on the run up to the elbow, where you basically have to take the racing line. You can't just go wide through every single corner like you could on a track where there's more space between the turns, right? You need to be able to stay and straight line those corners, but you're just on the rubber all that time. You're on the grease. So I think it just comes down to, just tiptoeing your way around, only pushing when you're on the straights.
Yeah, and we know as well, through obviously a multitude of attempts of endurance races, this is now the point of the race that you're just trying to make it. You're trying to get to that final stint. This is now, you make up any little positions that you can, but it's also just keeping that car clean and keeping yourself in the battle until the final stint of the race, because that's what the race comes down to at the end of it. 12 hours is just the survival rate, and then the final hour is what can you get out of it? How can you best provide yourself an opportunity in this race? But we can see on the radar, the rain's only going to get heavier as we continue along. That you can see that big patch of red is coming straight for this circuit. This track might be wet already, but it's going to get even wetter and even more treacherous for these drivers. They may need to get an oar out for some of these cars, because they're going to have to try and traverse the 7 seas of Mount Panorama to the utmost they can. Diving up the inside though on the Vermilion car and the GT4, that was audacious. He was lucky to pull it off, and that the GT4 in behind had the wherewithal to not turn in and just let them have it. But they're audacious moves, and when you pull them off, you feel like $1 million, Reese. But when you don't, you look like a bit of maybe a questionable one. But he was lucky that he did pull it off there.
Yeah, certainly was. This is not ideal at all for these drivers. This is one of the places where I guess you can afford to take that wider line. There's a bit more space up the top of the mountain to do so, and you see they are nowhere near the apex curb of McPhillamy Park, but look near the curb. You see how big the puddles are. There is a lot of slipperiness to contend with down here, as the number 31 of Hayden Bell Still chasing down Bo Albert, but falling under attack from Jamie Christensen. But is there anything that Christensen will be able to do to actually get past? Need to focus on the exit of the elbow, as there's the locked-on lads car just up ahead of them in GT4. Christensen taking the wider line out of the elbow, and that has not been the way to go. It seems like at the elbow, you want to stick to the inside there. Look at the amount of standing water at the edges of the racetrack.
Yeah, it just shows where all this, the pulling water that's happening is where a lot of those drains are down the Conrod Straight. So for these drivers that, you know, pretty much sticking straight to the middle of the road looks to be the safest option of that run down the hill. But across the top, we saw the pulling water right on the curb where you run it wide at McPhillamy Park. Drivers are now going to have to be careful. You'd hope that they've set their cars up for the wet. If they paid attention to the radar, they would have hopefully have set themselves up for the wet, because if you're in a dry setup at this track, at this point, with how much pulling water there is, you are going to be in a struggle for the next 7 or so hours, depending on how long the rain is here for. So at the top of the hill, you know, we call it a pucker moment, Reese. If you run across that curb and you catch that puddle and your car starts to slide, you are holding on for dear life. You are hoping that it is going to make it through Skyline.
Yeah, you're just hoping, aren't you? Just hoping against hope, and looks like there might be potentially a change for position between the ERT cars here, but there's not going to be any space to get it done here. Bo Albert staying ahead of Hayden Veld, and Christensen is catching right back up to them. Albert, it seems, running about 2/10 slower on that lap than the two cars behind, and they've got a lot of traffic to contend with here up at the cutting. Gently does it on your way up the hill. Don't get too much oversteer.
Kind of pressure they're feeling right now, Reece. Not only being amongst this battle, of course, you know, these are three of the fastest drivers in this field for Albert, Veld and Christensen, but also dealing with that GT4 traffic. I've been keeping an eye on a couple of drivers' streams, and I've seen some POVs up at McPhillamy. The pooling of water through this section up here is incredible. There's a slight little dry line you'll see pooling on the inside of the kink, and then look at the puddle that's on the outside as well. This right here is as treacherous as it gets. Oh, it's like they're trying to get towards the Flying Dutchman's sort of section of seas up there. I mean, you just, it almost seems impossible, and the amount of guts it takes for these drivers to push these cars through that section. I mean, you're almost trying to win the lottery every time you come through that section, Reece, because you're hoping that the car's going to make it through. That is arguably the most treacherous part of the circuit at the moment, more so than any of them. I mean, we know that Skyline and down through the S's and the Dipper is always treacherous, but McPhillamy right now seems to be the biggest danger point, and we could see some big incidents happening there if drivers are not taking due care.
Yeah, oh dear. Let's keep our eyes peeled for more on the way. Easy now. Oh, there's a car spun. That's Kalen Chin in the number 2. Dearie me, that's not ideal. That was at the exit of the elbow, but fortunately he was off the racing line, and it seems like he's been able to get it done nicely. But still,
you'd have to hope, if you're an Eclipse, Reece, you'd have to hope that is not setup dependent and that was a driver mistake. Because if you're Damon Woods and it's a setup reason, oh, you are sweating bullets right now in this rain. I mean, the perspiration that'll be in these drivers. Oh, he caught the puddle on the inside. He just rotated. We call it a classic middle rear engine moment right there, Reece. The rear end just coming around and saying hello. Normally the Porsches like to do it, but it appears the Acuras may be susceptible to it as well.
Yeah, that's the way it seems. A lot of aquaplaning going on around the circuit at the moment. It's all about minimizing it, just making sure that you go straight through puddles rather than trying to turn your way through them. Meanwhile, GT4 absolutely on. This is for the lead of GT4. 4 cars involved in this battle. We've got the Blackout OPR 51 leading the way, but Alexander Morris in the Australia-wide Racing Blue car is looking to get his nose amongst it as we have 2 cars making their way through here. Looks like, oh yeah, that's the Pulse Echuca car chasing one of the Eclipse machines here.
That's not the leader, is it? That's not Damon
No.
Wood, surely, no.
No, it's not.
No. It appears that Greg Barber's handed over to Connor Brody in that number 51 BMW. They were caught out with a penalty earlier in this race, which took them out of lead. But good to see those guys still going strong. I know that good old milk cartons driving that car as well, alongside Barbs and Brody. But yeah, hopefully that BOPR car can stay in this fight at the front of the field. But this is a great battle we're getting for the top 4 of GT4. I mean, Brody, Morris, Stewart, and Rankin all involved. You know, we all know Rankin very well. How well can he hold in this pressure? Will there be maybe some banter over it if he doesn't last?
Yeah, this is the question. Scott Rankin was in the commentary box with us about an hour or two ago, and he is certainly on it now. See the concentration on his face. He is staring intently at the track in front of him. Not that there's much to see with 3 cars up ahead of him. Looks like Connor Brody has managed to gain a little gap over the Australia-wide racing car, but it's rapidly coming down. Hello, Scott. All right. Well, we know how he feels about this weather.
Of course, for Rankin, I mean, you know, change your lifestyle in the past year, change your circumstances as well. You know, and he has been, oh, what a comedic genius, Mr. Rankin.
That's so good.
We love this, buddy, but yeah, of course, yeah, change of lifestyle, change of scenery for him in the past year, but getting back into racing more and more. Raced in a Sandown 500 at the end of the year, didn't get the performance that he wanted out of that race alongside Peter Baxter for CX2. But tonight, he could be on for something special here. If they can keep in this battle for top 4, could there be a podium on the cards for Mr. Rankin and that GT4 outfit? You have to hope he can keep it clean, but at the moment, he wishes that he had windscreen wipers on his monitors because the rain is coming down heavy and the GT3 leaders have caught him as they sneak it around the outside at Sulman Park up towards the quarry. Oh my God, that... How much are we going to give Rankin if he makes mistakes here? I mean, surely he is at the utmost level of controversy for us in the comms box.
Yeah, indeed. Well, for now, he's doing a good job of letting people by. Our battle for 3rd in GT3 was going past him a few moments ago of Bo Albert and Jamie Christensen. Also noticed there's been a big problem for the Summit Sim Sports K2 GT4. The Aston Martin lost it across the top of the mountain earlier this lap, so that's very unfortunate for them.
So you see, this is with Christensen getting past Rankin here in this battle off the rear wing of the Vermilion Esports. Oh my God.
The spray is incredible.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You almost need just anything to get the spray off the front windscreen of these cars. It is treacherous conditions at the mountain at the moment. And this now makes me think, what's the Bathurst 1000 going to be like this year in rainy conditions? We've got Gen 3. Oh, that's as close as you want to get, Reese.
Oh, yeah, any closer and that would have been a disaster. And these GT3s, you know, they're trying to focus on battling with each other, but, you know, they don't just have to negotiate the GT4s now, they have to negotiate the weather too. And one of our Mustangs, the Team 356 car, Byron Pierce at the wheel, has come to a stop up the top of the mountain. Is this a tow request from race control, or will he be able to get it going?
I think so. That looks like it's got a broken steering rack on the right-hand side of the car. That thing does not look like it's going anywhere. This could be another safety car here, Reese, and that is now going to tighten up the whole field. We noticed that Woods, we saw earlier, the difference between them was about 5 seconds, only maybe 15 minutes ago. That gap's now already at the 15 seconds at the top of the field.
So I'm going to see what happened here. Looks like the 65 machine went for a spin, and oh man, the Team 356 car had nowhere to go. I mean, it's typical top of the mountain in the rain shenanigans there. Both cars with big problems, and the safety car has been out. And I tell you what, could be a masterstroke from ERT number 31 because Hayden Veld has just completed another pit stop. He only just came into the pits now. He would have passed by that incident, or at least gotten news of it from his teammates. And now they are fully fueled up just as the safety car period starts.
They are indeed. I need to step out of the comms box for a moment, gentlemen. I've got a phone call coming. I shall return very soon after the safety car period, but big chaos. We'll see who jumps through the pits.
Yeah, indeed we shall. Let's bring Jay back in for the moment. Hello. And, well, Jay, this race is completely turned on its head. This is... Yeah, exactly. But this time we have the weather to thank for it.
Yeah, I mean, if we didn't have the weather to thank for it, it would have been something else. Someone would have had a power surge or something. Someone would have done something stupid, or someone jumped in the car that they shouldn't have and didn't time it right. We always see controversy around this point just before halfway. Something big happens that changes the race. This time it's the rain. We expected it too, that's the thing. We expected the craziness, the shenanigans to happen when the rain happened. We've got exactly what we wanted, as the leader is coming into the pits, but as you said, Hayden Veld, he may have pulled an absolute masterstroke by pitting straight away as soon as the safety car was called. I actually think he might have pitted before the safety car was called.
He did.
Because he knew it was coming.
Yeah, exactly, he did. I saw the 356 Mustang on the prod feed, and then I looked over at my timing screen and I noticed that ERT31 was coming into the lane. So we'll have to wait and see how this goes for them. Currently Veld making his way. Yeah, and this is the problem with pitting so early. With trying to make that call, you run the risk of being stuck behind slower traffic, and you can't pass under safety car, of course. So Hayden Veld's being held up here. So at the very least, this could be a long-term thing for them. They might not gain too much in terms of track position right here, but if they have that extra lap or so of fuel, then they'll be able to work with that a bit later. Well, for now, we're going to turn our attention to Thomas Hens, part of Team Jinx Shifters, as Cody Deeth takes over the race-leading car. Well, former race-leading car now. Evolution Racing Team 7 has come back to the lead, and that promotes Vermilion and the ERT 444 to the podium spots. But Hinsey in car 209, welcome, mate.
Hey guys, hope it's all going well. Yeah, she's all been put on its head in the race now. We've got rain bucketing down, and yeah, the whole race now is, it already is survival. I think we've got someone spun under safety.
Oh, we have. Oh, it's one of the GT4s that your teammates just made his way past.
The only reason why I knew is because I heard the call through watching Brett. So, and there I just watched it. Then he's just lost that all on his own on that bit of gripped up track. That bit right there is very dangerous in the wet. Like it's so easy to just go a pinch too fast, and you've got no control then. So, as we're seeing, and you guys I'm sure are seeing, it's catching a lot of people out. It's not surprising it is very hard through there.
Yeah, absolutely. Loads of people have made that exact same error. Well, it's been a good race for you guys. You've managed to stay in the mix one way or another. Brett's at the wheel at the moment. How's he feeling in these wet conditions?
Yeah, holding on for dear life. I think so. I think like everybody, I think pretty much everyone's in the same boat. They're all just, because it is so hard around here in these conditions to not put it in the fence, let alone trying to deal with other cars and deal with GT4s and everything else. So I think he's just trying to keep it out of trouble, which he's doing a mega job with. I do not envy him. I'm so glad I'm not out there right now. So I'm hoping that the rain goes before I get back in, and I don't have to do any of that, which would be optimal for me. That's very selfish, but that's my hope. So yeah, he's doing a mega job. Yeah, we're sitting pretty good. Car's clean. You know, we don't have the pace to win this thing, that's for sure. But you know, we're hoping we can be there towards the end, be in a good spot. If we can pick up I don't really know what our goal is, but I mean, if we can sneak a top 15 or something, that'd be pretty sick, really, because unfortunately the Ferrari just doesn't quite have the pace, it seems. So yeah, it's just not quite there. But yeah, if we can sneak a result despite that, that would be really cool.
Yeah, talking about the balance of performance, it's something that we've touched on a few times in our coverage of this race so far this weekend. The Acura, obviously the top choice. Did you guys consider that, or was it Ferrari from the start?
I think we tried the Acura, the Mustang, and the Ferrari. We found the Ferrari this is the most stable for us. That just worked best for us. We just were able to comfy set, and just felt really comfortable. I think at that time we hadn't really found the sort of magic that the Acura has. I think at that stage we didn't realise how quick it was. But I think for us, the Ferrari sort of suits our, well, at least me and Brett, and I think Luke as well, sort of fits our driving style a bit better than the Acura does. So yeah, I mean, if we'd known, maybe we would have probably tried it a bit more. But there's every chance we would have been much quicker anyway, because I don't think we had the setup in the window, and we're not quite as quick as those guys, the pros at the top. So yeah, but I think we went Ferrari pretty early. We were going to go Mustang, but we just felt Ferrari was a bit more stable. And especially, I mean, in these conditions, I'll take stable and slower over fast on edge.
Yeah, very good point. I was going to say that exact thing. In a long race like this, balance of performance doesn't really matter as much as a lot of people think it does. You know, if you've got a long race full stop, you want a car that you're comfortable in, and with the possibility of rain, having a car under you that you know and is predictable is often a lot better than just being outright fast all the way along.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. If you can get a nice stable car in, especially, I mean, even without rain, just in an enduro in general, especially one as long as this, having a stable car is vital. The amount of times, not just in this, same with the Scops 1000, same with the R-Factor 2 with Virtual Endurance Championship. I used to race there years ago. Ever I've raced with enduros, a lot of the guys who end up getting really good results are ones that have just had a stable car. They've not been very fast, they've not done anything crazy, they've not set the world on fire, they've just potted along, kept it clean, and then at the end when it matters, they've been there to get a result. So that's, that always, to me, that's really key, and that's what we focused on, to make sure we had a really strong, just really stable car for the race, especially knowing the rain that we knew was coming. I don't think we thought it was going to be this heavy, to be honest, but I'm thankful now that we really dialed down the stability, because it's made it a little bit easier, but yeah, just keep going, I guess.
All right, well, thanks very much for joining us, Henzy. We appreciate you coming in to have a chat, and best of luck to you and Brett ongoing. Currently 22nd place at the moment, and only just coming into the lane for some new tyres. So best of luck to you guys, and safety car period should be ending in a couple of laps, and you'll get back to it.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the broadcast for you guys as well.
Thank you, Henzy. Thomas Hens there from Team Jinx Shifters 209. Down the order a little, 22nd place in GT3. Up the top, it is Evolution Racing Team 7. Decided not to pit under this safety car, Jay. So I get the feeling, considering how hard Jamie Christensen was pushing them before the safety car, this could be a move by Vermillion to get to the lead once the safety car period's over.
Yeah, I agree. And the one thing to note as well is that the rain isn't going anywhere. It's going to be around for probably the next hour and a half, which then means the track is going to be wet for at least 2, maybe 2.5 hours. So making sure you're right with these conditions. If you can save fuel, save it when you can. Jeez, it's getting so heavy at the top of the mountain as well. The water is pooling up so bad. So there's going to be a few drivers struggling. There's also going to be drivers that haven't driven the car in the wet. So that's going to make it really interesting as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a difficult one, to be sure. And with this safety car period almost over, looks like we might get another lap on. It looks like there's some drivers preparing for waiver rounds. Brandon Stuck back in the commentary box with us. Welcome, Brandon. I believe, considering your Discord profile picture, you're the guy that messaged me actually asking about Sudspeed commentary. So welcome to the box.
Yeah, thank you so much, Reese. Yep, I was the one that first messaged yourself and then Dan, and then got a hold of Jay. I did message Jay first, but it took a while for him to get back to me. So, yeah, got a hold of you. But yeah, look, really great to be a part of the Sudspeed TV crew, and really great to be a part of this fantastic, group of people, again, to call race action here on iRacing. It's really fantastic.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic restart to this race. Safety car period in wet conditions. The waiver rounds have just been done there up the front of the field. And so now the battle goes to Evolution Racing Team 7 and Vermillion Esports 117. We do have the Volante Rosso by Eclipse cars, both the 1 and the 2, in 4th and 5th. And the number 1 has decided to come back into the pits under this safety car. Some really good gains from the number 31 car as well. Hayden Veld coming into the pits just at the start of the safety car period, anticipated it coming. So we've got a few cars to watch as time goes on.
Yeah, certainly. What a right time to come back for me, especially after the little break I just had. But yeah, to come back, and obviously, as you can see, as you said, wet weather conditions here at Bathurst, certainly going to make for an interesting one right off the bat. And looking at the live timing, I can see some drivers, for some reason, my live timing is saying that some are on wet, some aren't. I don't know how that's sort of working, but
yeah, it's
okay. Not fair enough. All right, just been told everyone's on wet. So okay, cool. I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see that there's been a nice little change up around in the order as well. Last I left you, Cody Deeth in the car number 1. Car was obviously leading the way by some margin, but glad to see it's all sort of shifted and changed around at the moment.
Indeed. Well, the safety car pulling over to the left side of the circuit. It looks like one more wave around to do. That's the Summit Sim Sports Aston Martin there, who we saw, I think, either just before or during the safety car have a crash up the top of the mountain. So he'll be able to make his way on through, come back around, and then the procedure will likely be complete and we can get things going again. 7 hours remaining in this race, and it has been an action-packed one so far. You see the relative positions of cars doing wave arounds here with the speed that the safety car's going, and you know, oh no, oh dear. That's one of the OPR Acuras, Tom Seath, who was an absolute superstar in qualifying yesterday. It looks like the right rear of that car is gone.
Yeah, I'm just wondering as to why we looked at the map there, why the 35 was not moving, and you can see there that's the reasoning behind it. The 35 is parked up at turn 2. I wonder how that happened. I wonder if they're not just trying to race around to get to the back of the field and it just looks. Okay, so there you go. So probably stepped around, and here we go. Take a look at the replay.
Okay, so Tom Seath making his way into turn 2 here and loses the rear of the car. Oh no! Oh wow! And it didn't even look like that was that bad of an incident initially. The car just went on it.
Oh, that didn't actually look too bad as you said there, Reese. That was just basically come up to the top and get a bit loose. Not sure if he hit maybe a puddle. I'm not sure if there's any little puddles down there coming up towards turn 2, but here we go. We're on board and just braked it. Yep, stepped out and just couldn't control that and wacko into the wall. And that loses the rear of the car. And that is such a shame for the 35.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a bad time having a crash at Bathurst, but having a crash under safety car, I'd argue, is even worse, because that's your opportunity to gain time back. That's your opportunity to get your race back to square one and try again if it hasn't been going too well for you to start with. Well, for now, Blackout OPR machine in the pits, getting repairs done. They are going to be in there for quite a while. That tow is going to be completed in a few minutes, and goodness knows how much in terms of repairs they will have. We'll wait and see, though, if the race gets back going here, as the wave arounds have been completed. We've had Joshua Millard in the Aston Martin GT4, Daniel Boswell in the Frog League Juice Racing red car, finding his way back through. In fact, the entire GT4 field has been given permission to go around from what I can see. Oh, okay. Jay, all right, let's hear it, Jay. Let's see what happened. Okay, so this is on board here with the 35. They are on dry tires.
Okay, so that makes more sense then as to why that big off for the 35 happened on dry tires on a wet circuit. That is certainly not the combination you want. As we see, the safety car has now sped away. We're getting set for a restart.
We are indeed. The BMW M2 supporting the Balin Stewart Foundation, making its way through the chase at the moment as Bo Albert will lead us away here in the Evolution Racing Team number 7. And I tell you what, they've got a good gap back to everyone else, this top two. They've got a couple of GT4 cars in between themselves and the chasing ERT and Eclipse cars. The Momentum Motorsports 78 is also up in this as well. Braden Nash at the wheel, and that's currently the top Mustang. Momentum Motorsport pitting 4 laps ago, and they've been able to capitalize on recent events where they were even outside the top 20 in qualifying yesterday. Well, it's green flag time, and And Bo Albert is already away. Those GT4s aren't able to get going very quickly. And of course, you can't pass before the start-finish line at the conclusion of a green flag period. So this is really hurting Reina Costello and Cody Deeth as Jamie Christensen passes Bo Albert down the start-finish straight. Better run out of Murray's. And Albert's going to try and defend here around the outside of Hell Corner as a GT4 car comes out of the pit lane just ahead of them. This could be some drama. This is the OPR car, the 743 that we saw crashed earlier. Well, he manages to let them go. Bo Albert is still ahead of Jamie Christensen. He's worked this through very nicely. Inside for Griffin's Bend, whether dry or wet, you have to get it done. Contact on the way in, and Jamie Christensen goes into the wall.
Oh, that is such a bad... Oh, that is just going to hurt now for Jamie Christensen. Out into the wall. There was a bit of a touch there. You can see he was right on the marbles now. I'm not too sure how Race Control will view that one, as Bo Albert now has built up that little lead, and Jamie Christensen looks like he's struggling to steer that car around. I think he's maybe just struggling to try and get some grip in the wet weather. But you mentioned there on the start, Reese, you cannot pass. Oh, everyone else is slowing down now too. Don't know what's caused that one. Everyone, including the Orbit drop their car, has also slowed down. But you mentioned at the start there, Reese, you cannot pass until you cross the start-finish line, and that will hurt a lot of the G3 competitors, especially from third back. And it looks like the 269 has also pulled it back. That's Sam Blacklock in the Venus, the Orbit drop the Venus car. So we should see what happened there. Well, there's a bit of a messy restart here in the wet here at Bathurst.
Yeah, the planet machines of Orbit Drop Bear have had plenty of varying fortunes in this race, and the safety car, it looks like, is back out. This is a really big problem here. I'm looking to see what that safety car is for. Oh.
So one of the BMW GT4s are around at the coming down the mountain. Looks like just past the Dipper. And I think that is the 743 there of Nathan Gardner. And yeah, this will be a lot for Race Control to unpack, but also for our producer Jay to grab us some replays as well. That is just going to be insane. Oh, and Matt Stewart looks like he's also had a bit of a moment coming into the elbow.
It's a chaotic restart, to be sure. I think that safety car graphic on screen was oh dear. Just seen Bo Albert unfortunately get contact from Jamie Christensen, who ran into the gravel trap at the chase and did not slow down in time, and looked like almost made a beeline straight for Bo Albert, who has a meatball flag in the Evolution Racing Team number 7. Here's what happened. So you're going to see Jamie Christensen go wide at the chase into the gravel, both of them struggling to slow it down, and then Christensen just pummels Bo Albert there at the chase.
Oh, that is not going to be looked very nicely upon. I mean, you've got to take into account the wet weather and all that, but that is just, I think Jamie Christensen might have been pushing a little too hard. And of course, when you get out into when you get off racing line, of course, and you get onto the marbles and stuff, or you get onto the grass and stuff like that, especially in the wet weather, you do not have control. So it's just very hard to try and wrestle the car back, especially going at that speed down Conrod into one of the fastest corners in Australia.
Yeah, here's the aerial view. We'll be able to see it a bit better. So both Albert and Christensen were having a lot of trouble at the chase there. But yeah, Christensen was trying to get it slowed down, but couldn't. Albert was still there. And that is a meatball flag for the number 7 ERT entry. Some repairs have been taken there. It looks like ERT might have had a fast repair in hand. So they've come out of the pits a lot quicker than anyone else. The Vermilion Esports car, it seems, does not have any such mechanical black flag.
Yeah, it looks like the Momentum Motorsports car, the 78 here of Braden Nash, struggling to steer. I wonder if he's got maybe a steering issue, or he's on the wrong tires or something. That car doesn't seem to be wanting to stick to the racing line. Just to see if maybe something might have happened to him as they come down the mountain, because look at that, he's just running wide, he's just not getting on the racing line, and it's just slowing him up quite a bit there. Not too sure if he's, like I said, not too sure if he was on the wrong tires there. You see, look at that, just cannot steer going out of the corner. So a bit of a chaotic restart here. I picked the perfect time to come back, but this has just turned the race a little bit on its head there. I mean, you can see now Jamie Christensen now in the lead of this one as we look at the Evolution Racing Team called Bo Albert. as they come down the mountain with the safety car. Oh, and a big
Oh.
one. Dean McKay involved in that one, and it looks like one of the GT4 BMWs. Not too sure who that could be. There you go, Nathan Gardner, so the 743. Wonder how that's happened. Sorry, that's a turn 2.
Yeah. God, I thought for a second, is that the exit of the elbow? No, that is the entry to turn 2. So GT3 and GT4 have come together. The TriStar Racing McLaren involved in that one as well. This is a great time for you to come back, Hamish.
Yeah, the best time for me to come back. I predict that this might be a little bit of overlapping amongst the traffic into turn 2, and someone's turned into another, as we can see. I believe this is the replay, so something's happened. So the McLaren was following the Vermilion car up the hill. So what has happened to that BMW GT4 car to get involved in such a ferocious incident? It doesn't look like he's anywhere near them at that.
Okay. So the 356 machine rear-ended the McLaren, and then the GT4's going to come in some other way.
So is this now? Are they separate incidents, maybe?
Yeah.
This looks like 2 separate incidents.
Okay, look, there's the GT4. He's coming across the top of the hill now. What's going on here? So the 222's trying to get things going here, but he sticks it in reverse. The GT4 loses it on the way in. Oh, no.
Oh, that is a big hit. That is going to be very costly. And, oh, man, that is just huge. Good thing the safety car was called. That's massive.
Yeah, that's arguably the biggest one we've had of the day. I mean, that is monstrous. You got to feel for the Blackout OPR car because he had nowhere to go. The 222's trying to get going again. That car's broken. Yeah, you know, in those scenarios, you drive it for a little bit, you think, oh, does it feel like I can get this thing back to pits? But in these conditions, you're better off just calling for the tow at that point because you are putting other drivers in danger. Not that that's necessarily the 222's fault. It's just wrong place, wrong time, but that is massive. That's a huge accident at turn 2, and both of those cars are now going to need a heap of repairs. If they've already used the fast repair, they're going to be in the pit lane for quite a while. That might even be day done for them if it's too long of a repair job.
Oh, no. So the 743 does not have a fast repair on hand, but the 222 does, and well, that's the gyro cam on the GT4. I think that just tells the story full stop, and the sky should not be on your left in ideal conditions.
In oval racing, maybe if the banking is big enough, but no, you don't want that at Bathurst for sure. But yeah, we get another appearance of the BMW safety car at the front of the field, and well, for Christensen and Deeth, I've obviously missed some things whilst I've been away. The house duty's called. I had to wash the floors, but the wash track from this rain has caused some dramas, it seems, for Eclipse, who've now lost the lead to Vermilion Esports and Jamie Christensen. And well, it's anyone's game. 6 hours left. We're nearly halfway there. You know, we're about 6 3/4 left, but it's anyone's game, and anyone can end up in the wall. That's just been proven.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Vermilion making their way to the lead in controversial fashion, battling with the ERT number 7 coming into turn 2. Unfortunately, they came together on the way into the corner, and then later on in the lap, they both went off at the chase, and Christensen absolutely cleaning up Bo Albert, who got a mechanical black flag from that. And I'm looking down the timing order. It looks like the number 7 is back out on track, down in 23rd position. But man, it's not ideal for them. You know, I felt like they were playing the wet weather game perfectly up to that point in the ERT7 machine. But they're going to have to do all that work all over again here with a track that is continuing to deteriorate. Looks like the band of rain that we're currently in is on its way out. Give it another, say, 40 to 50 minutes or so, and the track should be clear of rain. We are joined once again by Scott Rankin, who it seems has just jumped out of the Australian-wide racing car. You were having a lot of trouble out there, Scott. Unfortunately, no visor tear-offs for you.
Yeah, so big issue that I've got at the moment is that my windscreen wiper's not functioning. I decided, after seeing our incident a little bit earlier on the full course yellow, that I wanted a traction control toggle button. What I've done with that is I've actually turned off my windscreen. That was my windscreen wiper button. I've also got my wipers not set onto the auto function, so I'm cruising around without any wipers. The biggest thing at the moment is that I cannot, even if I had a wiper, can't see. Straight and simply cannot see when we go back to green. The instant there's 2 GT3s passing us, we're blind. We're straight and simply blind. I'm talking to my spotters, and the information back and forth with them is, guys, I can't see. Right, you're in control of what my vision is. So I actually picked some 1X up a couple laps ago when I went through the chase. So it was actually all the way over on the left-hand side and just touched the grass. So.
Oh man. Well, I can see I'm on your car now on my end, and it looks like the windscreen wipers are on, but they're not functioning for you right now.
No, I got no wipers.
Wow. Okay. So that is that is interesting. Like, yeah, you can see the windscreen wipers are moving on our end on the broadcast, but Scott Rankin is reporting that there are no windscreen wipers on that car. Well,
I'll give you some strategy for the GT4 field as well, which is worthwhile. These last 2 safety cars, there was a queue of cars gaggled up behind the 51 car. We all felt we were quicker, so we all opted for a little bit of track position. We know that when we go back to racing a little bit later on, pace is going to be much for muchness, but we know that we've got a really, really good wet weather car. In particular, Alexander Morris, nickname of Curry, brilliant in the wet. He is our rain master across the Aussie wide team, so he is going to be supremely quick in these conditions. Watch for him to clear out.
We've had a mention from David Haynes in the chat. Scott, directed straight at you. Skill issues, Scott Rankin. That's simply
Big skill issue. Big skill issue. Yeah.
Quick question I have for you as well. Are you going to be rallying for iRacing to introduce the 888 pulled umbrella effect, where you can have a cloth in the car you can wipe the inside of the windscreen with, possibly in future?
Hang on. Here we go.
There we go.
Much better. I can see
Excellent.
Thank you. You're right. You're 100% right. Visibility improved by a good 70%.
Wow.
I thought just as much.
It's super effective. Well, Scott, wishing you the best of luck going forward here. The rain is going to let up at some point soon in the next half hour, but you're going to have to continue suffering for the time being. So we wish you the best of luck going forward, mate.
Whoever did the rain dance, David Haynes, I'm looking at you. You did the rain dance, didn't you? Get out. You're in trouble. I'm going to have some serious words with you on Thursday night, all right?
Scott Rankin there joining us from in the car, driving the 305 Australia-wide racing purple machine. And we're going to have to wait and see where he goes from here, because it's looking like the rain is going to continue for some time here. Safety car period is going to come to an end in a couple of laps. They're still working out waiver rounds, and race control obviously hard at work trying to determine the official cause of that incident that we saw with the TriStar and OPR cars. Man, I got to tell you guys, I've completely lost track of where we're even at in the race. So much has gone on.
Well, that's the way of endurance racing, isn't it? Just you get to the middle point, you're like, wait, where are we? Oh, we've got 6.5 hours to go. Oh my God, when are we going to make the end? I promise there is no affiliation for this, but I wanted to bring it up anyway. We had a moment earlier in the race at turn 2 involving that 47 Blackout OPR car. I noticed it behind Rankin before. They've now made their way back up to P16, so we'll see if that Mustang can fight with the front of the field. The more safety cars there are, the more cars that will be brought back into this battle. But Brandon, I so rudely interrupted you before. I had to apologise. But yeah, thoughts, feelings, midway through the race nearly. It's still a long way to go.
No, you're right there. Yeah, look, it's been a big one. I mean, look, I was on for this morning's stint for about 2.5 hours or so, and this morning it was very calm. There were a few incidents here and there. We did have one full course yellow earlier for the one of the Mustangs, but it's just been like really back and forth at the moment. I mean, like you said, this safety car just left the circuit earlier, and we had that big kerfuffle. Now we've got another safety car out here. As they say, safety cars breed safety cars. I think as a driver, you need to sort of, and I know that the weather doesn't really help, but you need to sort of just dial it back a little bit. Don't push too hard. I mean, this is a 12-hour race. And as I said at the start of the broadcast, it's not a 12-minute race, it's a 12-hour race. You need to take it easy, stay calm, and just gather your thoughts. Don't push too hard, otherwise you will not buy yourself a ticket to that final few minutes.
That's what it's about. It's buying the ticket for that final hour or that final half an hour of the race. You need to keep yourself, in check as the or the Eclipse car may be trying to fake us out there. They need to be careful of an improper pit entry. They might cop themselves a penalty if they do that any worse than they just did. But at this stage, it's, you're right, Brennan. It is keep yourself in the battle, buy the ticket for the end, and just keep yourself nice and clean. For any cars that have used the fast repair up to this point in the race, well, they are, they're on check at the moment because they need to be cleaner than anybody. They've lost their lifeline now at this point of the race. If they have a crash or they cop damage, well, that's going to be them out of the fight, and it's going to be a hell of a fight back across 6.5 hours to get back into a winning position in this race. So for the front runners, they've got a fast repair in hand. Others do not, so they have a little bit less pressure on them than those who are further back.
Yeah, unfortunately, earlier we did have a few of the front-running Acuras out in front get involved in incidents, one being the number 36 Vendaval sim racing car. Unfortunately got involved in a bit of a scuffle and had to fast repair there and had to use their fast repair early on in the race, and that really would have put him behind the 8 ball for any future incidences. And that's the thing, you got to try and be able to save that fast repair for, let's say, when this weather comes. We did hear about it this morning during the start of the race, that this weather would have showed up. So you should have tried to save your fast repair for this if possible, but you can't put it on a maybe. You have to see if the weather is going to turn up. You could say, yes, there's a 50% chance of rain, but will it happen? Well, let's see.
Also, how much track is going to get rain, because that percentile, a lot of people get confused by it. Might say, oh yeah, it's 50% rain, that means we've only got a half chance of it raining. No. That means 50% of the area of Bathurst is getting rain. So those percentiles can sometimes confuse people if they don't understand the complete complexities of that system. But I mean, you're right. It's a balancing act, but it's the game you're playing. It's, do you play for safety cars? Do you play for rain? Do you play for staying in this race as long as possible and have that ticket at the end of the event? This sort of racing, 12 hours, you're not playing for safety cars normally. You're planning prior to the race. Is there rain? Right. Do we set up the car for the wet? Do we set up the car for the dry? Do we set it up for an in-between? Majority of the time, people are going to be setting their cars up for wet weather because you want the car to be comfortable in, and you can drive around it during the dry. You can't drive around a dry setup in the wet. It makes the wet feel almost 10 times as worse. So drivers are going to have to take caution. I mentioned it earlier. They need to take caution now. It changes how you approach this race. It changes how you approach every single corner, every single battle, every single time you are around a car on track. You need to change your mindset, change your approach, and change how you are going to move forward. Because if you don't, some of the audacious moves we've seen, you're not going to buy a ticket to the end, and 9 times out of 10, you may end up in the wall. So drivers are going to have to be cautious, they're going to have to be smart, and they're going to have to, they can't demand the respect anymore of GT4 cars or slower cars in the traffic. They have to earn it on track by just giving them space and giving yourself space to get the job done.
Well, one thing I do want to point out, and I want to throw this question to you guys, how do you set a car up for this race? I mean, I'm no endurance expert myself, but how do you set a car up for this type of event where it can start in the dry, it can turn wet? How do you set it up, or do you change it on the fly? Because yeah, you can set it up for a wet race, but it won't, let's say it won't be wet till the last 2 hours. So how do you sort of play with that setup, or do you start off with a dry setup and just manage it as you go along?
So I'll give you a perfect example, just quickly, Reese. Watkins Glen 6 hour last year, we had about 6 drivers in the car, and we knew it was going to rain during the 6 hours, so we thought we're going to run a wet setup. We're going to find one though that we can actually drive in the dry pretty comfortably. We found one pretty good. We started from the very back of the field, 49th position in our split. We finished in P5 because we kept it clean all day, got it to the wet part of the race, and we were very, very quick at the wet part of the race. We put in the driver who had put in the most practice in the wet for that hour and a half that we had wet weather. Just pushed on, kept it clean, and it worked out for us in the end. If you're a front runner, I think you're probably going for a wet setup, aren't you, Reese, at this point? Because you're wanting to set up for the most difficult part of the race, and if you know rain's coming, well, you want it to be comfy.
Yeah, indeed. Run slightly softer springs than you would otherwise. Anti-roll bars. Make sure that you've dialed the brake bias forward. All the drivers will be in on those changes as the green flag flies again. Safety car period over. And yeah, I agree. That's what I'd do as well. You know, I'd run a slightly compromised dry weather setup. I mean, if you can do the same times in the dry that you would on a slightly more optimized set, then yeah, that's all well and good. It's all well and good for the Eclipse car as well. The number 1 is back into the lead of the race. Perfect exit from Hell Corner by Cody Deeth. And Jamie Christensen will have to settle for second here. Still carrying a bit of damage from that earlier contact with Bo Albert, I believe. So here we go then, away up the top of the mountain. And it's a good point from Scott Stevens in the broadcast chat as well. You can change the wing and anti-roll bar settings during a pit stop. So a lot of teams would have been on that when they came into the pits for the first time under wet conditions. Soften the anti-roll bars, maybe give it a bit more wing. That will help you in the short run here. Quick replay that we are seeing at the end of the safety car period. This was further back in the field. Keep an eye out on these cars coming up. Oh, that's not ideal. That's the... oh, no! Oh, the number 55, I think completely unaware of the train at the back there. The Summit Sim Sports Everest car ending up smashing, I believe that was the Frog Leap Juice Racing car of Mike Pepper there. Oh, it's such a shame.
Was that the same Summit Racing car?
Top of the hill, Tom Freer.
Oh no, that is such a shame. Now he's going to crab that car over the top. The guys will need to be careful coming over the top. That spray will be a factor. Oh, you can see he's just sort of doing a little bit of drifting around the top there. That's crabbing big time. That is big, heavy damage right there. Sorry to cut over the top of you there, mate.
That's all good. Takumi, eat your heart out. I mean, he is having to try and get this thing back to pit lane, but it is danger zone. So just quickly, Reese, was that the same Summit car that we saw spin it twice up at Forest Elbow?
Yes.
Half an hour ago, yeah. So they've been in the walls. They've been in the wars majority of the last portion of the scene, especially in this wet weather. I wonder if they maybe didn't set up for the rain. Maybe they set up for a more balanced setup of wet and dry, or maybe even just a full dry setup as well in that Mustang, because it already has a poor rear end, and it's one that you have to set up around. But you would suspect if they've set up for the rain, they would have taken that into heavy consideration as we get the replay happening in this Vermilion car going around up at the grate. So they get past the Locked On Lads car, run it wide. If they caught a puddle,
oh, they caught the white line.
Yeah.
The white line at the edge of the circuit, that gets especially greasy in wet conditions. And there was also a problem for the 64, the Pulsachuca Toyota car, lost in the spray, and that has taken out the Vermilion 228 as well. It's all gone wrong for Vermilion Esports here. That is two of their cars that have had major issues on this restart. And regarding the number 55 Mustang, some good points being raised. Wet setup or no, you need to watch your relative. Obviously completely unaware of the slow train there, as Scott Rankin has had a problem there in the Australia-wide Racing GT4. Good thing he's right by pit entry. He can get that thing in there, but the front right is completely disconnected. What happened out of the chase just then?
That's got to be David Haynes' fault, surely. He's put a curse on him for sure.
Yes.
I reckon he has. I reckon he has as well there. That is just that. Oh, look at how angry Scott is. He is not happy, and I don't blame him. Look at this.
He's already damaged.
Yeah, already damaged.
Okay, so I wonder if he's had contact with another car. Here we go. Looking at Scott coming down the chase, and on the brakes. Or was he
it was an error.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Watch it. Watch it.
Oh, that's the ERT number 7. Is it? Or is that the Vendaval car?
I wonder if that was
it was an ERT car.
It was the ERT number 7. Oh my God. So this restart, this first couple of laps, it seems no one is safe. That's what I'm getting from this. No one is safe out there. Every single result is under threat at the moment. And I've just seen the Vermilion 117 go for a spin as well up at the chase. Oh, good lord. We're going to get the replay here from the number 7. Absolutely nothing that Bo Albert could do here. Gets slammed as Scott Rankin gets into the side of him. But Jamie Christensen has unfortunately gone for what seems to be a very slow motion spin up at the chase. We are under full course yellow, and it seems like Christensen was caught out by the full course yellow. He had to swerve to avoid the race leader, and that's resulted in a massive slide. Very lucky not to have damaged the car.
So are we now just going to call Scott Rankin the torpedo at this point now? Just, are we all in agreement?
I think that's the, I agree with you. Perfect nickname for him. Oh, look at the 117 just absolutely having to avoid. Oh, that is just...
Good J-turn, though. I was going to mention before, no matter how good these Vermilion cars look in their sort of sleek black and grey livery, might be a poor choice in wet-in conditions like this, because you already can't see in the spray. With a grey car, you're even more camouflaged in those sorts of moments. So maybe a more high-vis look for conditions like this for Vermilion Esports in future? I don't know.
Yeah, the black doesn't show up too well in the spray, does it?
No, it doesn't.
I mean, don't get me wrong, they're great-looking cars. It's one of my favourite liveries out there, but yeah, they seem a bit difficult to see in all of this grey.
There's a lot of black cars that are in this field. Probably the best, the one you could probably see the best is one of the cars that's been in the wars the most. It was that Toyota-sponsored Acura in the field. They're probably one of the most easily visible cars in the entire field at the moment. But everyone else, they are just trying to fly through the 7 seas as best they can. But I'm sure Rankin at the moment, he's asking who has the rump, because he has just had the worst moment on track I think we've seen, as Hugo Allen around at turn 2 as well. So the conditions are, this is prime Bathurst wet racing conditions. It is struggle street for every single driver out there, Reese, and I mean they don't even have a paddle to get them going.
Yeah, I'm getting big 1992 vibes from this. Yep. You know, the weather is just too much for a lot of these drivers. Everyone's just focusing on survival, and it looks like the ERT 462 of Josh Thomas has found the wall at the top of the mountain as well. So, man, safety cars breed safety cars for sure, but you throw the weather into the mix, we've spent more laps under safety car in the... Oh, no!
Oh, that was mighty close.
Yeah.
Does the question then become, for a period of time, if this continues to be a trending theme, do we red flag, but red flag via just running under the safety car until the rain lets up a little bit? I mean, this is ultra treacherous, and it is just, it almost seems undrivable for some drivers out there.
Yeah, well, the rain is about to end. If we can bring up the weather radar for a moment, you'll be able to see that on the zoomed out view, the band of rain has almost passed us. It's still incredibly heavy at the moment, but there's clear skies ahead for the field, or at the very least, oh no! Oh, it's gotten even worse again! Who's that?
Oh,
that is the 97 machine.
So that'll be the Frog Leap Juice Racing blue car.
Yeah.
And okay, well, it looks like they got going again now, but oh, look at that damage. Look at the no front bumper, the tires like stuck turning right. That is just a real shame for the car there, and they're going to make it all the way down the hill. Safety car has been called now, so it looks like we are going to try and calm this race down a bit, at least a little bit, just for now.
Yeah, that then begs the question. I mentioned just run the safety car. If the rain's nearly over, do we just run safety car until the rain's gone, and then they can just dry out the track on their own? Because it means the track's not going to get wetter. It'll dry out eventually, but at this stage, these conditions, I mean, when a car can't even sit there comfortably and someone makes a mistake and they run into them, I mean, that's to the point then when it could be dangerous for some drivers out there. I mean, there's jokes all the time of you need to let go of your wheel when you're in an incident, but realistically speaking, if you have got a direct drive and you are grasping on for dear life around a corner, you could very easily injure your hand, and that's when safety becomes a point in this sort of race. So I know that race control have got their best intentions, and I'm not calling out race control at all, but maybe that's now the consideration that needs to be made, because this could become very dangerous for some drivers out there.
It's already claimed multiple victims under this safety car alone. To finish my thought from before, I think we spent more laps under safety car in the last half hour to an hour or so than we have in the entire race up to this point. It's just seems like the rain has come down and everything has gone to hell in a handbasket. You can see that the rain is steadily decreasing as we get a view here from one of the Eclipse cars, and so that's the side-by-side moment that we saw just a few moments ago from on board that ERT 462. Now, does that count as passing under safety car?
Well, they'll be passing under a local yellow, surely. I mean, that would be frowned upon for sure. I mean, you're coming up on a yellow flag. You know that a car's spun round. Why? And it's already hard enough to make a move at the grate. Why are you going for the move there? I mean, that's the question that then has to be begged. And you know, they're smart drivers. They're fast for a reason. But again, it comes back. You got to just have that caution about you and just drive to conditions. It's fine to go for a move, but just be smart about it. You're coming up on a yellow flag. You're coming up on a car parked on the outside of the road. Just take some caution. You've got 6 hours and 20 minutes to go. You're not going to gain anything from getting past that car right at that very moment.
Yeah. That isn't for sure. But looking back at that replay that we just saw there of that pass, I wonder if there was a bit of contact there as well. Looks like the car had stepped out a little bit going past. I wonder if there was a bit of contact there as well. Okay, so we're hearing that there might be more to it. So here we go.
So look at the drop bear car here. So all okay, spinning on the way through there, and the 462 got him there.
Oh no, is this Paul Will and
Oh no. Don't.
Here it comes.
That is very close. Are we going to see it?
It's going to be a Paul Radovich moment, isn't it? Straight in the side of it.
I reckon. Oh, he's turning the wheel. He's looking for a gap in the relative, but you can never know what's going to come up on the track right in front of you. Stopped for some time. Still waiting. When is it going to happen?
Oh, this is... You know
it's
about
to
be nuclear, and you're just waiting for it to happen. You're waiting for that mushroom cloud to rise up to the sky at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this. He just parked there for a long time. You're gonna have to trust your buddies to get on the spotters and tell you when it is safe to go. And it looks like the 268 has got that going clearly. That could have ended in disaster.
It really could have.
Very close.
Thank you, Rosie. Appreciate it. It was the TKR car though. Yeah, it was Pithra at the wheel, not Rat. But I mean that could have ended very poorly at that point. Very lucky not to get taken out by another car there for sure. I mean, you know, safety cars out for us. Vermilion Esports leads the race. They've already dropped a couple of cars due to some incidents across this period between safety cars. But now we're going to get some wave rounds happening as well, just to get some of these GT4s out of the field. I'm assured, I'm sure they would at the front of the field, because you don't want to put them in a treacherous position of being amongst that GT3 field right at the front by the safety car.
Yeah, we've got potential for a lot of passing under yellow penalties as well from just what we've seen on the broadcast there. Question from James Blunt in the broadcast chat as we get another view of the 462 making his way up across the top of the mountain. Are the top 15 cars still all Acuras? The answer is an emphatic no, as round goes the 462 in that spot. We have a Mustang in 5th. The Momentum Motorsports 78 has managed to hold on for dear life in spite of everything. And man, this is one of the worst views you can have, spun at the top of the mountain with a bunch of cars coming round on you. Wait for the side-by-side that we saw the onboard of coming through there. Man, matter of centimeters, if that. Very close call indeed. But yeah, Momentum Motorsport 78 Mustang in 5th place. We have the 95 SimSport Porsche in 8th spot. Cross Continental and Synergy Sim Racing occupy the 2 positions behind that, 9th and 10th in Ferraris. And we have the Blackout OPR Mustang in 12th, the Team Jinx Shifters Ferrari in 13th, And that is all of your non-Acuras in the top 15. I'll throw in the 43 as well, Blackout OBR Mustang with Justin Rougier at the wheel. So it's definitely not the Acura show now.
Well, it was the Acura show this morning. I mean, the Acuras were filling up the front half of the GT3 field, and it was like an Acura race only. Like, the other cars were just there playing second fiddle to these things. The Acura is obviously the popular car of choice for this year's 12-hour, and it just goes to show you, I mean, these Acuras have been driving phenomenally throughout this race, but the other cars are starting to come back at them now, with the Mustang and the Porsche and the Ferrari all getting in there. As we now see that one of the Mustangs has just gone past now, just trying to get a wave around and get to the back of the field.
Yep, that's the Summit Sim Sports 55 that just went around there. The car that ran into the back of the Frog League Juice GT4 under safety car. Yeah, once again, yeah, it's ideal to pay attention to your relative at all times. And seeing some comments as well that the safety car is a shoe-in for a podium as well. I definitely agree on that. This is on board the number 97. Now, I believe this is the car that had the head-on collision under safety car. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hit the puddle and couldn't get it steered, and ultimately smashing into the Evolution Racing Team car that was stricken at the side of the circuit. So it's not a case of going too fast. Well, I mean, it is a case of going too fast, but in the wrong place, rather. You catch a puddle in the wrong spot. It doesn't matter what speed you're going at. Aquaplaning is aquaplaning.
Yes, as the field just calms down now this is where it's just going to get, big now. As you can see, some of the cars, there's a couple of cars now coming out of the pit lane, and there's going to be a bit of a wave around with one of the Mercedes GT4s and also the 297, which unfortunately was one of the cars involved in that big head-on collision at the safety car restart by the Summit Mustang. So glad to see them back out again. They got the damage repaired on that car, and there goes the Locked On lads, the 707 with Peter Wilkinson behind the wheel.
We had word on a possible restart period. I had to step away for a moment there, or are we going to chill under safety car for a little bit, possibly?
Unsure as things stand. I don't have driver comms in my ear for the moment, but we will see. Wave
Good question in
around.
the chat, is safety car on wets?
I would hope so. Oh, dearie me. Well, for now, just breathe, get reset. I'm keeping my eyes on the weather, and it looks like the rain is just about done. We are in the blue when it comes to rainfall. That means the lightest possible detected rainfall by the iRacing service. So we will see exactly how this all works out coming up on 6 hours done and 6 hours to go in the OSR Bathurst 12-hour for 2025, a race that has completely changed its face in the last hour. This rain swept through, it has come, it is going, and ultimately it's taken quite a few of our top competitors with it.
It's interesting how many drivers can drop out of contention within the first 6 hours of a race, but you've still got 6 hours to go, so you've made it halfway. That's one of the toughest things as a driver, Reese. You get into a race and like the 12-hour, and you get to that 6 hours in, and you're like, is it nearly over? And you're like, oh my God, we're only halfway there. And just keeping your mind in check, keeping the psychology alive, keeping yourself settled and prepared for the next 6 hours. It makes it a little bit easier if you've got, you know, say 3 drivers in the car or 4 drivers in the car, because you can split the race in 2. But it is one of the toughest things to deal with as an endurance racer out there. I always feel that the 12-hour feels longer than a 24-hour race does, just because of how many more laps you're actually doing in that condensed time period.
Oh, dearie me. Well, the safety car is pulling away. We are going to be getting back to race conditions now. But I wonder how many drivers are not too thrilled about that, because it seems like traveling around this place at any speed in these wet conditions is a recipe for disaster. Vermilion Esports back out in front. The number 1 car decided to come into the pits under the safety car and whack on a new set of tires, get some fuel on board, and they'll be able to run their tank out from here. But they need to keep in mind that the track is going to be staying wet for a bit. It's not time to switch to dry tires yet, though the rain is slowly dissipating here. And it's all going to be down to Jamie Christensen to lead us away. And the GT3 field is back fully together for the first time in a while. And down goes the power for Jamie Christensen. Vermilion Esports 117 feeling the grip out there. They'll be hoping that a dry line will eventually start forming once the rain goes. Already on the defense versus Rainer Costello and the Evolution Racing Team 444, finding themselves in second place here, not pitting under these last couple of safety car periods. We are away again. That's the cross-continental Ferrari going a bit wide in the background. And then it's all going to be down to Braden Nash to try and hold off the charging pack. He's got Cody Deeth right on his back. Puddle at the exit of Hell Corner. As wide goes the 313. Jackson Schaub there battling with Lockhart Brownlee and Brett Loxton just behind him. Looks like a clean start so far, but wait till they get to the top of the mountain. That's where things are going to get interesting.
Even wait till turn 2, Reese, as well. Could very easily have a big moment. We saw earlier the moment with the McLaren down at turn 2, and then the Blackout OPR BMW GT4 car as well. So it almost feels like any part of this track could take another victim, even here at the cutting. We know that a slow spin could definitely cause chaos. We know running it wide into the wall can cause chaos. Just ask Scott Pye in practice during the Bathurst 1000 last year. Anyone can get caught up in any moment around this place. Doesn't matter how good you are. It is one minor lapse in concentration, and that can cost you dearly.
That's the thing with the mountain there as well, is that it does bite, and it bites hard, and that is one thing that drivers need to be familiar with. Also, the 208 gets a little bit squirrely coming out of the top of the corner there. But yeah, that's the one thing about Bathurst, is that you've got to be careful. You've got to treat it with care, and that is where it does bite you hard, as we have these 14 of Ewan Baker around at the top. And I wonder how that happened. Just stay there where you are. Just stay where you are. Wait for a gap. That is not a place you want to park it. I was just to see what happened there. That is the Synergy Sim Racing Ferrari that's gone into the wall there at the top. And oh, look at that! Look at that! Just has to wait. He has to wait. There's just on a restart, so all the cars and everyone else is condensed all together. And we're just hearing word now. 2 cars that are spun here. So let's have a look now. And
the number 1.
Bit of a squilly there with the number.
Oh, damage!
Bit of damage. Oh, and it looks like Ewan Baker. Oh, I wonder if Ewan Baker may have got an assistant from another car there.
Yeah, I'm going back to check myself. It was all on his own. Ewan Baker just hit a puddle in the wrong way and the car snapped on him. And it looks like the same thing happened to Cody Deeth. Fortunately, it seems that the number 1 car has avoided any big damage. Back to the lead, meanwhile. Jamie Christensen versus Rainer Costello at the front of this field. It looks like Vermilion Esports have not been able to get away thus far. This ERT 444 is strong in wet conditions, and also think about the 31 behind them. They pitted under that first safety car in the wet, and they have managed to get some good positions out of that one. The top 3 breaking away from the Momentum Motorsport 78, which seems to be the cork in the bottle, keeping the rest of the field back.
Yeah, that Mustang just struggling possibly for grip in these wetter conditions, but they're trying to keep that car clean. For that Synergy Sim Racing car before, I have to wonder, he's having enough. He is just trying to, no pun intended, but was he just trying to maybe synergize the spins at the top of the mountain possibly, or just maybe a sympathy moment for him as well? I had to get it out there just because it's Synergy Sim Racing. But poor Baker, he's just getting rinsed at this point. I mean, from the rain and from the commentary box as well, but it's a tough job, and it's a tough slog for these drivers out on field. And when your car's already carrying damage and it's been a tough day, your mind is spent, your body's spent, and you are just as soon as you have that first incident in this sort of a race, that's where your mind can go, because then incident after incident, it keeps piling up, and it keeps piling up on the back of your mind as well, and making you just, it does not help you keep the head clear. And once that concentration, once that mind is broken a little bit, it's like glass. It can just crack completely throughout the period of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we are going to turn your attention to part 2 of our stream. This is the end of part 1. We broadcast the first 6 hours in one stream and then the last 6 hours in the other. So head on over to the Sudspeed TV YouTube page and you'll be able to find part 2 of our stream of the 2025 Bathurst 12-hour by Oceanic Sim Racing. There is yet more still to come. Well, making your way through, everyone who's just joined us on part 2, welcome. And what a sight you will be greeted with here. Wet conditions as we keep our eyes